Hello and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. My name is Sensei and we are here for the morning forecast stream. We're live every single morning. You might be watching this as a video later on and you might be joining us live. But remember, this is done every single morning. And today we're looking at XRP tanking. Well, it was just before Trump announced that things with China might be fine. XRP is still down. It's below $2.30. It's below resistance. It is in a terrible downtrend and it might be heading into a bear market. We just got some banks come out and report some fears, and the market is not liking it. So let me explore all of that news. Let me go into the charts. Let me welcome you all in. If you have just tuned in, it's always great if you can come in, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. That is a great thing to always do. So you can see this is XRP's price action. It is just down, 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 down. Ever since we hit those previous all-time highs, it's just lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. And unfortunately, after what happened last Friday, we actually had lower lows put in as well. And now again, lower highs. So the trend is definitely down right now for XRP. And the line in the sand is $2. If we break $2, we are going into a bear market. If Bitcoin breaks 100,000 for a couple weeks, we're in a bear market. That's my thoughts. But I still think there is a chance that XRP and the crypto market goes for its final euphoric run after the market cools down, maybe slightly, then a euphoric run, then the major crash comes in 2026. Again, nothing I say is financial advice. These are my thoughts and opinions only. Please do not buy or sell based off anything I say. Let's see what the news of the day is. This is all happening while Ripple announced a major acquisition yesterday. Remember, we covered Brad Garlinghouse's speech a couple days ago. And then he said that an announcement, an acquisition will be coming soon. We didn't know it would be this soon, and we got it yesterday. So what is that acquisition? I'll come on to that in a second. But Ripple enters a $120 trillion corporate treasury market. So that could be a major catalyst for XRP. We'll come on to that story in a little bit, so stay tuned for that. But let's go over to what's causing the market to come down. Regional banks in trouble again. Remember, we had the regional bank crisis that took us basically into that bear market in 2023. That's what one of the big catalysts that took us into that bear market, 2022, 2023, and it looks like it could be back, but people are overreacting. I'll tell you exactly why they're overreacting in a second, but let's talk about exactly what's going on so you understand what's happening in the market. Remember, this is all from our very own newsletter. If you haven't signed up to the newsletter yet, the link is in the live chat. It's also the first link in the description. If you have just tuned in, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. So investors are panicking. Fraud, credit risk, SVB flashbacks. You can see everyone is worried about 2023. So fears of fresh banking crisis returned this week after a pair of US regional lenders revealed unexpected loan losses linked to fraud. The news sparked a global sell-off with financials leading the decline, even though the underlying loss appears small relative to bank balance sheets. These are tiny losses in the millions compared to the billions wiped out of the stock market. Remember, this is even spreading to the UK. I mean, one of the stories we have here is the FTSE 100 is down 2.5% this week as the US jitters spark global sell-off. This is spreading to the United Kingdom. Remember, we've got big banks in the UK that make up a lot of the FTSE 100. And they've been falling over the last 3 sessions, especially today as well. The sharpest decline on the FTSE since the tariff decline, because of these renewed US regional lenders rippled through the global markets. Financial stocks led the slide with Barclays down 6%, NatWest down 3%, Intermediate Capital Group dropping 7%, reflecting broader unease about credit quality and exposure to corporate loans. So look, this is not just the US, and this is a global, this is spreading globally, of course. So what are we actually talking about? What actually happened? Remember, this is a major overreaction in my books, but the only reason it's a major overreaction is because the market is majorly overbought. The market is inflated. The market is in a bubble. And that's why any excuse, any slight hint of something going wrong, the market de-risks because of how overbought it is. The market is priced for perfection plus more. The market is priced for earnings to beat plus more. And what I mean by that, the S&P is price to earnings is expecting earnings to outperform and crash 10-20% so it comes into a fair value. So that's why everything needs to be perfect. And as soon as there's something that goes wrong a little bit, just like we saw the 100% tariffs on Friday, the market collapsed, especially the crypto market. Just like we've seen, I'm going to explain to you with these regional banks, it's not actually massive, but the markets crashed. So what actually happened? Two regional banks, Zions Bancorp and Western Alliance, disclosed losses tied to fraudulent or misrepresented commercial loans, unsettling an already cautious market. The market's on edge. It's ready to go down. Zions said it would write off about 50 million after uncovering fraudulent activity related to two corporate borrowers. That's what they're doing. They're writing off 50 million. 50 million, again, yes, these are smaller banks. These aren't the big banks. So 50 million is slightly significant, but not even to them. 50 million is a drop in the ocean. So again, that's not really an issue. Western Alliance filed their lawsuits against a borrower for similar fraud exposure, but emphasized that it's expected to recover most of the collateral. So there we go. 50 million, 70 million. That's what they had to cover. That's why the market sold off for billions. So both incidences triggered a sharp reaction across financial stocks. The KBM Regional Bank Index, that's sort of an ETF, you can look at it that way, dropped more than 6% this week. Its steepest decline since the 2023 SVB crisis, as investors rush to reduce exposure to small lenders. People are panicking. People are on edge. So why has the market reacted so sharply? The losses themselves, 50 million, are minor. But the fear is that they are systematic of something larger. That's what the fear is. This is the beginning of more. A deterioration in credit quality after years of high rates and tighter lending conditions. Several factors and amplifying market anxiety. Lingering scars from 2023. Remember, 2023, when we had that Silicon Valley Bank, SVB collapse, everyone was waiting for the next one. Everyone was waiting for the next one, and then the market recovered. So there is lingering scars of 2023. The collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank and others left investors hypersensitive to any signs of weakness among regionals. They are on edge. Hidden risk. Fraud losses are particularly unnerving because they can't easily be modeled or foreseen. Once a case appears, the market asks, who's next? Narrow market sentiment. With equities already wobbling after tariff headlines and global shutdown fears, traders were quick to sell first and ask questions later. Remember, that is the way things go when you are in a market that's overbought, that's uneasy, that's wobbling. So sell first and ask questions later. That's what people do. They see the headlines, they get worried, they don't want to analyze it all, they just sell. You see the headline, they sell. And this is something hedge funds do as well as retail. Might not always be the best thing. It might be considered a panic sell, but they sell and then they ask questions later. Then they analyze, is this bad? Is this good? And then they buy in when they're a bit more confident. So again, traders sold first, and then they're going to ask the questions later. And they might be coming back in the market now after President Trump made an announcement with China. Then we've got credit cycle concerns. Some analysts worry that the US economy is entering a late cycle phase where defaults and charge-offs begin to climb. As one strategist told Bloomberg, this was this morning, a $50 billion loss shouldn't move a $1 billion market, but scars that SVB made everyone jumpy. So how serious is this? Is this going to continue? If you have just tuned in, make sure you have hit the like button, subscribe as well. So how serious is it? For now, this looks like a confidence shock that more like a confidence shock than a solvency risk or crisis. The losses are modest compared to the total assets. Zion's non-performing assets remained about 1% of total loans, a historically low level. Larger banks, including JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Morgan Stanley, reported strong earnings this week with return on equity in the high teens. Very, very strong from the main banks. Crucially, this episode is about credit quality, not liquidity stress. There is no signs of widespread deposit fight or funding pressure. If you're looking at the facts, this isn't a major concern for the market. What's actually a major concern is the overvaluation of the stocks. That's why the stock market can come down. But right now, with the facts in front of us, the regional banking side of things should not cause a crash. Anyway, perception can move faster than fundamentals. If more regionals disclose similar issues, market could start treating those as early warning signs of broader credit downturn. Again, if we don't really live in a world of ifs. This is saying if regionals disclose. This is why the market's down. They're worried about things that there's no evidence of yet. We're saying if regionals disclose similar issues, markets could start treating these as early warning signs. That's why people are selling off. But we can't just work on ifs. We need to look at the facts in front of us. And the facts in front of us are there is no issues with the regional banking sector as of now. What the issue is, which is the facts in front of us, and we did a whole deep dive last Friday. Remember last Friday's deep dive? Hours later, the market crashed 80%. The issues and the facts in front of us is the overvaluation of the markets. Look, and an overvaluation of the markets, we've had it in history before where the markets are overvalued and they continue going up, and it could in fact be the best time to be in the market. But those are the facts. We are overvalued right now in the market. The fact of the matter is right now, regional banks are not vulnerable right now. So the argument to be made why they might be vulnerable is regional lenders have less room compared to the big banks. Regional lenders have less room for error than Wall Street giants. They have to get it right more often than not. They operate with narrower profit margins, more concentrated loan books, and less diversified revenue streams. Many have heavy exposure to commercial real estate and small business lending, sectors under pressure from high interest costs and slowing growth. That's the game you play with these smaller regional banks. Unlike larger national banks, regionals can't easily offset credit loans with trading or investment banking profits. That's why even isolated bad loans can weigh heavily on investor sentiment. So remember, these are smaller banks. They deal more with smaller businesses, the businesses that sort of want that are very exposed to high interest rates. High interest rates are not good for these lenders, so they might default on their loans. Larger banks have higher profit margins and can work against that. But right now, that's broadly why they've always been a bit more vulnerable, a bit more high risk. But right now, they're not vulnerable in the sense that we've got lots of defaults, for example. So what are we watching next? More disclosures. If other banks report write-offs or lawsuits tied to loan fraud, fear could spread quickly. If we get a few more doing this, then yes, that's when we start getting concerned. Rising non-performing loans, any uptick in defaults across commercial portfolios would confirm that credit cycle is turning. Liquidity stress. So far, there's been no evidence of deposit flight, but that can change fast in a risk-off environment. Regulatory, keep an eye out for regulatory commentary as well. The FDIC and the Federal Reserve will be watching closely for any signs of tightened supervision or emergency guidance. We might even get a comment from Jerome Powell on that FOMC at the end of the month. So, my thoughts. I don't think this is 2023. This isn't 2023 all over again. At least not yet, not with the information we have in front of us. What we're seeing is likely a short-term fear trade that's then the start of a systemic crisis. Regional banks remained well capitalized, and fraud-related losses are usually one-offs rather than structural failures. But the market's reaction tells you something important. It tells you everything, in my opinion. Confidence is fragile, and investors are eager for excuses to de-risk. You can see how eager people are to sell their stocks, how on edge people are. One small thing like this, which is a $50 million loss, which is really nothing in the grand scheme of things, sent the market down globally. The market participants, including larger market participants such as banks and hedge funds, are waiting for any excuse to start de-risking because they know how overvalued the market is. And again, this is why Martyn is out the stock market. And the evidence is becoming clearer and clearer every day. If credit, and remember, we will come onto the XRP chart. I'm just explaining why XRP and the global markets are down, and also the news from Brad Garlinghouse. So, if credit conditions tighten further or more surprises surface, this could easily snowball into a broader repricing of financial risk. This could be the thing that sends the market tumbling. It could be tariffs that sends the market tumbling. It could be anything can light the fuse to send the market tumbling, whether that's what happened on Friday and a big liquidation event, or something that can happen at the beginning of 2026 or in December or November, where we get that bear market that is due because of the overvaluations of the market. There's also, obviously, I'll come on to the XRP chart, the chance that I'm still 50-50 on, which is we will get to the altcoin season and then go into a market crash. So for retail investors, the smart move isn't panic. Never panic is good. It's just awareness. Just understand the numbers. Don't just go off headlines. Know what's happening. Watch how the next few banks report. If credit losses stay isolated, this pullback can turn into an opportunity. If they spread, it may signal that credit cycle is finally turning. Is this the thing that sends the markets down? Right now, definitely not, because this is not enough to be worried about. So that's what's going on with the regional banks. Let me turn to XRP and Ripple, because we've got a bit of good news, but XRP is coming down. So let me just turn to the charts for a second. XRP was down to as low as $2.20, but now is at $2.28. The general market is down. The S&P 500 was down as much as, where were we? Let me just go on to the daily chart. But it's now recovering. The market was down as much as 1.3% literally a couple hours ago. And now it's back to almost being positive. I think we've got an announcement from Trump, so I'm just going to go and find that announcement. I think it came just as I went live. So let me see if we've got any announcements from Trump. If you'd want to leave a comment, your comments are on the screen now. Let me go. Let's see if we've got that announcement from Trump about China. Let me see if I can find the announcement. Let's go. Let me see if I've got this announcement. I think he made not an official announcement, but he said President Trump says no when asked if Chinese tariffs will stand. Trump says he believes relationships with China will be just fine. We'll be fine with China. I think that's nothing. Just trying to see. Justin Trump speaks on China, says he'll meet President Xi in 2 weeks, admits that such huge tariffs aren't sustainable, and asks if current tariffs will stay. He said no. I'm just trying to, I think that's the news. I'm seeing if I can find the official correspondence. Okay. I don't. If that comes to us, then we'll report on it. But I just don't have it from his official accounts as of yet. Anyway, that's fine because we know what's going on. Oh, the market's just entered extreme fear. By the way, just to let everyone know, the market is now just entered extreme fear. So that's worth noting. And the market's back down slightly. Okay, so the markets are all over the place. They have no idea what to do. They're going up, down. It's back to tariff volatility days. So let me just do the Ripple story, and then we'll come back to any breaking news. So if you have just tuned in, please do hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. And if you want this newsletter with all the information, the link is in the live chat. It's sort of the show notes. You can follow with me if you've got the newsletter. Ripple enters 120 trillion corporate treasury market with a $1 billion G treasury bet. We've just got a major announcement. I'll actually make this into a video because it's quite important. So, breaking news on Martyn Lucas Investor. We've got XRP tumbling to multi-month lows, but great news coming from Ripple and Brad Garlinghouse. So I'm going to show you the XRP chart. I'm going to explain to you the Ripple news and give you my thoughts on if this bull market and bear market, if the bull market is going to continue or if we are entering a bear market. Let's start off with the good news. We covered a Brad Garlinghouse speech yesterday. If you want to go watch it, do watch it. It'll be above. Oh, the link will be above my head, and it'll be at the end of this video. That was a great speech. We learnt a lot, and we also he told us there will be an announcement coming soon. And the announcement has come. So, Ripple has entered a $120 trillion corporate treasury market with a $1 billion G treasury bet. So, they've entered a massive, massive market. This is Brad Garlinghouse breaking through, coming into the corporate treasury market with a big acquisition. If you are an XRP holder, let me know in the chat, what is your average buy price? Not how much you have, what price have you bought XRP? Are you still bullish on it? Are you selling? Please do also hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Let's see if after this video we can get up to 106,000 subscribers. That would be awesome. So, what is the announcement? Ripple has acquired G Treasury for $1 billion. Quite a large acquisition from Ripple, a fairly large acquisition, in fact. So, marking its third major deal of 2025 and signaling a direct move into the 120 trillion corporate treasury market. The third one, remember, Hidden Row was massive, and then Rail Payments, Rail Pay, something like that, the stablecoin one as well. So, three big acquisitions, all great for XRP, in my opinion. I'll explain why later on. So, the Chicago-based treasury platform serves more than 1,000. Remember, they like their corporate clients. The Chicago-based treasury platform serves more than 1,000 corporate clients in 160 countries, including American Airlines, Goodyear, Volvo, Goldman Sachs, and processes 12.5 trillion in annual payments volume across 48 million transactions. 12.5 trillion in annual payments volume and across 48 million transactions. Now, just let that sit for a second. What can help with that? Well, I think we all know what. This acquisition follows Ripple's 1.25 billion Hidden Row purchase in April and 200 million Rail acquisition in August, bringing its 2025 merger and acquisition total to 2.45 billion. This is major, major acquisitions on any company scale, really. These are big acquisitions from Ripple. So Ripple aims to unify traditional treasury functions with crypto native tools, enabling CFOs to manage assets like RLUSD, which now exceeds 840 million in supply, alongside tokenized deposits and fiat liquidity. The combined Ripple GT platform GT Treasury platform will provide institutional treasuries with 24/7 cross-border payments and access to a repo market through Hidden Road's prime brokerage, unlocking yield opportunities. $10, $50, and potentially $100 next cycle as well. So I'm not worried about it. I like keeping up to date with the news because this is actually what matters, not the random headlines you get on X, not the random fake information people give on YouTube. We give the real information. We have the real information every single day in our newsletter. If you haven't got our newsletter, the first link in the description. Do go and check it out. Let me come onto the chart as well. If we want to talk about short-term price action, bull markets, bear markets, let's have a look at it now. So, if you haven't already, please do hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. XRP is in a downtrend. It is. Remember, we predicted the uptrend in November. We predicted the lawsuit ending. We predicted buying at any time below 40 cents was amazing. We predicted the first run up. We predicted the 50% crash. We predicted this massive breakout to all-time highs. We did say it is possible to go to $10 after that breakout. However, once we double topped, we said that's no longer a possibility, and we're actually going to start trending down. I was quite bullish for the month of October, saying we could potentially head to all-time highs. This is a prediction I made back in July. Then October, we could head to all-time highs with the ETFs. Unfortunately, we are in a government shutdown, something unforeseen, that no ETFs can really be approved during a government shutdown. So I expect the ETF be approved after, as like a week after the shutdown ends, maybe a week or 2 weeks after the shutdown ends. So again, that's put the market down because there is no ETFs coming out, and that's what a lot of people expected. So that put a span in the mix. Do I think we're in a bear market? Do I think we're in a bull market? In all honesty, no one knows, and no one can be 100% sure. There is certain things I'll look for. There's certain things the ways I'm prepared for a bull market or bear market. But if I had to say it in the most simple terms, is be prepared to be in a bull market. Be prepared for XRP to go to all-time highs, $5, $10, $20. Be prepared for that. Whether it tops out $5 all-time highs, $10, $20. Be prepared for all those scenarios. Also, be prepared for XRP to chop between $2 and $3.40 until we get a direction from the market, whether we're in a bull market or bear market. And thirdly, be prepared for a bear market. Be prepared for XRP to go down 80% to between 50 cents and $1. Be prepared for that. What's wrong with being prepared for all situations? To be prepared for the situation that goes down is don't be over leveraged. Have some money to buy in if you want to buy in if it does go into a bear market. That's all. That's the only preparation you need for a bear market. Because if you believe in XRP, it's going to be back in 3-4 years' time in the next bull market. Be prepared for it to go sideways. That just means don't do anything, hold it, forget about it, or keep DCAing if that's what you want to do. That's how to be prepared for sideways action. How do you be prepared for a bull market? Well, have specific targets you want to take profits. What percentage do you want to take at what levels? I've got all my levels taken care of. I know exactly what percentage I'm taking out at what levels. So that's being prepared for the bull market. It's literally as simple as that. If you try and overcomplicate it, if you try and day trade it, if you try and leverage trade it, if you try and sell it all because you think we're 100% going into a bear market, or if you're trying to buy every single 2% dip, if you think we're going to continue into a bull market, well, if you think if you're going to sell it all and I think we're going into a bear market, then what if it pumps and goes to $5? You're going to really hate yourself. If you're going to buy every 2% dip on XRP, you think it's going to go to a bull market tomorrow. Well, what happens if it goes to 50 cents, $1? Where are you going to get the money from to buy the dip? Just be prepared for those three things and you'll be completely fine. But what I'm looking for is three things. One is $2.30 broke. So we were expecting to go to $2. Maybe we're regaining $2.30 now. But if we're going below $2.30, the next area I might DCA at is $2. If we break these last three levels of support, $2, $1.83, $1.75, that will all be signified by if we break $2 with a daily candle close below it, then I think we're heading potentially to $1 and we're going into bear market. That's if we break $1.71. That's been the same back here. When I said if we break below 171 and break below it, we're going to go into bear market, but thankfully we didn't and we went into all-time highs. My line in the sand is $1.71. If we break below it, and our daily candle closes below it, we're in a bear market. And that essentially means to me, am I going to sell? If I get the opportunity to sell on a rebound, maybe I'll sell a little bit, but probably not. I'll just try and start accumulating cash for it to go down to $1, and I'll putting all my buy orders at $1.50. That's for the bear market side. There is no clear indication we're in a bear market. We are certainly in a downtrend. We've got lower lows, lower highs. So we are indicating that it is a little bit more likely we are in a bear market than we would have said a month ago before we broke $2.62. So we might be heading into a bear market. I don't know. The way I would confirm it is if we're down below 175 with a couple of daily candle closes, and Bitcoin at that point would be below 100,000 for a couple of weeks, and then the market's in a bear market. What we want to see to regain the bull market is as simple as regaining $2.62. Holding $2.62 and staying above $2.62, which is the next level of resistance, would put us back in a good place for us to go try and form a base and head to all-time highs. So the $2 could be a base. That's the next level, or if we break through it, then we might be going into bear market. But for me, I'm just staying in. Why? Well, because my average price is around 30 cents, 50 cents, $1. Those are the levels I bought it on the way up. I bought this dip on Friday at 170, sold it at 240 on a leverage position. That was just because of experience, and I knew how quickly these things can jump back after a liquidation event. That's why I always suggest limit orders are always not a bad thing, because sometimes your exchange won't let you buy. Limit orders are more likely to go through, and you might not be around for that 5-minute liquidation event. Someone says, geez, do you have any good news? I'm not just going to come out and spew good news and fake good news. We're just giving you the best good news in the world based on facts. With Ripple entering the corporate treasury market, which has $120 trillion, it's a $120 trillion market, 12.5 trillion in payments a year. That's a very bullish story, but that doesn't translate into XRP going up on that day. It's once it starts getting integrated and the utility is used. So that's my strategy for XRP. I'm prepared for the downside, upside, sideways action. If we go into, I think there's a 50-50. That's why 50% chance we're in a bull. We will go back into all-time highs, and 50% chance we're in a bear market. But the 50% chance that we're in a bull market, I expect the price to go up to $5, $10. So the risk reward is pretty good, and I don't want to be out of XRP. If we go into a bear market, I will sell gold, silver, whatever I have, try and make some more money. and buy the dip on XRP at $1.50. I'm not going to be buying every 2% dip on XRP. The next price I might buy is $2. The next price after that I might buy is $1.71. And the price after $1.71, I won't be buying anything until we go down to just above $1 and then 50 cents. I've got 3 or 4 more buy zones left in the bear market. I don't think we're probably going to go below 50 cents in the bear market. So we might not even reach 50 cents. Probably reach $1 in a bear market if we go down from here. So that's my strategy, and I'm showing that directly with you. And the other thing to look for is Bitcoin. If Bitcoin starts heading below 100,000 and staying below 100,000, that's when we could be in a bear market as well. If Bitcoin goes below 100,000 and stays below 100,000, makes lower lows and lower highs, because now it's made a lower high. If it makes a lower low on the bigger time frames, then Bitcoin can also be heading into a bear market. Remember, the markets are very, very overheated. The S&P 500 is way above where it should be earnings wise. So are we going to go on our last euphoric run, or are we going to crash before we get the last euphoric run? 50% chance of each in my book, and that's what we're waiting for. I do think we'll have a big recession in 2026, which will help us get some good entries on all markets. But that's my thoughts and opinions only, so please not buy or sell based on anything I say. There'll be 2 videos for you to watch up here. Go and check them out. But until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Okay, so that was a video that's going to come out. I'm going to go to your comments now. We've got a few more stories we want to go through. I forgot to read Brad's post, but that's fine. Let me just read it for you now. This was the initial announcement from Brad Garlinghouse yesterday. Today's Ripple is breaking into 120 corporate treasury payments market with a $1 billion acquisition of G Treasury. The past few years has reminded this industry why payments first and foremost. The primary use case for crypto and blockchain. Payments are where Ripple first started for exactly these reasons. The infrastructure is complex, siloed, and inefficient, but as we know, perfectly positioned to benefit from decentralized financial technologies. Outstanding amounts of cash are trapped in outdated payment systems, creating friction and unnecessary cost and barriers to entering new markets. G Treasury has been serving some of the most well-known brands for decades. Now, together with Ripple, we will be able to help CFOs manage their assets, including stablecoins, tokenized deposits, etc., at scale around the world, as well as put their idle capital to work with repo markets via Hidden Road. The opportunity is here, and we're diving right in. It's happening. There's the official announcement from Brad Garlinghouse. Let me go to your comments. Let's put Bloomberg on the screen as well, just in case anything pops up. Let me put that down. Oh, there we down here. Let's put that full screen. Okay. Let's see your comments, and then we'll go through some more stories. XRP John T is here. Thomas Morrow is here. Dale is here. Steve is here. Shane is here. Nick, the Beluga, waiting XRP patiently for $1.50. Good luck. I hope you get that entry. Stu is here. C. Marty says it's slowly recovery. Super Cobra has been brutal. Rhino Skin says hi everyone. Sammy says so sad to watch this first time I am in the crypto market. This happened. Next time I'll wait and watch. I'm sorry that you felt pain. It's the crypto market. You have to expect it. Nick the Beluga says, I want to scoop all so badly at $2. Human Being says, hello, everyone. C. Marty says, my order got filled at 220, which is a result. Congratulations. Anointed Flower says, good morning. Nick says, I'm still holding all fiat. The Queen of Self-Braiding is here. Let me just go to members' questions only until we get to where we are now. Ricardo is here. Nick the Beluga says, if you look at the weekly chart, it could go a long way down. Yep, if it breaks $1.71, we can go to $1. Martin says, good morning. This is Kawane. Martin says, good morning. Or Burak says, I entered Bitcoin at 103,000 long, but accidentally closed 1 minute later. What do you mean you accidentally closed? Are you sure you accidentally closed? Or you just wanted to secure the profits and you got scared? What do you mean you accidentally... The Nick the Beluga says, hi, Sensei. Yolanda says, good afternoon, Sensei. Hello, Yolanda. Human Being is here. Just reading members' comments until we come close to where we are now in the chat. Someone says, "Can you please let me know? I am in the lost 7,000 Australia. I still have 20,000 Australia. Should I sell and buy later?" I don't give any financial advice. Yolanda is here saying hello. Human being says, Lisa. Sammy, unfortunately, you need to make that decision yourself. This is not something anyone can tell you what to do. This is um, you can't just keep spamming the chat. I don't give financial advice. I have no idea what your situation is. Human being says, Martin says 50 cents can come. Pascal, wait. Um, David Hensley says, Sammy, we don't give financial advice like that on here. Thank you, David Hensley. Rob Brennan. Rob Brennan? I thought you remember Rob Brennan. Has it? If you want to renew your, is that our Rob Brennan? I don't know. Here is the membership link if anyone wants to become a member. Since I'm going to start investing £750 a month in stocks and shares ISA and £600 a month in my pension. Hopefully that will set me up well for the future. I'm going for an index fund that's heavily UK bias. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't give advice, but that sounds like a good idea. Sometimes pensions obviously give you that bump in price. So if you're saving for retirement anyway, sometimes the pension is a better place to be putting it. Nick the Beluga says, like pressed. Nick the Beluga, I sold for more coins. Thank you, David Hensley, for all of that. Those links. Human Being says, thanks, David. Have you sold your XRP, Sensei? No, I haven't. I sold a leverage position. I opened at 170, and earlier in the cycle, maybe I sold 10% of my XRP at 350. I made all the announcement live on the show. David Hensley is here. Thank you, David. Please get to just replying to members' comments first, and then we'll come to all comments. Human Being says, would you ever sell Bitcoin? I don't think I own much Bitcoin. Would I sell it? Yeah, if XRP was at 50 cents, I'd sell my Bitcoin. Jesse says, I love the truth. Fluffing into people making feel better is only hurting everyone. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Jesse. Yes, we just say the truth here. Alpha says the bull market is about to start. Trump China meeting. Nothing I've got on the screen yet. China meeting is that now? I don't think it's now. China meeting. China, isn't that next week? I don't think that's anything's going on right now. We've got Bloomberg on the bottom right, so you can keep an eye on it. Don't panic, sell, fam. You will regret it. Says Alpha. Jenny Burns says, so frustrated with all the manipulation in the markets. Jenny Burns, that's manipulation across every single market. Anything is manipulated in this world, unfortunately. Revved up bike. Extreme fear usually means a great buy zone. There you go. Ninja Cowboy, morning everyone. That's why I'm saying if everyone's is predicting the next AI crash, then maybe we go on final euphoric run and get rid of all the short sellers once again. Human Being says, we hope, Pascal, but this is what Martin knows about. But all this, what Martin knows about, is pretty serious. Yes, Human Beings, that's true, but Martin doesn't claim he's 100% knows exactly what's going to happen. No one can know exactly when the crash is going to happen or at what point and how much. So you have to form your own opinions as well based on all the information in front of you. Is Trump speaking? No, Trump's not speaking right now. Alpha says it's time to fill the bags, fill the bags, fill the bags, fill the bags. Nick the Beluga says, but if Bitcoin drops to 95,000, good news can't hold. XRP Army says Alpha. Lance Streck says hello. Nada says $2 is your average. Pete says 226. Alpha says 227. Oh, a lot of people with quite high averages. Dale Martin says 32. Some people at 120. I'm buying XRP when it hits 10k. I'm buying XRP when it hits 10k. I don't know what you mean by that. Please watch language on here. This is a family-friendly group. Yes, it is. One Doge equals one Doge. Alil on Twitter on X integrated is what we need right now. XRP is going to be bigger than we don't. Even if we have a tweet that X is going to start using XRP or Bitcoin XRP, it's going to pump a day and the next day it's going to be down. So we need real. Let's just go to this breaking news from Bloomberg. What we need right now is solid adoption that's going to keep the price up because of the utilization. That's what Ripple's doing.
500
solid
with the open
adoption.
about
That's
1 hour
going to
and
keep
11
the
minutes
price
away.
up because
That's
of
the price action.
utilization.
Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Baird upgrading Zions Bancorp to outperform, calling the pullback, quote, excessive. That stock is bouncing back by 4.4%. Next up, Goldman raising its price target on Schwab to 114, saying EPS growth is on.
We'll come back to Bloomberg if they start talking about anything a bit more interesting. XRP is going to be bigger than anything else as Alpha. Oh, we just got a super chat from Gary Baldwin. I apologize it doesn't pop up on the screen. That normally happens. That'll be back up and running this weekend. It's just sometimes the updates get rid of things, and it has got rid of that for now. But Gary, let me read your comment. Newbie here, learning so much. Thank you. Gary's given $10 just to say thank you. I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? Thank you so much, Gary. Your support means the world. I'm glad you found this channel. We don't BS here. We give all the real facts. We don't try and overhype. We don't try and fearmonger. Sometimes our title, well, especially me with my surprise face, is there to try and bring people in. But once you're in the stream, you understand that we're giving the facts. I never do real clickbait like other channels giving you the fake news. I tell you how it is. XRP was tanking this morning. There is a banking crisis that is sparking a full-blown bear market fears. That is all true. Yes, it's a little bit dramatic, but that's what you have to do on YouTube. But once you come in, you understand that all we're doing is giving the real facts. We go through everything every single day, all the top market stories. We give you unbiased news every morning in our newsletter, and we go through it during the show. We don't give you all these paid partnerships with all these fake crypto companies, leverage trading places which make you lose money. We are interact with all the chat. We want to answer your questions. We want to win as a whole. So thank you so much. That comment means a lot, and I'm glad you found this channel. Gary, nobody can tell you what to do with your own money. You have to digest all the info and decide by yourself. Yes, that's true. Human Being says 1 day positive news down. Brain as a roller coaster we now have, says Human Beings. Nick the Beluga, I'm waiting on 150. Trump, such high tariffs on Chinese goods, not sustainable. Trump asking if high China tariffs will stand. No. Yes, that is true. I just don't know where he said that. It wasn't a live interview, was it? But yeah, that is what he said. But again, Trump taco trade again, and then next week is going to be another 100%. We don't know. You need to be prepared for it all. What if the meetings don't go well next week? And if they do go well, when we're going to last euphoric run. But the facts of the matter are right now, I gave you the information last Friday, we are severely overvalued around all markets. That doesn't mean we can't have our last euphoric run, but it also means be careful, because one little thing can light up. One fuse can light it all up. Remember on Friday, that was just one tweet about 100% tariffs, and the crypto market fell between 30 and 80%. So that's where we are. Jeff, Nick the Beluga says, Red, I don't know, but have a big bag of USDC waiting at that price. Alpha says, invest long term. If anyone does want to join the family, the best way to do it is be a member. It's only a couple dollars a month, or do the Electrum membership, and then you get a lot more. That gives you all the bronze, silver, plus the Electrum perks. But that way we respond to all your comments. We just can't go through. We never know if a non-member is a scammer, because you have to go through all the verification when you have to have a credit card and a YouTube account to become a member. That way we can reply to all members' questions. I'm going to keep buying the pain, says Revved Up Biker. Alpha says invest long term. Human Being says Alpha, that's our goal, but not easy when you are new with that. Seth Houston says morning all. Tired this Friday morning. Well, hopefully you have a nice cup of coffee and you get ready for the day, Seth Houston. There's no time to be lazy today. Human Being says good morning, Seth. Alpha said, just know whoever is investing now is going to be very rich. Thank you, Alpha. Jamie Reese says, hoping to see Joby on our TV for the first time on the F1 weekend. Oh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it, Jamie Reese? Vaz would be loving that. Human Being says, we want to survive, not for, let's say. Nick the Beluga, October, yeah, just the normal October. Look closely for the end of October. We're waiting for the government shutdown to end, and then the week after we expect the ETFs to come out. Thick Boy Custom says, morning all, another day of total red in the crypto. I don't care though, my average is just over $1. I've been holding since January of 2018. I've been through this before, yeah. It's November, keep your eye on Bertober, Nuke Ember. I hope it's not a Nuke Ember. Jamie, that would be all. Damn, 50 cents then, that's great. You have to be prepared for it. Again, that would be if we go into full-on bear market from now. You can hit 50 cents, but if we go and make new highs, then 50 cents is probably won't see it again. if XRP goes to 50 cents, how will its utility be functional? Just like it always is. It doesn't depend on the price. Jay Harrington says, I'm locked and loaded for a bet. Oh, Human Beings has just given 5 memberships. Make sure you're subscribed and you hit the like button and you'll win a membership. Thank you so much, Human Beings. You're inviting people over to the family. Claim your memberships. Human Being has given away 5 investor memberships.
A young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
Let's celebrate a little bit. We've got some super chats coming in. We've got some memberships being given away. If everyone can hit the like button, we'll come back over to the breaking news, the XRP chart, my thoughts. But let's put the music on. Let's brighten up our days. Let's do it. We deserve it. It's been a rough week. It's Friday, guys. Come on. Don't lose hope yet. If anyone else, any other Lucasades want to spread the love to the general subscribers, you can also give away memberships. It's next to the super chat button, or you can become an Electrum member and join our Sunday shows. Let's play the music. Let's start off the Friday well. It's all going to be fine, guys. It's all going to be fine.
Get ready for verse 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Whoever won a membership, please thank Human Being. Please thank Human Being Liz. There we go. Let's go through all of the rest of the comments. I think I just went past a few. Let me go back. Thanks for the heads up, David. Oh, Gary. Yep, newbie here. Thank you, Gary. Let me give you a like on that. Did I do it? No. Good morning, thanks, Sensei. This is the best YouTube channel around the world. Thank you, Juan Zalva. I appreciate that. And thank you for being a member for over a year. Thank you, David Hensley, for being a member over a year. Josh Monroe, member for over 6 months. I've been a member for a year in December. Time flies. Ooh, that'll be great. We'll celebrate your 1 year badge, Josh Monroe. And thanks for the messages for the link for the Trump thing, I think a couple of days ago. I appreciate that. Human Being says, guess you read my message I wrote to on X about an ex Martyn Lucas. I don't think he's in the chat right now. We are planning what are we expecting after the bell. We'll come on to that. The markets were down a lot more this morning, and now they're coming up because of that Trump quote about China. Thanks for the heads up, David. By the crashes hits other pumps. Welcome, Gary, says Nick. Jamie Reese says, looks like markets slowly coming back up after the early drop. Yes, ever since those remarks from President Trump. Are you going to do the open? No, I won't be live for the open. Axel says, Binance is largely responsible for the crash. Yeah, but it was awful what Binance did. These things are very important now. Beans on toast. £3,200 average on ETH. Short term, am I cooked? I don't give advice. I don't even know what Ethereum is in pounds. We look at it in dollars. Let's go over. Thank you for the super chat, though. Let's have a look. ETH. 3,200. Oh, you don't even have a long position. You mean that's your average on Ethereum? Let's just go to. If we go into a bear market, it's going to go below that for sure. But Ethereum is a very safe sort of blue chip in the crypto market. Ethereum will always come back, in my opinion, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Ethereum. What did you say? Oh, right. Your Ethereum average is 3,200. We're even below that right now. We're at 2,800. Oh, yeah. You could be in store for some losses. But again, you might. the bull market might continue. And my thoughts right now are Ethereum will make new all-time highs. I mean, that's the side I'm swaying on. But if you're talking about a bear market, if we go into a bear market now, yeah, you can revisit £1,000. But in my opinion, you're more likely, or at least, yeah, I think you'll make new all-time highs on Ethereum. Again, I'm 50-50, and then go to maybe £10,000, £8,000 on on Ethereum. So would I be set? Again, I don't get financial. Personally, I probably wouldn't be selling as long as I've got some money to buy the dip. If I don't have any money to buy the dip, or I'd be really, really unhappy if Ethereum drops 50-60% from where it is now, then I shouldn't have ever bought that position. That's my thoughts. Let's go back over to Bloomberg.
Lots of swings over the last week, but on course for a weekly gain on the S&P 500 after the close yesterday. This morning, steep losses, and we erased them. We take some of it back on the S&P 500. We're just about unchanged on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, we're down by just 0.25%. As we count you down to the cash open, let's get you up to speed on the movers out there this morning with your morning movers. Here's Danny. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Maybe exemplary of the calm that's overtaken markets are what's happening with the two banks that were the poster child for the next little critters to scrawl out from underneath the fridge. That is Zions and Western Alliance, the mid-sized banks that reported write-offs tied to loans made to a distressed commercial real estate developer that maybe was fraud. There are allegations of that. Maybe collateral disappeared. Either way, climbing 5% and 3.5% respectively. It coincides with the broader turnaround in sentiment in markets.
Absolutely crazy. That is ridiculous. The two banks that have caused the crash in the markets are up 4% and 3%. The regional banks are up after all of that. I told you guys, it's just people sell first, then they ask the questions later, then they buy back. You saw the deep dive this morning. There is absolutely nothing wrong when you look at the numbers, and that's why we break down the numbers. Lilium down 4% today. But yeah, you saw that the regional banks, the two that caused the crash, are up 4% and 3%. It's just, I mean, there we go. There we go. That's how crazy the market is right now, guys. I mean, if there was ever a time to be like, what is going on? It'll be now. Everything's irrational. The market's just waiting for anything to push it down. That's another clear sign that the market is inflated. Doesn't mean it can't get even more inflated, but it's overinflated. Any small thing, the market's waiting to crash, and they've crashed on that, and then the markets came, and then they've actually now up 3% and 4%. Incredible. Great podcast. Happy Friday. Thank you, Cloud. Human Being says better we help here than lose in crypto. Yeah, thank you. Liz Nada is here. Welcome, one of our new members. Alpha is here. Time to pump. How do we get one? It's just who engages with the chat. So as long as you're here at most streams, hitting the like button, subscribing, stuff like that, you increase your chance of getting that membership. Jesse is here. What a guy. That's awesome. Techno music. Please can I have one. Been rough for a while. This song always gets me going, says Bari. I don't know what you mean by that, but there we go. Seth Houston. Oh, dancing, right. You put the dancing emoji. Great. Seth, I love it. Seth Houston says, we're amazing. David Hezzy says, read, they don't hand them out. They're giving them automatically electronically. Yes. To people that I think it's Martin says it's the ones that engage the most within the channel. Fed to enter a blackout period ahead of the October meeting. Yes, that's Bloomberg right now. That's what we reported on. That's why we've covered Jerome Powell's speech and Fed Waller's speech, because we probably won't hear anything from them until the October meeting, which we'll be covering live on the show. New subscriber and following. Just wondering if you have anything on Subnit proved. No, nothing on that. Sounds a bit dodgy. Justin Duke says the start of the week was great for me. I listened to Martin and reduced my position in the market, took profit, and now holding cash, waiting for lower prices. There you go, Justin Duke. Knocking Star, how do you know when you've been given a membership? You'll have a little. Looks like you have a membership. You have a little badge next to your name. You'll be in a different color, and you'll have access to all the members only content. So saying there's no, I'm saying 50-50. Prepare for both. I was 60-40, now I'm 50-50. The song always get where were we? I bought XRP at last cycle's top and bought heavily at 26p. Incredible. To be a good investor, then think multi-cycle and you'll be fine. When everyone wants to be in the bear market, then buy. markets are pumping, but might sell off soon as markets open. It's going up forever. Did you see Kennedy on Senate floor yesterday? Interesting. No, I didn't. Kennedy. Did you see Kennedy on Senate floor on crypto yesterday? I didn't actually. Hello, welcome. V-shaped recovery. I think. Let me just check something. Go over here to Bloomberg for a second.
And we could see the Fed, even in October, perhaps announcing an end to QT, or at least a timetable for that.
Mike, this was great. Looking forward to closing out the Fed speak with you, sir, and the St.
Yep, no more, nothing from the Fed. David Hensley, just a quick note. Please don't hide people. That's only for if people are really, really aggressive or have said something really bad. Hiding people, we don't really hide people. If someone is just spamming the chat, just please, and this is to all moderators, don't really hide people. If people are spamming the chat, just give them timeouts, and whether that's a 5-minute timeout or 24-hour if it's really bad. Don't hide people for minor spamming. If they're scamming, or if they're big scammers, or if they're being very, very rude, then yeah, you can hide people. But that's a last resort, just to let all moderators know. Okay, let's go here. How many subscribers do we have? 105,108. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do subscribe. Fear and Greed Index is still an extreme fear. Let me replay this. Yep, we're at 24, still in extreme fear. Nothing from Donald Trump on his X. Let's go back to the general markets, the stock markets as well. Biggest gainers are Luna, Mobix, Wrap, AMC. Let's go to our main commodities. Oil is up, US Treasuries is up, S&P 500 has turned green. S&P 500 is now green on the day. What an incredible turnaround on the S&P 500. We are now green. FTSE is trying to turn green. Nasdaq is down 0.27. Gold is down 0.4%. Is it going to be green by the end of the day? We'll find out. The support is at 4,200. Silver is down 1.5%. XRP is down 1.4%, trying to regain $2.30. That'd be great to have that daily candle close back above $2.30. Maybe we don't even have to look at $2. If XRP holds $2.30 today with a daily candle close, then at least that's the support for now. If we go below $2.30 and put our daily candle close below it, then $2 will be next. Silver is, Bitcoin's down 2.4%, so XRP is holding up better than Bitcoin. Ethereum's down 2.6%. What's Bitcoin dominance today? Is it green or red? Yeah, it's still green. I mean, after 60%, I do think we can head down on Bitcoin dominance. That's why I think altcoin season is still due. If we don't get an altcoin season, it will be not a normal cycle at all. That's what we're still expecting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is end the show now. We're live every single day. We're going to go over every single morning. We're going to go, tomorrow is Vaz with his EVTOL special, his Saturday weekly show. Vaz might be live later on tonight as well. So Vaz will be live same time. If you look at your clock right now, this time tomorrow, this time tomorrow, Vaz will be live with his EVTOL special. Then I'll be back on Sunday with the Electrum event. If you're not an Electrum member, great time to join, because the Electrum event will be in a couple of days' time. You can upgrade your membership or become an Electrum member. Let's see today if anything interesting happens. We'll come back live, but again, be prepared for all situations. Coinbase down tomorrow for 4 hours for maintenance, no trading for 4 hours. Let's hope nothing massive happens then, Stu. That could be interesting as well. I'm going to send you guys to the X channel. That's where the stream will automatically go if you want to continue the conversation and catch up on past streams. So let me put that in here. Yeah. Is the X channel on? Let me just check. 1 second. I don't know if the X channel is running. Let me check. No, I don't think the X channel is on as of right now. No, we're not live right now. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, thank you everyone for tuning in. Make sure you have subscribed to the newsletter. That's the final thing I'll leave you with. There's a lot more stories that we haven't covered. Remember, we don't want to give away all the stories for all the people that are part of the newsletter. Go and check them out. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Bye-bye.
In about 15 minutes, we will join Donald Trump having his speech on the government shutdown. Hey up everyone, welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm Vaz. Do you know what time it is? It's not the time to start talking eVTOLs, but we have some news. We'll be covering this big news. This could have impact on the market, whether positive or negative. We will find out. If we have a look at the market, last couple of hours, the markets have been selling off. You can see it right next to me. You have the main markets. S&P is down, Nasdaq down. Basically, everything is down apart from gold and silver. So let me know, what do you think? Let me know in the chat, what do you think is going to happen? And I will be covering, the stream is on standby. We'll be starting in about 11-12 minutes. And what is the main theme of the day? What is the main theme of the day? Well, Donald Trump should be giving his speech on the government shutdown. Let me just bring up a little... I've got a few notes for you as well. Let me just bring this up because I was setting up the show as soon as I found out Donald Trump will be talking. I got this all set up for you. It's not this one, just bear with me. I'm bringing up my notes. I am Vaz, and I'm one of the three broadcasters on Martyn Lucas Investor. Those who haven't seen me yet, I follow eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which are also known as flying taxis, advanced air mobility, aerospace, sometimes defense as well. And I am one of the broadcasters together with Sensei and Martyn, who is currently on holidays, and he's having such a great time. He's completely rebuilding, tearing down, untangling all the cables, all the wires, refurbishing his studio. I had a chat with him earlier and he was covered in dust. It was quite funny. So he's having great time, the best time of the year, when he's tearing down his studio and refurbishing. So we are waiting for Donald Trump to give us his speech on the government shutdown. We are about 10 minutes away. What is a government shutdown? Well, government shutdown happens when the US Congress fails to pass the necessary spending bills or temporary funding measure called a continuing resolution to keep federal agencies operating. When this happens, most government functions stop because there's no legal authority to spend money. What does it mean in fact? Essential services like air traffic control, military and border security continue. Non-essential services, on the other hand, such as national parks, museums and the federal offices, they close. Federal workers may be furloughed, which is temporarily sent home without pay, though many get their pay later. And the government contractors often aren't paid during the shutdown, and that money is usually not reimbursed. So this could, if this drags for longer, this could send the markets deeper and deeper. How this can end? A shutdown ends when Congress passes a funding bill and the president signs it into law. This can be a full budget covering the rest of the fiscal year, or a temporary funding bill, also known as continuing resolution, that keeps the government running for a short period while negotiations continue. So in short, the Congress controls the funding, but the president must approve it. Once that happens, the government reopens immediately. So are we going to get the government opening, or are we in the standstill and are we in status quo? Let me know in the chat. I will address your chat comments very shortly. Let me just bring this up on the screen, and I will have a chat with you live. We are 8 minutes away. Okay, we are 8 minutes away from the stream to start. We have a poll. We also are running a poll. What do you think the outcome will be? I will let it running for 2 more minutes and then I will close it so we can see the results. And ooh, it's looking very interesting. So everyone join the poll. Trump's speech on government shutdown. Are we expecting a rally, crash, markets going sideways, or we are undecided. Let me know, join the poll. I'll be closing it in 2 minutes. You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I am Vaz. I'm one of the broadcasters. I focus and specialize on a big market, which we can see as a new massive investment opportunity with a massive upside. Think of the new electric vehicle market. Think of a new Tesla. This is what I do, and I will talk about it after Donald Trump. So if you want to join me, if you stay where you are, after Donald, I'll give you a quick introduction to the market. Donald Trump is about to start speaking in 7-8 minutes. Let's have a look. May I just ask everyone to be respectful in the chat, no profanity, no insulting. We can disagree, we can agree, disagree, we can have discussion, we can have arguments, but let's be civilized. And also, if we have any moderators, please address this as well. We have Jamie Rees joining, Stephen Lewandowski here as well. Trixie is here, my checkmate. Ahoy. Trixie, you are still not member? You should be a member. You should really think of it. It costs you only $2.99 and you have so many benefits, so many perks. I just bought Archer and I will start reloading much more if it would go down. Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at... Oh, let me just bring this up. I've got some technical... What is going on here? This one, bear with me. I just want to show you a chart. So bear with me. I am now showing you a chart. This one, S&P selling off. Quite good sell-off. We hit a peak 6,730, and now we are a few percent down. Let's see if this continues or if we have an upside rally. But what I was going to show you, Archer Aviation, massive sell-off last 2 days. Massive. Go away, ad. Massive sell-off, especially today. Look how it dropped. It might go even lower. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 1160 today, and then maybe even slightly lower. Joby Aviation is not doing anything because I need to refresh it first. Joby Aviation as well. So the whole eVTOL market doesn't like this environment. And I'm not surprised because these are startups and they are new companies. And new companies don't like uncertainty. That's the word. So what is the big market doing? We have the S&P going down, Nasdaq down, Bitcoin, XRP fairly a lot down on the day. The only few commodities going up are gold and silver. Do we have any gold and silver investors? Are you expecting massive rally? Well, this might be a good trigger. Let's have a look at the poll. I'm closing the poll. You have 5 more seconds to take part in the poll. We are waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech on the government shutdown. We are about 4 minutes away. So I'm closing the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2. Whoops, I closed it now. So what is the result? You can see it in the chat. 38% are expecting a crash. However, 34% are expecting a rally. 17% sideways and 11% undecided. We have a very good specimen. 220 votes. That's good. That's good. So, is this going up? Is this going down? I'm very interested. Let's have a look. Do we have any more questions in the chat? Do we have any questions or any civilized opinions? We have all civilized opinions, I know. Jason Comicos Cook is here. I've continued trimming of positions, margin completely paid off, and a little cash on the side. Held all my eVTOL stocks, ready for the dip or crash. Sam DX says, how did you and Martyn meet? Through this channel. I was one of the members of audience, then I become a member, and I'm here in the studio talking to you, hosting Donald Trump in my little humble studio in Cambridge here in the UK. Well, I'm not hosting him, but I'll put him on the screen. Why not? I can say I was in Donald Trump's conference, can't I? Tomorrow morning. So Brad Mitchell says, hello, America. What did you end what did you end up decided on buying? Says Chris Sheldon. Is that a question to me? That's not a question to me, is it? We are having chat in. Oh, Martin is here. Martin is in the chat. Out of T-bills, 300,000 bought VU S&P 500. Bottom now and sold the 0.4 pump. $1,000 profit. Now back in the T-bills. Wow, Martin is on holidays and making a grand like that. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's the power of money. That's the power of money. You can do 0.4% and you just make a grand in a day. And you don't need. And Martin is sorted for the day, isn't he? Happy days. Happy days. We are waiting for the event. We are about 2 minutes away. Bear with me. Let me get a bit of tea. You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm Vaz, one of the broadcasters. I focus mainly on the flying taxis, as they call them, which I'll be talking about right after the show. We are waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech. We are about 2 minutes away. Let's see what the markets are doing. It is all falling down very steadily. S&P, let me bring this chart on, the more detailed chart. S&P just had a slight movement up, but is this going to continue or is this not going to continue? Let me know in the chat. Have you been selling today or have you been buying more on the dip? What is your main position, and have you been selling or have you been buying? Let me know in the chat. I will address some of the questions and comments in the chat as well. Will be closed for 35 days. Well, so far is the day 16, if I'm correct. So 35 days is a lot. There's 20 more days. Wow, that would be massive for the market. Long or short, do a poll. Well, Stu, you know what? Just because you said that, I will do a poll. How to trade markets now? Long, short, not trade, only invest. And let me know in the poll, and I will put undecided as well, so everyone can have their say. Let me know in the poll, how are you trading the markets today? And we will close this in about 5-10 minutes. We are waiting for the stream to start. You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm Vaz, and I will be hosting today's event. We are literally waiting. We are a few minutes away from Donald Trump talking about the government shutdown. Are we going to get another few days of the government shutdown, or is the government going to open? Well, there's only one way to find out. Stay where you are. We'll find out in the very minute. What are the markets doing? The main commodities and indexes. S&P 500 slightly, very slightly recovering. We have Nasdaq down, Bitcoin down, XRP down, Ethereum down. The only two commodities we have here, gold and index, are going up. Do we have any gold and silver? Sorry, do we have any gold and silver investors? Let me know in the chat if you are invested in gold and silver. And oil doesn't like this environment either. It's very interesting. Right, we are waiting for the stream to start. Let me just refresh this. Just in case we have some technical issues. No, we don't. So we are waiting. We are literally 2 minutes away from Donald Trump to start giving his speech on the government shutdown. We have a running poll, and I will close this poll. I will ask you now. Let's give it a minute or 2 minutes. Have your say in the poll. How are you trading the markets today? Let me know in the poll, and I will close it in 2 minutes. Do we have any questions or do we have any opinions? Trixie says I bought Archer, will rebound to -4%, but just if Trump will say something good. Maybe. On Archer, I was going to show you. Oh, I've lost my markup. I had marked up position from yesterday. I was talking about Archer yesterday, and it literally copied. Can I show you now? I can't show you because my chart is playing up for whatever reason. I was going to show you, I marked up the stock movement and it literally did what I told you yesterday. So now are we going to get a sell-off even further? Are we not? We are waiting for Donald Trump to start. I see we are more and more people we have more and more people coming in. Welcome everyone at Martyn Lucas Investor. I am Vaz and we are waiting for Donald Trump to give his speech on the government shutdown. Is the government going to open tonight, or are we gonna get few more days of the government shutdown? And are we going to get into a market crash? Well, are we or are we not? There's only one way to find out. Bear with me, the stream should be starting in the very minute, and I'm refreshing the page and nothing is happening yet. So we are waiting for Donald Trump. He might be delayed slightly. It should be starting any minute. So what is the market doing? S&P still negative, Nasdaq today negative. Everything seems to be going slightly lower and lower bit by bit. Do we have any gold investors? I asked you in the poll, I asked you in the chat, and now we have a poll. I see we have more people. We have only 300 votes. Those who just joined, we are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I am Vaz, and we are waiting for Donald Trump to give his speech on the government shutdown. We have a massive audience. Don't forget to hit the like button. If you hit the like button and we hit 100 likes, the YouTube will start promoting the event right away, and more people will join us, and we get more opinions and more investment strategies as well. So I'm just asking you, hit the like button. You will help us to get better audience, and you will get opinion from more investors as well. You will get better sentiment and better feel for the market environment. Are we in the fear phase? Are we in the greed phase? Are we optimistic? Are we negative? So join the poll. How are you trading your market? How are you trading markets today or not right now? Are you going long, short, not trade, only invest, or are you undecided? And I'll be closing the poll in 10 seconds. In the meantime, don't forget to hit the like button and also subscribe as well, because we are bringing you a lot of events with Donald Trump. We are bringing you a lot of Fed. We are covering a lot of Fed events. Jerome Powell was talking yesterday. Sensei covers a lot of crypto conferences as well. I cover my tech conferences as well. So you are in the right place. We are waiting for Donald Trump to start. We should be starting any minute. In the meantime, again, don't forget to hit the like button. How many likes do we have? 140. Come on, we can do better. We can do better, audience. We have massive audience. We are waiting for Donald Trump, and I am now closing the poll. So we have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Oh, sorry, I closed it again. Right, what is your opinion? How are we trading markets now? 42% are going long. 27% only investing, not trading. Short, 16%, and 15% undecided. That's very interesting. I see we have new audience. I'll be asking more questions. Let's just catch up with the chat. Let's see what the market is doing. And we seem to have slight upside with the S&P recently. We have a slight, if I bring you this chart on the screen, we had a slight bounce, and is this going to recover? Probably not. We have Nasdaq down as well. Bitcoin, XRP is going even lower. Ethereum as well. The only two commodities we have on the screen that are up is gold and silver. Let me know if we have any gold and silver investors. And I'm now reading through the chat. Seth Houston is here, one of the members, holding and waiting. C. Marty says holding until it dips another 20%. Well, if it does, good luck with your investments and patience. Rasul, G-Class buy dip. Yes, I agree. Michael Tovey, all in buying silver. Very good, very good. Easy, stay out. CryptoBull says Tower Suite Turbo Pop. I can't. Is that even English? Sorry. Sam DX says bought more EVTL. Vertical Aerospace. Yes, great. I love it. Vertical Aerospace, one of the flying taxi companies. We have been bringing you very often and very regularly a lot of exclusive content as well. You can see big dip again. I think we will have a last bounce around the $5 mark. If we don't have any more catalyst, if we have bad news from today's Trump's speech on the government shutdown, that can go even lower. So it could be bigger, better buying opportunities. I can see we have more people coming in. Welcome everyone at Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm Vaz. We are waiting for Donald Trump to give his speech on the government shutdown. Are we going to get few more, and maybe even more than few more days of the government shutdown, or are we going to open the government tonight? What will be the market reaction? Well, if the government is open, we are set up for a very good rally, I think. And if the market stays closed, we might get better and better buying opportunity. Let me know in the chat. I'm now, you know what? I'm not asking in the chat. I will create a new poll if we have any silver and gold investors. So let me just, sorry, not this one. Let me just create a new poll. We are still waiting for the event. Let me just refresh the page. But Donald Trump is usually slightly late, which is not a bad thing. Let me start a poll. Are you invested in gold and silver? Question mark. And we put option 1 is gold. Option 2 is silver. Option 3 is both. And option 4 is none. And this will be very interesting because those who follow Sensei, who follow Sensei's morning show, we can see a massive rally in silver. Gold has already been unprecedented. Let's see. I want to hear from you. Are you invested in gold, silver, both, or none? Let me know in the poll right now. I can see the votes coming in. Keep it up. Keep it up. What are the markets doing? Do we have any recovery? Do we have any upsides? No, not really. Still, XRP is even lower. XRP is crashing. Ethereum is crashing. XRP is down almost 3% now. Wow, that is a lot. Bitcoin down as well. The Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500, they seem to be holding. Gold is going higher. Silver is stagnating around $1.26% on the day, but gold seems to be liking this environment, and oil dropping as well. Wow, that is interesting. That is very interesting. We are waiting for Donald Trump. Let me refresh the stream so you can see it on the screen. It's not happened yet. Donald Trump is a bit delayed. Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think he is the person who starts on time. So let's give him few minutes. Let's give him few more minutes. In the meantime, you can join our poll in the chat, and I will address few more comments from you. Let me just get this out of the way. There we go. And I will address more comments from you in the chat. Seth Houston says holding and waiting. Sam DX bought more EVTL, Vertical Aerospace. Technical holding cash and selling is shorting, says Song for Space. Enrique D, long baby. I love it. Davide Gennaro Fanelli. Hopefully I pronounce your name right. We tried a long for the bullish pump. Very good. Chris Sheldon, smash the like button. Thank you very much. Those who just joined, if you smash the like button, we have YouTube will start promoting this, and the more people we get in, the more people will take part in the polls and will express themselves in the chat, and you get better feel for the investor sentiment and for the mood on the market, in the market. So definitely hit the like button. And if you like what you are seeing, don't forget to subscribe, because we are covering most of the Donald Trump events. We are covering most of the Fed speeches as well, as we did this week. Sensei is covering a lot of crypto events, and I am covering a lot of tech conferences and investor conferences. Those who just joined, we are waiting for Donald Trump to give his speech on the government shutdown. Is the government open? Is the government open after the speech, or is the government closed after the speech for a few more days? We will find out. We are waiting. We are a few minutes away from Donald Trump to start talking. You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I am Vaz. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you like this content. It's not only me, there's also Sensei, who you can see tomorrow morning, and Martyn Lucas, the main face, you could see on the thumbnail of the video, and he is currently on holidays, and he is tearing down and rebuilding his studio. I spoke to Martyn before. He was covered in dust. It was quite funny. I wish you could see it. I should have taken a screenshot or a photo. So there we go. Take part in the poll. I'll be closing the poll in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Right, poll is closed. Sod it. Right, what is the sentiment? Who is investing in gold? Do we have any gold and silver investors? We have 388 votes. That's great. So none. 57%. Gold 19%. Both 14%, and silver 10%. Interesting. What is the market doing? What are the markets doing? Well, gold seems to be retracting. Silver slowing down as well. S&P dropping. Nasdaq dropping. What is S&P doing on the chart? Actually, let's have a look. Let's have a look on the chart. There's this screen. Yes, S&P is slowly, very, very slowly dropping. So let's see what the reaction is going to be. If the government opens, we can possibly we can expect a very good rally. If the government is shut down, we can see further dip, further crash. How are you trading this? Let me know in the chat and I'll be talking to you very shortly. Shall we have a new poll? What do you think is going to happen? Well, I think we will have the most important one. Today's result will be government open, government closed, and third opinion undecided. So take part. There's one more poll in the chat. We are waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech on the government shutdown. I'm now refreshing the stream. Nothing is coming through yet. So Donald Trump is a bit late. Bear with me. We are waiting. We are literally a few minutes away. In the meantime, don't forget to hit the like button, because the more likes we get, the better YouTube will get promoted this video, and the more people we get in. The more people are in, the better sentiment and better you can gauge the mood on the market. The more investors we get in and they take part in these polls, the better feel you get for the mood in the market. Because you can think you are bullish, but the whole market can think it's the end of the world. It's just waiting, it's just hanging on a little thread, and then everything can sell off. So if you hit the like button, also subscribe, because we are bringing you Donald Trump. Almost anytime he's live, we are bringing you a live stream from the conference, from the speech. We are covering the Fed events as well. Sensei covered one yesterday. Sensei also covers his crypto events. He had Brad Garlinghouse, the XRP CEO. He's not a CEO, XRP CEO, but he's a CEO of Ripple, the company responsible for XRP. Sensei brought him on the screen yesterday, and I'm covering tech and new startup conferences as well. So definitely hit the like button, and if you like this content, you can subscribe as well. And what I'm going to do now, I will check how many subscribers we have, because that usually goes up on the live. So let me just bring this up. We are waiting for Donald Trump to go live. Nothing is happening yet. Let me refresh this. Nothing is coming through yet. Donald Trump is a few minutes late. Bear with me. We are covering Donald Trump giving the speech on the government shutdown. Are we going to open, or are we going to keep the government closed? You will find out in the very minute. Let me go to check something for you. And I will let you know something in the very second. What is going on? Right, bear with me. I'm already here. There we go. I will show you something. There we go. That's the dashboard. We have, how do I open this? I can't show you. We have 104,996 subscribers. There was a function to show you this on the screen, so you could believe me. Right, you have to believe me. Now it's gone up to 2 subscribers. Are we going to hit 105,000? Well, we are waiting for Donald Trump giving his speech on the government shutdown. And it will be any minute. In the meantime, hit the like button, because the more likes we have, the more this event gets promoted. And this is great evidence, because we started with 800 people and now we have over 1,000. And we have more investors coming in, and you can gauge the sentiment. You can engage in the chat. You can see what is the mood around the market. So, and we are literally there. 105,000. How can I show this to you without revealing too much? Let me zoom this. Oh, I will show it this way to you. Look at this, 105,000. Look at this, 105,000. Thank you very much. You are all amazing. We are still waiting for Donald Trump to give his speech on the government shutdown. I am Vaz, and you are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm now playing with my settings. I threw completely all my screens. It doesn't matter, because we are having fun. What are we expecting? What outcome are we expecting? Have a look at the poll. I will leave it on for 30 more seconds. Let's have a look at the markets. The S&P, is going down. S&P is selling off. Nasdaq as well. Bitcoin and XRP crushing. XRP is even lower than it was 5 minutes ago. We are down 3.06% on the day. Bitcoin down 2.55% on the day. And Ethereum 2.67% down. Which commodity likes it is gold and silver. Gold has been around the 2% all last half hour. Silver up as well. Oil doesn't like this environment. And we have more people coming in. Thank you everyone for joining. We are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I am Vaz, and we are waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech on the government shutdown. We have more and more people coming in. Don't forget to hit the like button. We have a lot of votes in the poll. In the chat, under the video, if you are watching on your mobile, under the video there is live chat, and in the chat there's a poll pinned to the top of the chat. What do you think? Are we going to open the government, or is the government going to be closed after Donald Trump's speech? Or are you undecided? At least take part. There's 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. I will leave this poll on, and then we will move on. So, in the chat, also let us know in the chat. Please keep everything civilized. Let's have an argument. Let's have a healthy argument. Let's agree and disagree, but let's be civilized. All our members are. And also, if you are civilized, you can hit the like button and you can subscribe as well. You can be part of this civilized community. Right, let's close the poll. What is going on? What is your opinion? What are we expecting? Government closed, 43%. So 43% is expecting no outcome. That's very interesting. Government open, 38%. So we are very close. We are very, very torn. There's no clear opinion, no clear guidance, and 19% undecided. We had 516 votes. That's great. That's great. What are the markets doing? We are waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech on the government shutdown. He is a bit late. He's running about 21 minutes late now. So let's just see what the markets are doing. Let me get a bit of tea, because this is so thrilling and so exciting. I'm getting thirsty. So the S&P is selling off, and I can show you on the actual chart that the S&P is now dipping. It's probably because we are coming to closer and closer to the closing bell as well. So the markets will be selling off. I wouldn't be surprised if we sell off even more. Nasdaq going down as well. Bitcoin. Ooh, Bitcoin down 2.62 on the day. XRP down 3.21. Do we have any XRP investors? Let me know in the chat. Pop in XRP and your average. Let me know what your average is. Because currently we are at $2.3369. Let me know in the chat XRP and tell me your average. Don't tell me how much money, don't tell me your position, tell me your average. I'm very interested about the average. Silver and gold. Gold is holding at 2% intraday, and silver about the same level as about a half hour ago. $1.12%. And oil doesn't like this environment either. So let me get in the chat for you. Ooh, let me refresh this and I can see your messages coming through. Smart Money Advisor Wealth Management Division, there we go. I expect 5% drop to continue through on Bitcoin. Anointed Flowers, XRP, Tanishq, XRP, everyone is in XRP. Gookie, HWSG, 150. Wow, that's great average. XRP to the moon, says Chris Sheldon. Andre Ola, no, you're not in XRP. Great. The Mystery Bitcoin well opened up a massive long today. So he's been tipped off that the government is going back to work. Very interesting opinion, SR. Let's see if this is true. Smart Money Advisors all over and overall market. 218 is Richard Barton. Kevin Sloan, 2.22. Very good averages. I can see some very good averages. Market crashing, says Forest City. Jaden Hawk. Can the market just pump? Well, we might have to wait for that. We might not. We are definitely waiting for Donald Trump to start. We won't find out without Donald start trumping. We're not going to find out without Donald Trump starting. And he is running a bit late. So in the meantime, let me know in the chat what is your average on XRP. Webmaster was there. What was that? I've lost it now. I think it was 1.95. C Marty, XRP average 170. XRP 0.4, Richard Osterbring. Congratulations, mate. Congratulations. XRP 150k in, says Susan B. Ooh, interesting. BJJ 220, Michael B 47 cents. Revved Up Biker 50 cents average in XRP. Wow, congratulations. Jamie Reese 198. Gookie HWSG, I'm not reading your name right, am I? XRP average 52. Michael Tovey 0.7, very good. Salt, is that Scholt? That's Hungarian, isn't it? Says Avantis. Chetan Bilali, yes. Bilali? I can't pronounce these. Sorry if I'm misreading your name. Frankster, XRP average 88. Robin Nilsson 170. Well, let's have a look what XRP is doing. We are 24 minutes away from market close and XRP is holding. No, it's not holding. It's just going down. To 33.22 and it's now going even lower. Oh, what's going on? 3.35% down intraday. Bitcoin down 2.57% intraday. Ethereum 2.79 intraday. Whoa. So, if you like this content, don't forget to hit the like button. Consider becoming a member as well, because we have a lot of membership perks. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe as well, because at one point we will close the chat to subscribers only, and I will probably do it very, very shortly. And you know, subscription costs you nothing, and you can be part of this because we are covering a lot of Trump events. We are covering a lot of Fed speeches, probably all of them. And we are also covering crypto conferences. Sensei had yesterday live on the show, on the screen, Brad Garlinghouse, the Ripple CEO, and he was talking about XRP. So definitely hit the like button and subscribe, and I will show you if we have gained any subscribers. So before we were 105,000. There we are. Can you see it on the screen? 105,000. If I refresh this, what are we getting now? Woo, 105, 27. That's great. Thank you very much for joining. We are still waiting for Donald Trump. Let me refresh this. We seem to be going nowhere. He will be live any minute. Don't worry, he will be live any minute. Let's have a look what the markets are doing, and I will offer you our membership to become a member. Right, this link in the chat for you. Whoop. This link in the chat for you is giving you a lot of exclusive membership perks. You will get membership content. You will get, let me just chuck it in the chat at you. You will get, let me just spam it. That's me spamming, yeah? That's the membership link. And I've messed it up now. And I may have I got timed out. There we go. I got timed out for 5 seconds. So there's a lot of, on the serious note, there's a lot of perks. We do members only content. You can be part of members only events. It costs only $2.99. What that is? 10 cents a day. There we go. And you are members of great community as well. You will get your membership badge. As you can see in the chat, we have a lot of members, but we have a lot of non-members. So I hope you are at least subscribed. Thank you very much for joining. Anyway, we are watching Martyn Lucas Investor and Vaz, and we are waiting for Donald Trump to start. Let's see what the markets are doing. Let's see what the markets are doing. Are we liking the weight or not? Well, XRP doesn't like it, Ethereum doesn't like it, Bitcoin doesn't like it. XRP seem to be holding now, those minus 3.3%. S&P holding currently. Let's have a look at the big chart. Yes, we can see it. S&P is holding. Somebody is shouting in the chat at me, Archer, what is Archer doing? Well, Archer is selling off even more. We are retesting again this support, and I wouldn't be surprised if it dips off and if it starts selling off and we touch probably 1160 if we dip a bit further. Joby, whilst we are checking Archer, Joby is doing pretty much the same. We might break through as well through this support. The rest, sorry about the ad, and the rest you can see on the screen. Let's see if Donald Trump is ready. Let me refresh the stream. Donald Trump is not ready yet. That's interesting because he is literally half an hour. He's literally 30 minutes late. Right, shall we start a new poll? Okay, let's start a new poll. Let's do this. Do you like Donald Trump's personality? Not his presidency, not his office, just his personality, yeah? Let me know. Do you like Donald Trump's personality? And, well, only two options, isn't it? Yes, no, undecided. Right, I'm very interested. So in the chat, under the video, if you are watching on your phone, under the video, there's a live chat. On top of the chat, there's now a poll open. Do you like Donald Trump's personality? Yes, no, and undecided. And I can see the votes pouring through. Wow, that's very interesting. Excuse me, I almost choked on my tea. Right, so Donald Trump is going to talk any minute. Any minute, Donald Trump is going to give his speech on the government shutdown. You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I am Vaz. And we are only a few minutes away from Donald Trump talking. What are the markets doing? Well, the S&P is selling off even more. 1% down intraday. Nasdaq 1.4%. Bitcoin, XRP crashing even lower. Ethereum crashing. Gold holding around the 2% intraday. Silver is going slightly up. And oil is holding. Right. I see your votes coming through. I will leave it open for another 10 seconds and we will see. Is Donald Trump ready? Is Donald Trump in the room? Is Donald Trump in the room? Let me have a look if we can find any source of information. If we have any updates. Donald Trump speech. If we have any updates. And let's see. We've got Trump says he will meet Putin in Hungary for Ukraine talks after very productive phone call. That's not part of this conference. We are still waiting for Donald Trump to go live. Let me just check if we have any alternative sources, because some of the conferences, they show the background, the behind the scenes, and it'll be more interesting. So bear with me. I'm now searching for more sources. Donald Trump. I'm trying to find some other live streams. I can see there's another one. It's got a pixelated screen. The other one is not open yet, so we are waiting. We are waiting for Donald Trump. Oh, this one. No, this is the old. That's an old one actually. Let me filter this. Find what we've got here. Yes, we have. This might be a better stream for you. Let me give you this. Let me give you this. Right, let's have a look. Bear with me. Let's see what the markets are doing. In the meantime, the S&P holding around -1% intraday. Same Nasdaq, 1.04. Bitcoin, XRP still going down. Gold holding. Silver holding. Oil, no movement at all. Right, that's very interesting. Let's see what Trump is doing. Trump is not doing anything, but we have Sky News. We have at least a bit of coverage, bit of footage from the outside of the White House. Let's see let's see if Donald Trump is going to talk right now or not. We have some other broadcasts. I think this one is the only one open. What is this? Let me just check something for you. I'm trying to find a different source of information. That is not the live one. That's a replay. Yeah, I think this is the only stream we have. Right. I'm still searching. Do we have any more? That's a replay. Right. There's a lot of channels who just broadcast replay live. And people are thinking, people like you who are interested in markets and who want to learn something, they are just watching replay speeches and conferences from past days, and they will learn nothing. So you are in the right place. As soon as we start, we will find out. Are we going to get government open, or are we going to keep the government shut? You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm Vaz, and we are waiting for Donald Trump and his speech on the government shutdown. In the meantime, don't forget to hit the like button. I see the likes have been streaming through. That's great, but we can do better. We can do a bit better. And obviously, if you like this content, we are covering a lot of Donald Trump events, pretty much every single one. We are covering a lot of Fed, Jerome Powell, the FOMC. Also, Sensei brought you yesterday, and he covers a lot of crypto as well. Brad Garlinghouse yesterday live on the show, not on the show, but he was covering interview with him, and We are doing a lot of tech conferences as well. Seth Houston is giving me super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Quick thoughts on hover before the bell. Well, I can have a look for you. Let's have a look at the chart. I gave you my thoughts yesterday. Were you watching me yesterday, Seth? Horizon Aircraft, one of the eVTOLs. And if you stay where you are, if you like this content, I do expect you like me. So if you like me, you stay where you are after the event, and I'll be bringing you new emerging market, which we think is great investment opportunity. And we believe this market will be huge. This will be the new electric vehicle market. So what we are looking at the daily chart. We had a crash as well. We had a 52-week high before the market, pre-market. Now we have a good retraction, but the whole eVTOL market is retracting. You can see Archer on the daily as well. You can see Joby on the daily as well. So I would wait for what Donald is going to say, what Donald Trump is going to say. I would probably wait a bit, see if it's worth it. If we have positive news, you can always jump in on the back of the news. If not, you will have better investment opportunity or better entry point. Again, this is not a financial advice. This is just my opinion and my investment strategies. So what is the whole market, or what are the markets doing? S&P slightly recovering, 0.1%, Nasdaq as well. Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum, they just don't like it. XRP is lower and lower. Let me bring the chart on the screen. Let me bring the full chart on the screen for you. No, this one. We are waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech on the government shutdown. It won't be long. He is few minutes late, as we know, but the event should be starting shortly. I've checked multiple streams. None of it is live. Whatever has got live coverage, this is it's like this, like Sky News standby. And I'm getting something from. Okay, I will check this out shortly. Let's have a look at the XRP chart. If I go to the chart and show it on the screen, look at it. It's just, oh, that's not looking good. That's not XRP. Hang on. What did I? You need XRP. This one. This is the XRP. That's not looking good either. So on the daily chart, if I zoom in, oh, that's too much. Hang on. Let me get this chart up. Right. XRP is not looking very well. It's been laddering down. So let's see. Are we going to get some good news, or are we not? We are still waiting for Donald Trump to start his speech on the government shutdown. You are watching Martyn Lucas Investor. I'm Vaz, and we should be starting any minute. We are a few minutes late. I've got something else I can show you. Let's check out the markets, what the markets are doing. I've got some more to show you. We've got the official White House stream or broadcast, and they say we will begin shortly. So the event hasn't started yet. Donald Trump running a bit late. Thank you everyone for standing by. Let's have a look what the poll is saying. We have 575 votes. Do you like Donald Trump's personality? Yes, no, and undecided. I will leave this on for another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last votes in. I can see last votes coming in. Got a few more seconds. I can see people still clicking on it. Go on. Go. Still coming in. Go. We have very interesting result. Go. That's it. I'm closing the poll. Right. So, do you like Donald Trump's personality? 45% yes. 40% no. 15% undecided. Wow. That's very interesting. I was expecting more resolutive answer. That's very interesting. What is the next question? Well, what is the next question? Can see we have more people coming in. Thank you very much for joining me. We are watching Martyn Lucas Investor and Vaz, and we are waiting for Donald Trump to give his speech on the government shutdown. Is the government going to open tonight after Donald Trump's speech, or are we going to be shut down for a few more days? There's only one way to find out. Don't go anywhere. Hit the like button. If you like this content, don't forget to subscribe as well. Costs you nothing, and you will not miss out on the next event. We also cover FOMC, Fed reports. We covered a lot. I think we have covered pretty much every single one Powell's public performance in the past 2 months. So again, if you are a considerate investor, and if you are wise and you are looking after your investments and you are investing wisely, you follow these events. You follow Jerome Powell. You follow what Donald Trump is saying, because it's affecting the markets, and you are in the right place. So if you are a wise investor, you definitely want to hit the subscribe button as well. So what poll are we going to ask next? What are the markets doing? We forgot to check the markets. Well, the S&P is slightly recovering. Few bits. I can't remember the word now. I've lost the word. Sorry. So a few bits up. It's because it's not percentile point, is it? Because if it's 0.01, few fractions, let's call it few fractions going up. Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum keep going down. They keep going down. I'll show you this chart. Slowly laddering lower and lower and lower. That's not looking very good unless we have some good news today. Unless we have some good news, this is not looking very positive. Gold holding slightly up. Silver few fractions of percent up as well. And oil is not doing anything. Right, we are still waiting for Donald Trump. The event, this is directly from the White House, and they say, we will begin shortly. President Trump makes an announcement, October the 16th, 2025. So you see, this is no fake event. This is a real, genuine event. I just want to ask moderators, good job moderators, thank you very much. I would like to ask everyone, we can disagree, we can have arguments, we can have discussion, but let's please all be civilized. All our members are civilized. And if you are civilized, you can subscribe as well, maybe. Oh, there we go. We have a movement. We have a movement. So let me give you the audio.
And I want to thank this group of people. They're incredible people. We just had a call, as you know, with President Putin. I thought it was a very good call, so we'll talk about it maybe later. But it went very well. We're here today to announce a historic victory for American women, mothers, and families. With the actions I will outline this afternoon, will dramatically slash the cost of IVF and the treatment and many of the most common fertility drugs. For countless millions of Americans, prices are going way down, way down. I want to thank Libby Horn, who is the Senior Vice President of Fertility of EMD Serrano. So I want to thank you. Let's see here. That's what I thought. I thought it was you. Thank you, Libby, very much. And let me also thank...
Yeah, the volume is low from the stream. I can't play it any louder. This is the loudest I can play it.
Whose wife destroyed the people on The View yesterday. I have to say that. I'm not going to ever get into an argument with her. And you've decided, you learned that a long time ago, right? She did a great job, actually. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez de Rimmer. Thanks, Lori. Howard, thanks. CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's a fantastic guy, and he's done really well. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. Thank you, Marty. Senator Katie Britt, who got me started with this whole thing when she called up to say there was a bad ruling by a judge, right? We got to do something, sir, and we did it very quickly. Probably in 24 hours it was done. Congressman Richard Hudson, a great guy, and his wife Renee. Richard, hi, Richard. And advocate Samantha Bush, who's a very respected person. For years, American couples struggling with infertility have faced crushing costs in their quest to start a family, and IVF is among the most expensive treatments of all. A single round of IVF in the United States can cost up to $25,000, can actually go a lot higher than that, and many couples require multiple rounds for a successful pregnancy. A major reason for these high prices is the excessive cost of the drugs involved. The number one fertility drug used in IVF is currently 700% more expensive in the United States than the rest of the world. And you know, we're ending all of that. It's called favored nations, and we're ending it, and we're ending it pretty fast. Nobody thought we'd be able to do it, and we've done it. Drugs are going to come down. Drug prices are coming down 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Great for Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. Great for everything, I think, Dr. Oz. So that's something that's, to me, it's very exciting. I'm bugging him and Bobby all the time. How are we doing with that? And we're doing really good, Bobby. It's really going good. Other countries are agreeing to it, because if they don't, we put tariffs on them, and then they agree. So it's amazing. It's amazing how that worked out. But as an example, in London, you'd buy a certain drug for $130, and even less than that, I guess, $88 as of a count a month ago. And in New York, you pay $1,300 for the same thing. So
Volume is fixed now.
Instead of $1,300, you'll be paying about $150, and they'll be paying $150 too. We're going to pay the same thing. Favored nations. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. And we've been ripped off by the whole world for a long period of time. One of the most popular fertility drug regimens costs over $5,000 per cycle, as an example. Wow. Largely as a result of these unsustainable prices, 70% of the employers do not offer insurance that covers IVF. Therefore, most couples with fertility challenges are paying these costs entirely out of their own pockets, which is not really possible to do. Oh, look who we have. Look at that, the great Maria Bartiromo. I didn't know, did you get put into the regular pool pack? That's very good. Yeah, that's good. Nice to see you. I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. In the Trump administration, we want to make it easier for all couples to have babies, raise children, and start the families they've always dreamed about. That's why today I'm pleased to announce that after extensive negotiations, EMD Serrano, the largest fertility drug manufacturer in the world, has agreed to provide massive discounts to all fertility drugs they sell in the United States, including the most popular drug of all, the IVF drug Gonal-F. So it's Gonal-F. Is that a proper pronunciation?
Very
Close
well
enough,
done.
right?
Very well done.
Gonal-F. As part of this agreement, EMD Serrano will list their fertility drugs online at trumprx.gov at very, very heavily reduced prices, prices that you won't even believe. And ultimately, that's because of the favored nations. In addition, the FDA will be working with the company to expedite review and approval of another common fertility IVF drug, and currently it's selling in Europe. It's Pergoveris. And that's a sounding nice name. Pergoveris. Why can't you name them nice, simple names? Nice, easy names. It doesn't matter. If it works, that's all we care about, right? Upon approval, this drug would directly compete against a much more expensive option that currently has a monopoly in the American market, and this will bring down costs very significantly, and the other one's going to have to come down also. Finally, EMD Serrano has agreed that all future drugs and everything that it develops and sells in the United States will be offset at most favored nation prices. I've been after this for a long time, and we started the process in the last administration, and then we had a little thing called COVID that came up. We had to focus on that, did a good job on that too. And they'll bring a significant portion of their drug manufacturing back to the United States. So they're going to bring it largely back into the United States, and that's for a lot of reasons, but primarily because of the election result, November 5th, and maybe most importantly because of the tariffs, because if they do it here, there are no tariffs. So we're going to be very close, I think by the end of this year, we're going to be very close to $20 trillion in investment. As an example, the Biden administration had less than $1 trillion, substantially less than $1 trillion for 4 years, Maria. Can you imagine? 4 years, less than one. We're going to break $20 trillion of investment, and we're already over $17 trillion, and that's in 8 months. Can you believe that? And he was at less than $1 trillion. And in addition to that, he had open borders, allowing millions of people to pour in. What an administration that was. Worst president in history, by far. As a result of these actions, the per-cycle cost of drugs used in IVF will fall by an estimated 73% for American consumers, and the numbers are going to actually be very substantially higher as time goes by when it really kicks in. For most of, I mean, think of those numbers. You know, I told the story last time because we were with Pfizer, and Pfizer's doing something very similar. But I told them that my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was the first president in 28 years where drug prices went down for the year. And you know what they went down? 1/8 of 1%. But I was so 1/8 of 1%. Now I'm getting them down, Maria, 500, 600, 800%. In some cases, even more than that. It's hard to believe. But I was proud. I said, oh, wow, I'm the first one. 1/8 of 1%. And I was proud of that. Now I realized, and I called a news conference. Some of you were at that news conference, actually. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We've gone down by 1/8 of 1%. And now we're going down 500, 600, 700, 800%, Richard. So it's really something. For most administrations and all of the people involved in this kind of thing, this action would be a crowning achievement of their agenda for fertility health. But for us, it's really just the beginning. It's just a start. It's one of many things we're doing. Today, we're also taking historic steps to vastly expand access to insurance coverage for fertility care, including IVF, something that, as you know, was not covered. Effective immediately, for the first time ever, we will make it legal for companies to offer supplemental insurance plans specifically for fertility. That's never been done before. We're signing it in today with what we signed. Americans will be able to opt in to specialized coverage just as they get vision and dental insurance. They're going to get fertility insurance for the first time. So I don't know. I don't know how well these things are covered. I see the Democrats like to take credit for all of the things we do. We do the things and they take the credit. But I figure if you do enough of these, eventually people are going to figure it out. The Democrats have done nothing. This will make all fertility care, including IVF, far more affordable and accessible. And by providing coverage at every step of the way, it will reduce the number of people who ultimately need to resort to IVF because couples will be able to identify and address problems early. The result will be healthier pregnancies, healthier babies, and many more beautiful American children. It's a big factor. It's a big deal. I'm asking all employers to make these new fertility benefit options available to their employees immediately. The initiatives I've just announced are the boldest and most significant actions ever taken by any president to bring the miracle of life into more American homes. And I will say Katie was great. As you know, she's a great senator from Alabama. She's the first one that told me about this. I had not known too much about it, and we worked very rapidly together, didn't we, though?
Mr. President, you saved
we had everything passed, and Alabama then took care of it and passed it. Within a week, everything was done. Really, it was something. So I want to thank Katie, Brett. There's no deeper happiness and joy of raising children, and now millions of Americans struggling with infertility will have a new chance to share the greatest experience of them all. So I'd like to thank all of the people that are here, and I think we'll start with Dr. Oz and Ms. Horn. We'll go through the list and we'll listen. And yesterday I did this, and I stood for about an hour and a half as people spoke. And I said, this time I'm sitting right there, and I'm going to watch you. I stood for an hour and a half like this. I said, you got to be kidding. Here we go. It was one after another, and it was wonderful listening to them. But I said, if I have to do this every day, Bobby, should I stand or sit? Thank you, Bobby. Please, Dr. Oz.
Don't go anywhere. There will be Q&A after they stop speaking. There will be questions by the journalists, and they will definitely be asking about the government shutdown. So don't go anywhere. Stand by.
From the very first phone call we ever had, your support was strong. It was steadfast. It was unwavering. And because of you, millions of Americans are going to have a greater opportunity to bring the greatest gift, in my opinion, life into this world. Your support, your administration's support, it's a game changer. All of us here today are aligned. This is a celebration of life. It's a celebration of parents. It's a celebration of families. And it's a celebration for those people who want to one day be parents themselves. I think every parent can attest, and I certainly do myself, that the greatest gift that God has ever given me is the ability to be a mom. We want more people to have that opportunity. We want to make that easier and more affordable. IVF is what makes the difference for so many families that are facing infertility. So you've seen the numbers. It's either 1 in 8 couples, or some people say as much as 1 in 6, are actually experiencing issues with fertility. It's 9% of males and at least 11% of females that are facing these challenges as they work to build their family. The recommendations today that President Trump has set forth are going to expand IVF coverage to nearly 1 million more families, and they're going to drive down cost significantly. Mr. President, this is the most pro-IVF thing that any president in the history of the United States of America has done. And Mr. President, it's your leadership. You are the reason why the Republican Party is now the party of parents. We are the party of families. This is why when Senator Cruz and I worked last year, we got every single Republican senator to sign on and say that they supported nationwide access to IVF. And just for the record, IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. And President Trump taking this action today to lower cost, to bring these issues to the forefront, and to enact solutions for people working to start their families. I want you to know it's significant, and there's more to come. But this isn't the only thing that you've done to prove that we're the party of parents and we're the party of families. If you look at the working family tax cut, guys, he made sure that hard-working parents were front and center in that legislation. You know, whether it was child tax credits being expanded and made permanent, whether it was Trump accounts that are going to change the game for so many parents, or whether it was childcare. So for decades, we have heard Democrats talk about childcare. President Trump actually took action on the affordability and accessibility of childcare. We know that 1 in 4 families say that they hesitate to have more children because of the cost and because of childcare cost. For the first time, This man actually took steps to change the dynamics for hardworking parents. So of the 3 tax credits that he reformed and the working families tax cuts, 2 of them had not been touched in 2 decades, and 1 of them had not been touched since 1986. So President Reagan was in office the last time anybody did anything about it. But you changed the game on that, and I was proud to lead that effort in the Senate. And so on behalf of moms and dads, on behalf of grandparents and sisters and aunts and uncles and brothers and people who are looking to expand their family, we say thank you. Thank you for all you do to support families in this country and make a healthier environment and an easier one for us to grow the very most important thing. God bless.
So nice. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. There'll be Q&A. There'll be Q&A, and they'll be asking about the government shutdown in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
A leading U.S. drug manufacturer came into this room and agreed to do something none of us thought was possible. A most favored nation agreement with numbers, again, inconceivable. Last week, a company from Europe, a global leader in the pharmaceutical sector, came to this office, made the same kind of commitment for most favored nation pricing, again, because the president insisted on it and was persistent, and he alluded to the fact that he was calling Secretary Kennedy and me quite a bit. He definitely was, with great insights into the process and would not hold back. But I think what you're seeing today is something even larger. It's larger because we're now showing that MFN is a tool that can get other initiatives going as well. We are revealing perhaps the most important MFN opportunity at all, because it's about procreation. It's about babies. It turns out that MFN is a tool for a lot of things, and it goes without saying that you get the drug pricing down, but lots of other business necessities become possible when that occurs. So Secretary Kennedy and I, who's a wonderful leader, talk frequently about family. I think the reason he's a great leader and president as well is because they have large families and they take pride in the joy that it gives us. But many families, as Senator Britt alluded, do not have the ability to have children. But it turns out that it's about 1 in 3 families, a much higher number, that don't have the number of babies they desire. They're under-babied. So this president committed to address that during the campaign, and he is delivering on that today in a way I don't think anyone thought was possible. We are opening the door with MFN pricing and tariffs that support it, Secretary Lutnick, with a new approach to make reproductive medicine more affordable for Americans. Now, I know what you're all thinking, and you're probably right. There are going to be a lot of Trump babies. I think that's probably a good thing. But it turns out the fundamental creative force in society is about making babies. It's about creating. And this country, the one that President Trump is leading so beautifully, has been a country of abundance, not scarcity. To have abundance, you have to address the fact that we had 3.6 million babies last year, which is beautiful, 3.6 million miracles. That's 500,000 less babies than we would ideally have had, even to replace our current population. Building on the success of the last 2 weeks, our team, led by the head of Medicare, Chris Klump, who's standing over there, and Ina Hernandez, have negotiated a spectacular MFN deal to reduce the cost of IVF drug prices by $2,200 a cycle. That's nearly half of the price that it had been. The most prescribed drug in this category in America, made by MD Serrano, is described over here. And you'll notice, President Trump, these are discounted from $242 to $10. I don't know what the math is on that. We can't even calculate it. It's a lot. It's too high to calculate without a more studied approach. But I give it up there because that number of $10 will apply for every American who earns less than $115,000 a year. That's 70% of the American people. The remaining folks who are able to make more will have to pay a tiny bit more, but it's still most favored nation pricing, no different from what the Europeans are willing to pay. Now, to make this deal happen, Chris and Inma had to do something special. They had to actually not just get the drug price down, but get the middlemen to let it go as well. And Mr. President, we've met with the middlemen in the past. They're now joining the MFN movement. I want to thank Express Scripts Freedom Pharmacy and then CVS's Specialty Pharmacy, because they were willing to stand up and do the right thing for the American people by answering the president's call and slashing their prices. Now, this announcement also encompasses a remarkable move from Marty McCary. And Marty McCary is, of course, the leader of the FDA, but he has ongoing efforts to accelerate their approval of innovative medicines that will further reduce the price and make this whole process more seamless for the American people. Now, you're about to hear about a spectacular new program that's been alluded to. But one of the architects of that program, Heidi Overton, Deputy Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, is going to take us through the exciting details of what this is going to offer for the American people, especially those who are in the workforce. But first, we think you should hear from Libby Horn. Libby's EMD Serrano's head.
Don't go anywhere. There will be questions after this talk. There'll be questions, and there no doubt will be questions about the government shutdown. Don't go anywhere. Stand by.
The company made today's spectacular MFM pricing possible. Libby.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we gather on this national stage to celebrate a historic step forward in expanding access to fertility treatments for those who need it most. Mr. President, thanks to your leadership and the tireless efforts of your team, this is a momentous day for Americans who struggle but remain hopeful to build their families. Infertility is on the rise in our country. 1 in 8 couples face infertility.
I'll be back in 1 second.
This isn't just
Don't go
number.
anywhere.
It's real lives, dreams, and aspirations of hardworking Americans. The teacher who goes to school each day, surrounded by children, but aching for children of her own. The firefighter who puts his life on the line, but can't create the life he wants at home. The consequences of these challenges can take significant tolls. Some of you watching today have given up or are frustrated because access to IVF treatments has been out of reach. That's why expanding access to IVF has been an issue of great importance to the President. He made this clear in his executive order declaring the administration's goal of supporting American families by enabling access and eliminating barriers to IVF. Today, EMD Serrano is proud to help President Trump deliver on his promise to you. Thanks to the President's leadership, EMD Serrano has worked alongside distributors and other partners to help more families have access to services and innovations that are consistent with other countries. Through our partnership with the administration, we are proud to announce that Americans will have access to our leading IVF therapies for an 84% discount off list prices.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for making this possible.
Thank you very much. It's great. Fantastic.
For more than 40 years, EMD Serrano has been a global leader in fertility. Our science was instrumental in the birth of the first IVF baby in the US, and we've helped to bring more than 6 million babies into the world since then. Our purpose is to help create, improve, and prolong life. That means discovering more medicines and bringing them to patients faster. FDA Commissioner McCary has made it a priority to ensure that Americans have access to the world's most innovative treatments as quickly as possible. To that end, EMD Serrano is filing a new IVF therapy called Pergoveris for review under the FDA Commissioner's National Priority Voucher Program. If approved, Pergoveris would combine 2 key reproductive hormones in synergy designed to mimic reproductive physiology. This therapeutic option could mean fewer injections, fewer copays, and lower self-pay cost, all of which make a real difference in the IVF patient experience. In closing, on behalf of EMD Serrano, I want to send my heartfelt thanks to President Trump and the entire administration for their leadership and vision in this critical area of healthcare. Together, we will make a difference in the lives of countless families across this nation and uphold our long-standing legacy of creating life. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. There'll be questions for the journalists. Don't go anywhere. We will talk about the government shutdown.
Thank you for
no
your
doubt.
bold leadership that's allowed our teams to go far beyond what anyone thought was possible. On behalf of the Domestic Policy Council and Vince Haley here, we would like to also thank all the agency partners and the stakeholders that we worked with to get to the solution today that will make a real impact for families. Specifically, today's historic actions, 4 in total that you see, are made possible by coordination of all of the White House team and 7 agencies, many of who are represented here, and their teams that have worked tirelessly. As you described, Mr. President, the current system isn't working. 7 in 10 Americans don't have coverage to IVF. They face high costs and uncertain outcomes. And there's intense demand for fertility benefits. 65% of Americans say that they would leave their current job just because of fertility benefits. So you asked us to lower costs and to fix the broken incentives in healthcare. So in addition to lowering the cost of drugs by 73% or $2,200 per cycle, which if you missed it, most people require 2 or 3 cycles. So that's significant savings for families. I'm also going to briefly outline the new solution for coverage. This is a new fertility benefit option that employers can immediately offer to their employees starting today. This afternoon, the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Treasury will be releasing guidance that, for the first time, creates a legal pathway for employers to offer fertility benefit packages to people that need them, similar to how dental, vision, and life insurance are currently offered. This will be followed up by a regulation. These benefits can address the continuum of fertility needs, from the root causes of IVF, which Secretary Kennedy is working on very hard at HHS, to it'll be a coordinated package that does not exist in traditional health insurance today. It'll make it easier for employers, including small and mid-sized employers, to compete for talented employees. Currently, many small businesses cannot afford to offer fertility benefits at all. This is making it possible for them to offer benefits the same way that large companies like Amazon and others offer benefits. This is a pro-family benefit expansion that will transform clinical outcomes by addressing fragmented coverage and care. I'm a physician by training, and it's very important that we have high-quality care. Fertility benefit companies are poised to offer packages that have reported so far roughly 25% higher live birth rates for those that seek care compared to those that don't have such benefits. They also report fewer cycles to achieve pregnancy, improved natural pregnancy rates through better care before you need IVF, and reduced chance of miscarriages, a 21% reduction in miscarriage rate. Leading physicians in the field have also relayed that these types of benefits significantly improve the patient and doctor experience, allowing both to focus on care rather than navigating the bureaucracy. These impacts are very personal. Here with us today are my good friends, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina and his wife, Renee Hudson. Both have worked in public service for years, including Renee for all 4 years of your past administration, Mr. President, and they struggled with infertility. Today they have a beautiful son who's their pride and joy. He's an amazing boy. But they also suffered multiple losses throughout their fertility journey, something that is very common. Unfortunately, too many people go through the hard, arduous process of IVF and still result in a miscarriage. So today, your option is not only saving money, it's going to improve the quality of care significantly. This new benefit option simultaneously represents the greatest opportunity to expand coverage of IVF that the federal government has ever taken, while also improving the care delivered. Additionally, and very importantly, it gives employers maximum flexibility to design benefits that are consistent with their values. Put simply, this new fertility benefit option means lower costs and more healthy babies. So today, this announcement, we are realigning the industry towards the simple metric of more healthy babies at lower costs. I would now like to introduce Samantha Bush, the wife of NASCAR driver Kyle Busch, who's been a leading advocate for IVF access and affordability after your own infertility journey.
Don't go anywhere. When they stop talking, there will be questions from the journalists. In the meantime, I will show you on the screen main American IVF manufacturers. So have a look at the chart. No reaction, minimal reaction.
Who's 10, and our daughter Lennox,
surprisingly,
who's now 3. But our journey was long and painful. We faced 6 rounds of IVF, multiple miscarriages, multiple failed cycles, and countless moments of heartbreak. We faced the roller coaster of hope and devastation that so many families know all too well. Through it all, we held on to faith, each other, and the belief that somehow, someday, God would turn our pain into purpose. We also saw firsthand the staggering financial burden that comes with infertility treatments. Sitting in the waiting room of our fertility clinic, we overheard another couple quietly say that money was the only thing standing in their way of having their family. In that moment, Kyle and I looked at each other, and we knew God was planting a seed in our hearts, a calling to take action. In 2015, that calling became the Bundle of Joy Fund, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to providing financial assistance to couples struggling with infertility. What began as a small act of faith has now grown into something far greater than we could have ever imagined. To date, we've granted over $2 million directly to individuals, helping them pay for their IVF treatments, and we've celebrated the birth of 108 beautiful babies through our fund. Thank you. Each baby is a living, breathing testament to hope, community, and God's grace. For every tear we cried, for every shot we gave, every doctor's appointment that ended in disappointment, Kyle and I knew there had to be a greater reason. This was God's plan for us, to use our journey to advocate, empower, and be the voice to those battling in silence. Over the past 12 years, we've worked hard to raise awareness, erase stigma, and bring hope to the 1 in 6 couples that will face infertility. Infertility can be incredibly isolating. It can leave you questioning your faith, your body, and your future. But it can also reveal a strength that you never knew you had inside of you. It can deepen love, it can bring couples closer together, and it unites people through a shared struggle. Our goal has always been to show others that they are not alone, that there is a powerful community of infertility warriors behind them. Today, seeing President Trump acknowledge infertility on a national stage is profoundly moving. It's no longer a whispered conversation behind closed doors. It is a recognized, validated struggle that so many families have to endure. His leadership reminds us that those in positions of power can make real and lasting changes for generations to come. Their willingness to bring this issue forward shows that they not only hear our community, but they truly care about us. Thank you, Mr. President, and to your family, for shining a light on infertility and for standing by couples like Kyle and I, for standing by couples who only want to hear the words mommy and daddy, who want to watch our children open their Christmas presents on Christmas morning, who want to see the world anew through the joy in their kids' eyes. Your acknowledgement honors the power of family, faith, and love, the very values that make America the greatest country in the world. It's proof that when promises are made and promises are kept, lives are changed forever. Thank you, Mr. President.
Looks like XRP doesn't like the IVF.
Howard, would you like to say double?
Well, this is just because it's dragging on. We don't see any positive promises. Donald Trump is coming back now.
What a job you're doing.
Be questions now. Be talking about the government shutdown shortly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your vision, your commitment to our country. When my uncle was president, the fertility rate in this country was 3.5%. Today, it is 1.6%. The replacement rate, in other words, the amount of fertility that you need in order to keep your population even, is 2.1%. We are below replacement right now. That is a national security threat to our country. And we know why this is happening. And President Trump is addressing the root causes through his MAHA agenda of reducing endocrine disruptors, the exposure to chemicals that decrease fertility. Today, the average teenager in this country has 50% of the sperm count, 50% of the testosterone as a 65-year-old man. Our girls are hitting puberty 6 years earlier. And that's bad, but also our parents aren't having children. Parents who want to have children do not have access. I have 7 children. I feel that God has blessed me with that, and I can't imagine how different my life would be if I did not have that blessing. I want to point out also that this morning, Harvard University released a study that showed that the obesity rates have now climbed over 70%. And this, again, is for the same reason we're flooding our kids. We're poisoning mass poisoning a generation of kids with chemicals. President Trump has instructed us to stop these problems at the root cause. He's also recognized that there are people who are injured, people who are not living their life to the fullest, and he's addressing that. Last week, we made GLP drugs available at Most Favored Nation. And this week, it's IVF. Oh, I want to thank you so much for that, Mr. President. I saw on an airplane the other day, you said that you didn't believe that you were going to get to heaven. You're doing God's work here. You've made peace in the Middle East, which is beyond anybody's imagination. And now you're giving millions of Americans a chance to have babies. And you're doing this while the government is locked down by the Democrats. But this administration has not stopped working for the American people. And that's because of your energy, your commitment, your vision, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
You're doing a great job.
I've put a new poll in the chat. Let me know what you think.
Kyle is fantastic. So he's got a lot of courage. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't care. Howard, you and I would not be good at that. Right? We'd go about 30 miles an hour, but we'd be safe. Anyway, so thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, you posted earlier.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, this is a major.
That's our time. It's coming.
Big hot topic towards
Yeah.
the election. We're delivering on that again. I actually had a question for Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Heidi. Dr. Heidi, you said something that I thought was really important. You talked about how this coverage option, this benefit option, gives companies the maximum flexibility to design benefits consistent to their values. I was wondering if either you or the President could expand on that and talk about why that's an important thing to understand about this program.
Yes. Thank you. It's a great question. We think that employers are best situated to know what them and their employees want to contribute to in relation to their benefits. So employers are going to be able to decide how to cover the root causes of infertility, things like obesity, metabolic health, and other things that are impacting infertility. And also, if they want to encourage their employees to see certain types of doctors, and they can work with providers that are identifying the highest quality fertility providers. And so it puts them in the driver's seat. And our view is that we want employers to be the ones that can make those decisions, not the government. Thank you.
All right. That's a good answer. That was a very good answer. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President,
As VIX on the screen, volatility index.
Regarding Hamas cracking down on what you called gangs. Actually,
what?
Couple of gangs. And today you issued a threat against Hamas on Truth Social. What has changed?
And what was said? Go ahead.
You said if they continue keep killing innocents in Gaza, that if that continues, the United States will
I know.
go
I
after
issued a
them.
strong statement. That's right.
But they used to be gangs, and now you're saying innocents. What made you think they're innocents now?
Well, I'm looking at what's happening, and that wasn't the deal that was made, and we'll see what happens. It's calmed down. It's a tough neighborhood. We know that. We have a commitment from them, and I assume they're going to honor that commitment. I hope they do. And I understand they brought back some additional bodies today. It's a rough deal when you think of it, right? Very rough. And we have our hostages back completely. We were very lucky with that. But it's a tough situation. They brought back bodies today, as you probably know. But they also said they're going to behave. We're going to find out if they behave. If they behave good, if they don't behave, we'll take care of it. Yeah, please.
Following up on that, when you
I
said,
didn't say you. You CNN, fake news. Go ahead.
You said in your post that if they kept killing people in Gaza, we would have no choice but to go in and kill them. So do you mean U.S. forces would go in and take out Hamas?
No, I didn't say who would go in, but somebody will go in. It's not going to be us. We won't have to. There are people very close, very nearby that will go in. They'll do the trick very easily, but under our auspices.
Could I follow up? You also posted about your call with President Putin today, and you spoke about the meeting in Hungary with him. Do you have a timeline or a date set for when?
Yeah, I would say within 2 weeks or so, pretty quick. Marco Rubio is going to be meeting with his counterpart, as you know, Lavrov, and they'll be meeting pretty soon. They're going to set up a time and a place very shortly. Maybe it's already set up. They've already spoken. And I thought it was a very good phone call. I thought very productive. But I'll be meeting with President Putin, and we'll make a determination. Tomorrow I'm meeting with President Zelensky, and I'll be telling him about the call. I mean, we have a problem. They don't get along too well, those two, and it's sometimes tough to have meetings, so we may do something where we're separate but equal. We'll meet and talk parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things. I've seen things that nobody would believe, but this is one of them. So we're going to be meeting in Hungary. Viktor Orban is going to be hosting, and it's really something that's time. Last week, over 7,000 people were killed. That's ridiculous. And you know, it doesn't affect our country. We're not losing people. We're not losing Bobby. We're not losing Americans, but they're losing Russians, Ukrainians, mostly soldiers, for the most part, soldiers. And we think we're going to get it. We hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8. And we're going to make this number 9.
Yeah, please. Sir, you said you posted that there was great progress. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Was it a shift in Putin's tone? Was it something new he told you? Did he give you any message to give?
You're talking about the whole
President Zelensky tomorrow.
It just seems to me that, look, it's only a field. That's all I've done in my whole life. I've made deals. I know about deals. I do it well. I don't think any president's ever ended a war, frankly. One war, I did 8 of them, Maria, right? And but I don't know, did Bush ever end? Do you think Biden ended a war? Biden started wars because he was stupid. But do you think Biden ended any wars? No, I don't know of anybody that ended wars. I ended 8 of them. Now it's going to be 9. I think we're going to have this one done hopefully soon. But I'll be meeting him probably over the next 2 weeks. First, Marco is going to be meeting. And the vice president, as you know, is very much involved. The whole team is involved. Steve Witkoff will be involved. Yeah, please.
What did you tell them about the Tomahawks? Did you discuss the Tomahawk missiles? Did you discuss?
Well, we talked about it a little bit. Didn't say much, but I do say to you, we need Tomahawks for the United States of America, too. We have a lot of them, but we need them. I mean, we can't deplete for our country. So, they're very vital. They're very powerful. They're very accurate. They're very good, but we need them, too. So I don't know what we can do about that.
Why do you think a second meeting with Putin? Why do you think a second meeting with Putin now will yield different results?
Well, I think Alaska actually set a stage, and that wasn't very long ago, but it set a stage. You have to understand, I came into this situation. I didn't start this war. This is a Biden deal, and I came into it, and it was a mess. It could have led to World War III. In my opinion, this could have led to World War III. That won't happen, but it could have. So I came in, this war was raging. When I left, this wasn't even a thought. For 4 years, nobody talked about it. I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but there was never going to be doing anything like this. And this all went because of some really bad decisions that were made. And look what you have. You have millions of people dead. You have just a horrible, horrible situation. I'm doing it to save souls. That's all I'm doing it for. I'm not doing it for us. We have an ocean between us. I'm doing it also to help Europe. They want to have it ended, but they're unable to do it. I'm able to do it. So I think we'll be successful. We'll save a lot of lives. It should have been done. Should have never started. This would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. This would have never happened. But it did happen, and I'll get it stopped. Okay.
There's a new poll in the chat for you. Please join and vote.
This. Were you referring to the weight loss drugs?
Yeah, I was referring to Ozempic, or I was referring the fat loss drug.
So those are going to be $150 out of pocket for Americans?
They'll be much lower. They'll be much lower. Yeah, go ahead, please.
We have not negotiated those yet. We're going to be rolling these out over time. The GLP category of drugs, which includes Ozempic, have not been negotiated yet.
What's the timeline for that.
But
so.
it will. It'll come down, like everyone else.
Okay. Any timeline on those negotiations?
No, but I think those are going to come down pretty fast, and we do have, I guess, some alternative.
The president will be happy with the result, and until he is, we're not going to close those negotiations. Thank you.
Except it'll happen.
Got it.
Mr. President, what's your message to pro-life conservatives? Some pro-life conservatives have religious objections to IVF and are already critical of this policy. What's your message to them?
I don't know about the views of that. I'm just looking to do something because, you know, pro-life, I think this is very pro-life. This is, you can't get more pro-life than this. Please.
Mr. President, you've been talking about how this new benefit plan will also include root cause treatments for infertility. How will you make sure that those root cause treatments are equally accessible to IVF?
Well, I think we're going to be doing that. Would anybody like to talk about that subject?
I'll comment
Please.
on the rulemaking process. I think it's the determination, again, Secretary of Labor, the determination, the Department of Labor is issuing their intent today to open up the rulemaking process, again, for more flexibility. Anytime that you have a president who's leading when you can offer more access to health care at a lower rate is a benefit to the American people and to the end user, and that's exactly what he's doing. And so you heard before that through the Q&A guidance that was issued today with the other agencies, that will give guidance to our employers and the employees about what the flexibility of that is, and then again, opening that rulemaking process for further determination of the access that can be had offered in those benefits for all different types of healthcare access is the goal of the Department of Labor.
Good answer.
Thank you.
I like this better. I just say, they can do better than me. Yeah, please.
Do you think
Good job, Laura. You know, you're doing a fantastic job. I shouldn't tell, I won't say it, that I will not say that she was recommended by the Teamsters. Can you believe it? And she's turned out to be a gem, an absolute gem. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, John Bolton was just
Do you
indicted.
think we can see your deal-making skills applied to the government shutdown anytime soon?
Well,
there we go.
I mean, all we want to do is just extend. We don't want anything. We just want to extend, live with the deal that they had. They want to spend $1.5 trillion on illegal immigrants, and they want to destroy health care for everyone else. And it's crazy. It's crazy. People that are here illegally, they want to spend $1.5 trillion. So we're just not going to do it. No, we have to take care of our health care. Now, we're doing that today, and we're doing it with, you know, favored nations, the most favored nations. Your costs are going to be dropping greatly. And I'm really I'm really happy that it's at the beginning of my administration, because I did insulin and got it down to like $25, but it doesn't kick in. It didn't kick in for 2 years by statute, so it couldn't kick in. And I said, boy, I hope I win this election, because if I don't, somebody else is going to take credit for it, Bobby. And sure as can be, Biden said, he didn't even know what the hell was happening, and it was a hard thing for me to do. I got insulin way down. What was it before that? It was just massive. It was impossible to afford. And sure as can be, because it was statute, it couldn't have been earlier. I said, boy, this falls into the next administration. I better win. And all of a sudden, I watch this Biden taking credit for something that I did, and on other things too. We had a lot of things kick in. So the nice part about this is at the beginning of our administration. So I think we're going to see the fruits of our labor. And I hope on our other situation that we've talked so much about, autism, I hope we're going to see some very good results based on the recommendations that we made. And, you know, we have time to watch those results now.
John Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You tell me for the first time, but I think he's, you know, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but it's the way it goes.
The case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person. Okay, anybody else?
What's the timeline for the IVF drug through the National Commissioner Priority Review Voucher? Dr. McCary?
What do you think, Doctor?
So, first of all, the National Priority Voucher Program says we're going to proactively at the FDA look for amazing treatments like this IVF treatment. We're going to reach out to the companies And if it's in line with the president's national priorities, we're going to put those drugs at the front of the line and get a decision out in weeks instead of a year. And so today we announced 9 drugs that are going to be recipients. These are products where the manufacturing is going to be in the United States, or it's meeting a large unmet public health need, like a diabetes drug we announced today. Or it is a product where you're going to see an affordability phenomena because the prices are getting equalized in line with the president's most favored nation status goal.
Wow, that's great. Why didn't I have him speak? He was so, could have saved a lot of time, right? Thanks, Marty. I'm not surprised. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Liz. So Senate Majority Leader John Thune today said he'd like to proceed with the bill which would put sanctions on Russia. What's your thought on that?
Well, we're going to see. He doesn't know about the call yet. I'm going to speak to him later. And it was subject to what I wanted to do. And so we'll see what happens. We may have, this may be such a productive call that we're going to end up, we want to get peace. We want to stop the killing. 7,000 people a week. Can you believe it? We want to stop the killing. So I'm going to speak to him and the speaker, Mike Johnson. I'll speak to them a little bit later and I'll tell them about this, and we'll make the right determination. I'm not against anything. I'm just saying it may not be perfect timing. It could happen in a week or two, but it's at my option, as you know.
Right, but did President Putin try to dissuade you from selling Tomahawk missiles?
Well, of course. What do you think he's going to say? Please sell Tomahawks? Is he going to say, please sell those Tomahawks? I really appreciate it. I did actually say, would you mind if I gave a couple of thousand Tomahawks to your opposition? I did say that to him. I said it just that way. He didn't like the idea. He really didn't like the idea. No, I said it that way. You have to be a little bit lighthearted sometimes, but no, he doesn't want Tomahawk. Tomahawk is a vicious weapon. It's a vicious, offensive, incredibly destructive weapon. Nobody wants Tomahawk shot at them.
Specifically ask you not to provide Tomahawks?
So, wouldn't anybody? I mean, it's been in the news. Who wouldn't do that? CNN. Who wouldn't do that? You know, do you think he's going to say, I'd love to have Tomahawk sent my way? I don't think so. Maria, we have one of the great stars of television here, and she's an incredible person, and she's just an amazing woman who, she got it all right. She got the Russia hoax right. She got everything. Would you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. I would ask you why this was so important to you, IVF, and why was autism so important to you? What are you trying to achieve?
Well, autism is like a whole different thing. When you look at, it was 1 in 20,000. Now it's 1 in 12. If you look, Bobby, we have different numbers, but 1 in 12, 1 in 28, 1 in 32. There's a couple of different numbers out there, but it's 1 in a very, very different number than it used to be. It used to be 1 in 20,000. And that was not that long ago, 20 years ago or so. And now they had something for boys, for babies, baby boys. It's 1 in 12. I heard 1 in 10, Bobby. I heard another one, different lists. But when you think of that, it's not even sustainable, but there's something artificial. When that happens, that's not like a natural. And then you have certain groups of people that literally don't have autism, and they're not taking some of the things that we're taking. So we're working very hard. And on IVF, it's just that I have friends, including Katie, that called me and they told me the importance of it. I wasn't that familiar with it. Now I think I've sort of become the father ever since I heard. There was a bad decision in Alabama where a judge wanted all clinics to be immediately closed, right? And Katie called up and you said you were pretty strongly attacked by your friends that you didn't even know were involved with IVF, right?
You had people that had grandkids, people who'd gone through IVF themselves, telling their story and
Yeah.
saying there are people that cope with her.
Tell what you did when you heard from your friends. You said this was not, they almost became violent, right?
Yeah, I told him, I said, Mr. President, we need you. We need your voice in this conversation. We need the directive. We need the strong support because there are millions of people out there, moms and dads, wanting to bring life into the world. And you had people, the chilling effect that occurred across Alabama, there were people that were in the middle of that process that had been praying to have a child, and that was halted. And so the reality of that was very stark. in our state. And so I was able to tell the president some of the stories of people, friends and grandparents and relatives that told me what they had experienced and also, what they were fearful of in the future. And the president very quickly acted, spoke with a strong voice, and really led the way. Obviously, we saw Democrats continue to fearmonger for the remainder of the year, trying to use it as an election issue when actually IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. And President Trump very clearly said where he was on this. And he said, I'm going to make sure that this is more accessible and that it is more affordable for families coast to coast. That's exactly what he did. But it's that real life, those real life stories, sir, that he responded to. And that's what people don't know about him. He cares. And when you tell him what American people are dealing with, he wants to do something about it. You have leaders and politicians that come before him that want to talk about things. President Trump wants to actually make things happen. That's exactly what he did here, and I'm so grateful, Mr. President.
Thank you, Katie, very much. Appreciate it. So we will go back to what we're doing. Working again with Marco and with JD and a few other people on the war, and we're doing a lot of other things also. The economy is unbelievable. It really is. It's been incredible. And I think one of the great numbers that I've ever heard, think of it, over $17 trillion being invested in our country. And when you think of, compare that to the last administration, but really compare it to any administration, compare it to any country. There's never been a country with anything like that. That's in a period of 8 months. And we've already broken every record possible. There's never anything even close. So we'll go back to all of that. Prices are down. Oil is down. We're down $58 a barrel. We're going to be hitting $2 for gasoline. I think we're going to be at $2. And the previous administration, they were at $4 and $5. They were going up much higher. And then they swung back into my things, but they didn't swing back properly. They were very, very late. They really blew it. We had it really going in the right direction. They came in, took everything out, and it's incredible. I'll never forget. They lost control of the price of gasoline, of oil. They totally lost control, Howard, and then they went back immediately. Well, let's go back to Trump. But by that time, it was too late, and they didn't go back. Because the leases and everything else, they didn't do what they had to do. They wouldn't know. They really didn't know how to. But we could be hitting close to $2 a gallon. I'd love to break it if we could, but we could be. And when that comes down, everything else has been coming down. Groceries are down. The price of things are down. And honestly, the simplicity is if you can get oil down, it's such a big category. Everything follows. So just about everything follows. And we are working on beef, and I think we have a deal on beef that's going to bring the price of beef. That would be the one product that we would say is a little bit higher than we want it, maybe higher than we want it. And that's going to be coming down pretty soon, too. We did something. We worked our magic. But groceries are down, and energy is down. Electricity is way down. We have the prices coming down for people. They were abused for 4 years by the Biden administration. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Changes to the IRS.
Thank you, Press.
Wow, that was interesting. What do you think? We've got a poll in the chat. Don't go anywhere. There'll be a follow-up event. We'll bring you new investment opportunity, a new big market. We believe that will be taking off in the coming years. Let's gather a few more votes in the poll. What do you think? Let me know in the chat. Do you think we should buy or we should wait? We should sell? Buy, sell, hold? Let me know in the chat and give me 2 minutes and we will join the next event. I will stay where you are. Thank you everyone for joining. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. And if you join me, the next event just following in 5 minutes, I will bring you great investment opportunity. And for the market reaction today, you might be tomorrow in a very good and advantageous entry point. So stand by where you are. We will wrap this up. I will leave the poll open for 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8. Right, we are getting more and more votes. We are getting more and more votes. So tomorrow, do we expect green day or red day? What do you think? What do you think of the outcome? What do you think of the outcome? I'll quickly catch up with the chat with you. Let me just refresh this. Go down. Let's refresh this. And we've got a chat on the screen now. So we've got a chat here. So what are your opinions? Tomorrow, sell, poop, yeah, hold, wait. I agree. I probably agree myself. Wait, hold, rambling. Main crash will be 20%, says Martyn Lucas, who's watching from his holidays. Never sell is my motto. Long-term accumulation, says Nada. Very good. Should have sold earlier morning, but hold now. Drink lots of tequila, says Jose Acosta. Darren Jaffrudi, buy. I can't believe the lack of confidence. Defense 89, ready to buy back. Charcoal, well done, guys. Chris Sheldon, beef. He's laughing at Donald Trump's beef remark. Sven Gdavids, hold. Alcoholic Click, I love that name. Change underwear, okay. We're not happy with the reaction, okay. Cyril, buy gold. Yes, what is gold doing? Gold has had a good day today. It seems like XRP and crypto don't like the IVF. But gold and silver definitely are in the favor and they are loving the IVF. By the way, it was great announcement, great news coming from this event. So, and we also got our answer. Let's see what the reaction will be tomorrow. Anybody else holding, selling, hold and buy, says Sven. And we've got Martin cheering up. Thank you very much. I love this event. Stay where you are. We are wrapping this up in the very minute, and I'll be following with a very short event. And I will show you new investment opportunity. Great upside. Think of this as a new Tesla and the new electric vehicles. Hold by, says Funny Crazy Flicks. Emad says red. Gova says Ninja Cowboy. Thank you. LFG Vaz, says Chris Sheldon. Red Thursday, says Alive 75 Racket. Right. Will we have any more? Hold. Sell, hold. It's very mixed. So I'm closing the poll in 3, 2, 1. 356 votes. And we are expecting 52% green, 48% red. That's very interesting. We are undecided. I recommend tomorrow morning, join Sensei. 2 hours before the opening bell. He will give you analysis of what we heard. He will give you his market prediction. He will tell you 5 things to look out for. He will give you the main topic of the day. No doubt, he will give you his forecast and opinion on gold and silver. He will also give you update on XRP, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. That's it from me. I'm wrapping this show up. You stay where you are. It will take you to the next event. I will bring you great investment opportunity, which we believe is the size of the new EV market. Think of new electric cars. Think of a new Tesla. And they are made in the USA. As you can see on the screen, the event is already ready, prime to go. Made in the USA, born in the USA. So stay where you are, it will take you there. You won't be waiting 5 minutes. I will start this event right away, back to back. Thank you everyone for joining. Pleasure. I loved it. I've learned a lot today. Hopefully you have as well. I will see you in 2 minutes. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Hello and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. We are here to cover the Fed's speech This is going to be a live event. You can watch it later on to see what's happened. But this could give us indications to see if we can confirm those 3 rate cuts. We have now basically confirmed 2 rate cuts. We're going to see what tone this Fed speech is on. Remember, this speech is actually focused on interest rates, inflation, and growth. So waiting for Fed Waller to go live. There might be a couple Fed representatives here. So this is the Fed now going to be speaking live on the show. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Oh, we've just got them coming on. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Let's go straight to it. It's starting up. If everyone could do one favor and hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already, that would be amazing. Let's see what's going on.
I'm Tom Keene, and
oh, very quiet.
Some of the notes. I'm going to do a record quick intro because every moment is important. This morning, we welcome you. It is the C. Peter McCullough series on international economics. We welcome you. We will have Q&A. I think the governor's dreading that, but we'll see how that goes. Important comments from the governor. I want to make clear here, the press is here, and we thank them for their attendance today. This meeting is on the record. When we get to Q&A, we will fold this into members in attendance and also out on Zoom.
Oh, there's going to be a Q&A as well. It's going to be great. The volume is up, so please, I'm going to reduce my volume. You take your volume up.
Of this event, the curiosity over the views of Governor Waller. I'm going to give you one anecdote because my history with Bloomberg is, who are these guys? It's like Butch Cassidy. Who is this guy? And I just want to explain the seminal moment where Christopher Waller became who he is today. He was in an accounting class.
Is this a bit better, guys?
And the professor was ancient and literally would put the slide on the tray, and he had a putting green where then while he was lecturing, he would sit there and putt, and then he'd go to the next tray. He said, I don't want to do this. That's accounting. We're not doing that. And that's when he became the beginning path to the economics that he is
How about now? Is this even better?
So without any further ado, the governor of the Federal Reserve Bank, Christopher Waller.
Everyone, please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. This is the Fed speech. I hope everything. I've manually adjusted the volume. This is us manually trying to get it better for you. So I hope everything's better.
All right.
Well, good morning. Thanks for showing up. I was here, I think we checked just this morning, I was here in January of 2023 and had a wonderful time, and I really appreciate being back. So thank you, Tom, and thank you to the Council on Foreign Relations for the opportunity to speak to you today. Since the Federal Open Market Committee's FOMC last meeting on September 16th and 17th, economic data have tended to support my view of a labor market that is softening.
Ooh,
and inflation.
This is a great speech, guys.
Temporary tariff effects that is running fairly close to the FOMC's 2% target. Based on what I know today, I support continued easing of monetary policy from its current setting, which I judge is moderately restricting aggregate demand and economic activity. But I also see a conflict right now between data showing solid growth in economic activity and data showing a softening labor market. So something's got to give. Either economic growth softens to match a soft labor market, or the labor market rebounds to match stronger economic growth. Since we don't know which way the data will break on this conflict, we need to move with care when adjusting the policy rate to ensure that we don't make a mistake that will be costly to correct. I believe that how that process plays out in the coming months will have a significant impact on the path of monetary policy. Resolving this conflict has been complicated by the government shutdown, which has delayed important economic data that policymakers and the public rely on to judge economic conditions. Although private sector data alternatives are available and are very helpful, and they complement official statistics, they are less informative in general when they stand alone. The delay in the September employment report in particular makes it harder to know whether the labor market is continuing to soften or is stabilizing. The shutdown also delayed today's retail sales report for September, which would help show if household spending is continuing to support solid economic growth in real GDP, or if there are signs of slower spending that forecasters have been expecting for
This is a super important speech. No one's covering it. Hit the like button, guys.
Releases on consumer and producer prices were also delayed. We will get them. Data that is important in judging the impact of higher import tariffs and progress towards the FOMC's price stability goal. The administration has recalled some Labor Department employees to complete and release the consumer price inflation report on October 24th in time to inform the FOMC's policy decision 5 days later. To deal with this lack of public data, I spend a lot of my time talking to business contacts, whose views help me form my outlook on the economy. So far, that input tends to support, rather than resolve, the contrast we have seen between strong economic activity and a softening labor market. Employers indicate to me that there was some further softening in the labor market last month, while retailers report continued solid spending, with a bit of caution from lower-income households. In the balance of these remarks, I will examine whether information we have on economic activity, inflation, and the labor market, and what it implies for monetary policy. While I feel confident, based on what I know today, that monetary policy should take another step towards a more neutral setting at the FOMC's next meeting, the path of appropriate policy beyond that point will be influenced by how the conflict between data on economic activity and the labor market is resolved and the expected path of inflation. While there are times when data are consistent and paint a clear picture, the economy is vast and complex. And it is quite often the case that some of the data we look at will point in a different direction from other data and make that picture of the economy fuzzy. Almost every month, I need to use some judgment in sifting signal from noise in the economic data. It is just part of the job of economic forecasting and policy making. I don't have any alternative. I have to do it. Less often, but often enough, the conflicts in the data are consequential for the outlook. For example, if you recall in the first half of 2022, the data were creating a big puzzle. GDP was contracting for 2 straight quarters, yet the economy created 2.7 million jobs. Now, normally that would have been called a recession. But if you're creating 2.7 million jobs, no one's going to think you're in a recession, even though GDP was telling you that. So these conflicting data on the performance of the economy complicated the decision on how to set the policy rate. And I believe we are facing a similar problem today. I have been referring to the surprisingly strong data on economic activity, so let's start there. After real GDP expanded 2.8% last year, it slowed in the first half of this year. GDP, after smoothing through the modest contraction in the first quarter of this year and robust growth of 3.8% in the second, grew around 1.6% in the first half of the year. This pattern of GDP growth is partially a result of consumption growth that showed exactly the same pattern. Slower growth in spending and GDP made sense based on the restrictive setting of monetary policy at that time. But it was stronger than many expected with the imposition of sizable tariffs. And after not observing the effects of tariffs on household spending in the first half of the year, many thought it would show up in the third quarter. Yet the data we have for the third quarter indicate that growth has actually accelerated. Looking across all the available data, the Atlanta Fed's GDP Now model is projecting another quarter of GDP growth close to 4%.
This is very important for analysis at the end. Hit the like button, guys.
Private sector forecast has a prediction of 2.5%. Even if the published estimate is closer to 2.5%, that is still not consistent with a labor market that has barely created any jobs since May. One sign that GDP may be expanding closer to the lower end of the estimates is that business conditions seemed a bit softer in September, based on surveys of purchasing managers. The manufacturing sector continued to contract slightly, as it has since March. Purchasing managers for the large majority of businesses that are outside of manufacturing reported a slowdown from August to a level that is at the break-even point between expansion and contraction. Something that will affect the growth rate of GDP in the fourth quarter is the federal government shutdown. If it is resolved in the next couple of weeks without major changes in government staffing or funding, the shutdown will lower GDP growth several tenths of a percentage point in the fourth quarter, but then it'll rebound in the first quarter when the government reopens. But if the shutdown lasts considerably longer and does result in permanent staffing and spending cuts, then the drag in the fourth quarter could be larger and the bounce back smaller. Let me now turn to inflation. 12-month personal consumption expenditures, or PCE inflation, which is what the Fed uses for its inflation target, rose in August to 2.7%, and core PCE inflation was up to 2.9%. Now, both are above the FOMC's 2% target. Now, compared with an earlier era when inflation ran close to 2%, from 2002 to 2007, core goods inflation is now running a half a percentage point higher than it did then. And research by Federal Reserve Board staff and others indicates that most of this is due to the effects of tariffs. Though a partial pass-through of tariffs will permanently raise the price level, tariffs will only temporarily affect the rate of inflation. Now, the FOMC does not target the price level, but it does target 2% inflation over the longer run. Since I expect tariff effects on inflation to fade in the coming months, what matters for monetary policy is the rate of inflation outside of tariffs. And estimates by Federal Reserve staff indicate that this underlying rate of inflation is running fairly close to our target. With market-based measures of longer-term inflation expectations apparently well anchored, and a soft labor market keeping down wage demands, I judge that inflation is on a path to a sustained level of 2% and should not itself be a barrier to moving monetary policy toward a more neutral setting. Now, given this benign view of inflation, I believe the ultimate disposition of the labor market will be the more salient factor affecting monetary policy in the months to come. As I said, the broad message of all the labor market data is one of weakening demand relative to supply, even with the substantial lower net immigration and a decline in labor force participation this year. And we got very similar info from the Beige Book yesterday of a relatively soft economy. Monthly job creation went from an average of 111,000 in the first quarter to 55,000 in the second quarter, and the latest official report for August was 22,000. The numbers are nearly the same for the private sector, which I often consider a better guide to the overall labor market. Furthermore, based on an estimate of the benchmark revision to the level of employment in March of 2025, and taking that forward for the rest of the year, when those revisions for this period are released next year, it is likely that payroll employment has actually fallen on net since May. If the economy is growing as healthily as spending and GDP data indicate, I would expect that employment would recover in the coming months to a positive but not high level, reflecting the reduced labor supply that I just mentioned. However, if spending and GDP grow slow and better reflect an economy that doesn't seem to be creating jobs, then the labor market may continue to soften.
More Fed speakers coming as well.
In the absence of the September employment report, we must rely on other data for a sense of what happened last month. Alternative labor market data for September present a mixed picture of how things are evolving. Private sector employment, tracked by the payroll services firm ADP, points to continued slowing in job creation. ADP estimates that private employment fell 32,000 in September after falling 3,000 in August. The company said that job creation continued to lose momentum across all sectors in their data. Data on job postings on the online job search firm Indeed also point to a continued gradual reduction in employment, but don't signal a significant downturn in hiring. Indeed's opening data are useful in the absence of the September jobs report because over time they line up closely with another report for September that may be delayed. The Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey, or
This is very bullish. This is completely live. There is Fed more coming, Q&A, plus my full analysis.
From my business contacts,
Smash the like button, guys.
which is that firms are holding on to workers but not backfilling positions or planning to expand hiring. Total separations are quite low by historical standards, and both layoffs and the number of people voluntarily quitting their jobs are low. At the same time, the hiring rate has continued to fall, and outside of the pandemic recession, it is at its lowest level since 2012. This situation may appear fairly stable, but I find this no hire, no fire stance by employers a bit ominous. It is possible that many employers who found it hard to find qualified workers during the pandemic are especially reluctant to let them go, even in the face of considerable uncertainty about demand and staffing levels in the future. But when those workers do leave, they are not being replaced. Businesses have reported that hiring and expansion are on pause. But some of my business contacts say that they can't wait forever and will soon have to decide whether more or fewer employees are needed. Both business and consumer surveys conducted by the New York Fed signal an upturn in expectations about future levels of unemployment. So looking further ahead, I can see two possible paths for the labor market. On the one hand, we could see a stabilization of the labor market. In essence, it could move toward the story that consumption and GDP seem to be telling. Despite more than 3 years of very restrictive monetary policy, spending has proved very resilient. Most forecasts call for a significant step down in the pace of PCE growth this year, but that sizable slowdown just hasn't happened. One factor that may help explain this is that the savings rate has been revised notably upward, resulting in higher disposable personal income and more support for spending. It is possible that resilient spending will help convince businesses to maintain staffing and even begin to expand hiring in the coming months, bringing about a recovery in job creation. Another possibility is that R*, the interest rate below which monetary policy stimulates demand, is higher than most forecasters believe, and maybe even the FOMC. If this were true, then the current setting of monetary policy may not be holding back demand and economic activity very much, which would have implications for how quickly the FOMC should lower the policy rate. Those are some reasons why the labor market may strengthen and validate the story being told based on what we know so far about economic activity in the third quarter. On the other hand, there are some reasons why the labor market continued to soften while GDP growth steps back down to a more moderate pace. For me, one of them is how dependent consumption is on a relatively small number of high-income consumers. The highest earning 10% of households are responsible for 22% of personal consumption. The top 20% of households account for a third of all spending in the U.S. economy. Their share of stock market wealth is even more skewed. And lots of research shows that these consumers are fairly unaffected by higher prices, higher unemployment, or a slower economy. The bottom 60% of earners in the U.S. represent 45% of consumption and only 15% of wealth. Their spending decisions are much more likely to be affected by prices, financial conditions, and job availability. I have heard from business contacts that this group has been affected by higher prices this year and is already changing its spending plans to find better value. That view was echoed in the Federal Reserve's recently released Beige Book, which is a survey of business contacts.
We covered this yesterday.
The consensus view across the country is that while consumer spending inched down in recent weeks, spending by high-income households on luxury travel and accommodation was strong. Lower and middle-income households continued to seek discounts and promotions in the face of rising prices and elevated economic uncertainty. So at what point do higher prices prompt a larger cutback in spending by middle and lower income households? Now, another reason I often hear for a greater weakening in the labor market is that artificial intelligence, or AI, may reduce demand for workers. Over the past few months, retailers have told me that they will reduce employment next year because of efficiency gains.
Very
from AI.
important. Stay with me with this.
Firms are saying that they can and will replace workers in call centers and IT support with AI robots. This echoes what I read recently about the largest private employer in the United States, Walmart. Walmart says that despite expectations of solid sales growth, it plans to hold net employment steady for the next 3 years as AI replaces or transforms different roles in the company. That said, while AI adoption is widespread among large firms, it is not nearly as common among smaller firms, which account for a large share of the U.S. economy and employment. So the impact of AI on total labor demand is still uncertain. The implication of this for monetary policy is not so clear. Monetary policy is designed to address cyclical fluctuations in the economy. But if AI constitutes a structural shift in the demand for labor, so labor demand is permanently lower in a significant way, monetary policy is not an effective tool to deal with that. So overall, I see AI as a short-term risk for the labor market, but in the long run, as I talked about in a speech yesterday, AI should bring productivity gains that will eventually be welfare improving. So where does this all leave monetary policy? Tariffs have modest effects on inflation, but with underlying inflation close to our goal and expectations of future inflation well anchored, I believe we are on track toward the FOMC's 2% goal despite recent readings. As a result, my focus is on the labor market, where payroll gains have weakened this year.
That means rate cuts.
May well be shrinking already. Labor supply has surely reduced what would be a good monthly rate of job creation. But I am very skeptical that it could be zero or a negative number. Based on all the data we have on the labor market, I believe the FOMC should reduce the policy rate another 25 basis points at the meeting that concludes October 29th. But beyond that point, I will be looking at how the solid GDP data reconcile with the softening labor market. If GDP growth holds up or accelerates and the labor market accordingly recovers, it might be an indication that policy is less restrictive than I thought, and the pace toward a neutral setting for the policy rate should be slower than I expected at the last FOMC meeting. What I want to avoid is rekindling inflationary pressure by moving too quickly and squandering the significant progress we've made over the last 4 years taming inflation. On the other hand, if the labor market continues to soften or even weaken and inflation remains in check, then I believe the FOMC should proceed to reduce the policy rate toward a neutral level, which I personally judge is about 100 to 125 basis points lower than it is today.
That's 4 or 5 rate cuts.
The labor market has been sending some clear warnings lately, and we should be ready to act if those warnings are validated by what we will learn in the coming weeks and months. Thank you very much for your time.
That was incredible. I've got the full analysis. I've got everything he said there, the key quotes. I think he's going into a Q&A now, so this is going to be even more important. But some of the things he says was, I support continuing easing of monetary policies. He is very dovish. Policy is monetarily restrictive, aggregated demand and economic activity. That suggests that rates are too high. And at the end, you saw he said 100 basis point cuts, 150 basis point cuts. That's 3 or 4 or 5 rate cuts. This is Fed Waller, one of the Fed representatives. He votes whether we get rate cuts or not. We're going into the Q&A now, so stay with me. We might have Jerome Powell later. We will have another Fed representative. All you guys can do is just keep watching, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. I'll put the newsletter link in the live chat as well. Please do subscribe to that as well.
Has to get out there and speak.
Well, one of the criticisms that's been leveled at the Fed for a long time is we engage in groupthink. Every policy decision is a 12-0 vote, there's no dissents, and that if you're all going to do exactly the same thing and think the same way, we don't need 19 of you, we need 1. But what I always try to point out is it's through speeches and public speaking that everybody presents their views, and you can go out and listen, and they're not the same. So all the public speaking, the speeches are the way for us to show a diversity of opinions and thought about the direction of policy. This is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Despite people saying it's a cornucopia of noise, it's actually signaling where people stand. When you come to the meeting, and I always try to stress this to people, we have to make a decision every 6 weeks. We do not get to kick the can down the road. And what that implies is that to get a reasonable, consistent opinion, we have to kind of compromise. You have to come to a decision. And that's why our votes are often 12-0, 11-1. It's because we all understand we have to compromise somewhat on our positions to have a clear, consistent policy setting for markets and the American.
We're getting insights to the Fed we never got before.
University of St. Louis had a small book out of his time with Greenspan, a term at the Fed, and he was heated about the consensus vote, the need for consensus. Should we be more like the Bank of England, which seems like a fist fight every 6 weeks?
Yeah, I'd like to avoid the fist fight every 6 weeks. But, I mean, I personally think there's nothing wrong with dissents. It's a way to communicate differences in policy stances. You know, the whole complete consensus largely comes out of the Greenspan era, where it was like, if you have a 12-0 vote, there's no doubt about what policy should be. Everybody agreed with the chair at that time, and that kind of tradition continued. But as the Bank of England has showed, there's no point of having 19 of us if we always do the same thing. So at that point, what's wrong with having a few dissent?
Can we get 105,000 subscribers? Can we do it?
Shows anything about loss of faith in the chair or not the right policy, but that's the whole point, is to say, look, I'm on this committee to have my own independent view and make these points. And that's what people are doing.
We welcome all of you again, particularly worldwide, with Christopher Waller into this audience. Ed, can I call on you first for the first question in a bit? I'll let you come up with it, but I think we need to hear from Ed Cox.
Giving you a little time to think about it.
He's got a little time to think about it, and I don't want to get in the way of his good first question. I'm going to ask some questions about the speech. I got to keep the assembled press happy, or they won't show up again at Council on Foreign Relations. But I want to come out of this with a little bit more knowledge about who is Christopher Waller. We'll get to that in a minute. Number one question I get, the unemployment rate's 4.x%. Is a 4.x% unemployment rate now the same as a 4.x unemployment rate when you were at Washington State?
No, I think this is where we're in this unusual situation where we have this kind of zero net immigration instead of roughly, say, 400,000 a year. Actually, people leaving the country. And this is kind of, I've said this before, it's masking this decline in labor demand. So just think about, if it's all immigration and you have a decline in labor supply, then the following things should happen. Employment will go down. Wages should be bid up if you have a labor shortage. Vacancies should go up. Quits should go up. That's what you should see with a very tight labor market and declining labor supply. When did we see that? 2022. 2021, that's what we saw, and that was a very tight labor market. If things are driven by a decline in labor demand, just kind of thinking about labor supply as constant, you'll see jobs fall. There'll be downward pressure on wages. There'll be downward pressure on vacancies. Quits rates will fall. That sounds to me more like what we're seeing in the data. So all that's happening with all the labor supply stuff is it's kind of masking the weakness of labor demand. And I've seen some estimates that if you had just kept the labor force participation rate where it was earlier, unemployment would be 4.95%.
Okay, well, that's an important touch point. I would suggest 5% is a much bigger number than 4.9%. Do you see an immediacy at the central bank and among the staff that the real unemployment rate is 5-ish and not 4.x%?
Well, that's where you got to take a position on what do you think the labor supply is doing. Is it fine that it's 4.3? Because the fact that people leave or drop out of the labor force, that's just a natural part of the economy. And therefore 4.3 is exactly reflecting things. Or do you think like I do, which is like, we're seeing falling labor demand. And if it wasn't for this decline in labor supply, we would be hurting. And there'd be no doubt about cutting rates. Absolutely no discussion about it. So that's where they were in this weird thing. We've never seen falling labor demand with a big fall in labor supply at the same time.
The bell has gone, the stock market is open.
I can remember.
And that speaks to the technology. I'll get to that in a minute, and the AI thing. You mentioned 100 basis points, 4 rate cuts, 5 rate cuts, maybe is modeled in. You have to see what happens out there.
5 rate cuts.
Quote, despite more than 3 years of restrictive monetary policy, how many rate cuts do we need to get Christopher Waller away from the dreaded R word, restrictive?
Well, that's what I said. You have to kind of pick what you think is the neutral rate, which means you're neither stimulating or contracting the economy. That's the simplest way I describe what the neutral rate is. I just typically look at the SEP, the Survey of Economic Projections, and the median is around 3%. So for the committee as a whole, if it's 3%, you know, you've still got 125 basis points to go to get to neutral if everything starts coming back closer to target. And that's where I think things are going to go.
But the challenge, as you allude to in your speech, and I'm going to be aggressive here, I think of John Edwards and Two Americas. Basically, there's two R-stars out there right now. There's an R-star for the haves, including everyone on Park Avenue assembled, and there's an R-star for the have-nots who are flat on their back, including farmers in your Dakotas.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two R-stars. How do you manage that forward in a divided America?
Yeah, so that's actually an interesting way of thinking about it. I never have. But typically when people talk about R-star, I mean, how many interest rates are there? It's not like there's one that this is the unique R-star. So I gave a speech last May 2024 on R-star in Iceland. And I always have to look at it this way. For me, R-star is the policy rate. I control reserves in the banking system. What's the closest substitute? Short-term liquid government debt. So for me, that's the real R-star that I should pay attention, not the return on capital, not the return on AI, not the return on corporate debt, the return on safe liquid government debt. That's the R-star I look at. And that's driven by global demand for treasuries versus the global supply of treasuries. That's how I view R-star. I mean, your point is actually a very good one, that what's restricted, if you think about R-star as being restrictive, it's more restrictive for some groups than it is for others. That's probably always true. It's not just now. But it seems to be very stark this time that upper income groups, everything's fine, wealth is booming, the stock market's booming, they've got no problem financing stuff. I hear this from retailers. We pass tariffs through to high income customers. They don't bat an eye about it because they can afford it. Low income households, they can't pass it through. They'll walk out the door. So that's the tension, again, one of these tensions that we have kind of this dichotomy in the economy between the upper income groups and the lower income groups.
Off the script, off the speech, three esteemed market economists that I spoke to all said the same thing away from a typical monetary policy speech. They're looking at QT, QE, the state of our monetary policy forward, and the Fed's unique balance sheet. Give us an update on where you stand with the Fed's balance sheet and the end of quantitative tightening.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at the point where we run in ample reserves. I gave a speech in July on our balance sheet. We run in ample reserves to ensure that there's sufficient liquidity in the banking system, in the financial markets, that people don't have to, at the end of the day, go scrambling around looking for nickels and dimes in the couch to cover their reserve positions. That to me is idiocy. So you have ample reserves. The reserves are there. Nobody has to spend the whole evening looking for money under the cushions. We're about at that point. We had an excessively large balance sheet due to quantitative easing. We ended that. We've been on a quantitative tightening policy since May of 22. And we're basically back to where we think we should be just for ample. All the QE stuff is taken out in terms of how much liquidity. It still has affected the composition of our balance sheet, which was part of my speech I gave in July. Right. QE really distorted the maturity structure of our balance sheet, and our next choice, even though we get the level right, our next job is to try to get the composition right, and that'll take some time.
I shared the stage with Jason Furman up at Harvard, boring kids in Ec 10 in basic economics, and he had a brilliant tweet the other day where he said, we need to fold in the wealth effect into our consumption. You have brilliant consumption numbers in here of the haves, the upper decile. They're trading one block over on Madison Avenue. Explain the wealth effect and how it boosts monthly consumption. You mentioned luxury travel and others. How wealth effecty is America right now?
Yeah, so I mean, if you go back to some basic economic theory, one kind of rule of thumb is for every $1 of wealth that you get, the real interest rate, say 3%, 2%, your consumption should go up by 2 to 3% for every dollar in wealth you get. So like 2 or 3 cents for every dollar of wealth. That's what we mean by the wealth effect. Now, those numbers also mean that wealth increase is permanent. It's not a one-time. If it's just a one-off, You're not going to change your entire consumption path. So this is always kind of the challenge with the wealth effect, because it's not that big of a number in terms of a $1 increase. It's only like 3 cents of consumption. But that also has to be permanent. It's not like a one-off and then comes back down. So wealth effects often sometimes are smaller than that. But the run we've had for the last few years, that's looking pretty permanent and pretty big. It's not just a $1 increase. It's
I'm going to squeeze in a couple more questions here. This one's from the press. David Gura gave me this question over at Bloomberg News because he's vicious in his questions. Should we get rid of the dots?
That's a good question. I mean, I personally have doubts about whether we should have the SEP at all. But I've been told that, what are you trying to hide then? Why would you take them away? Why would you not be as transparent about
What would happen if the dots went away?
Well, you'd kind of be back to 2011. And then, we would say that. Now, you could change the dots. I personally believe you should get rid of the calendar dating, get rid of the long run numbers, and just say, look, what's the next optimal policy over the next 6, 12, 18 months? That's as good as we can do. So then it's a rolling number, and you get away from this crazy thing. It's like, wow, there's 3 meetings left in the year. How many more rate cuts this year? Who cares?
The media, we wouldn't have a job.
So if I said, okay, at the September, he said, here's how many over the next 6 months, that's what the focus would be, not the end of the calendar year. So I would do that and then get away from the long run stuff. Just the best we can do is 6, 12, maybe 18 months out, any kind of forecast. We don't have any genius insights over everybody else on Wall Street who does this. So that would be one of the critical things I would do, is change the calendar dating and shorten the horizon that we actually do it.
One of my hallmarks is, who are these guys? Literally like Butch Cassidy. And so we're going to find out who Christopher Waller is. I mentioned you were an accounting major and you got bored because the professor was putting, so you switched to economics. The Waller of 1991 is a spectacular 13-page paper, I think it is, on prodigious game theory. And what he didn't know in 1991 is he would be describing the game theory of 2025. I'm not going to get you in trouble with the Secretary of Treasury right now, but I'm going to review this. You set up in 1991, off of James Baker's word bashing, of where administrations bash the central bank, and there's coercion involved, the title of the paper, bashing and coercion. You sub out strong administrations and weak administrations. No, I'm going to not ask you what this administration is, but I want to take it forward to the present day. If we have bashing and coercion, and we have to be ex ante, we're trying to get out front of the debate, the Fed's trying to glean what's going on, or we go true ex post, literally in a Georgia school, where we wait for the data to come in. How does the bashing and coercion affect the monetary challenge of ex ante versus ex post? Do we become more ex post with an administration going after a central bank?
Well, like I said, I wrote this paper back because at the time there was a lot of discussion about central bank independence and institutional design. And the kind of presumption was, once you pick the central banker, that's the policy, and every other external influence just kind of went away. And I was kind of looking around going, that's not what I'm hearing. That's not what I'm seeing back in the 80s, right? There was a lot of criticism. And so this idea of Baker's was, look, the administration can push the Fed one way or the other by publicly criticizing the Fed. Now, when I wrote this paper in 1989, 1990, I didn't think I'd be the one receiving it 25 years, 30 years later. So it was, when I reread the intro the other day, I was like, wow, what was I thinking, man? But I mean, that is kind of the situation. And it's not just the current administration. This has been done forever. I mean, George Bush bashed Greenspan in
Burns and
92 for
LBJ.
costing him the election. Criticism had come out. This was a norm until basically Bob Rubin came along, and then it was like, don't talk about the Fed. And that kind of became the rule through a sequence of administrations until President Trump came in 2018, started criticizing the Fed more publicly than had been done in a long time.
Does it change the behavior of a given central bank if we have bashing? You're trying to get out front. The public, the media want you to be out front, omniscient, have a crystal ball. Or do you have to slam back to a massively ex post data dependency because you're getting crushed by whatever the executive branch is, whatever the nation is?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what I tell everybody. I just go to work and I try to do my job the best I can. That's all I can do. Right? A lot of this is just out of my control. You know, whether the administration's views drive people to push one way or the other, and, you know, I can't speak for anybody else, but I just try to do the best job I can using the theory that I know, the models of the economy that I use, and the data that I use. So, you know, the call I made in June, which was I was saying the labor market is not as good as it looks, and I was accused of being political. August 1st, that suddenly didn't look so political. The data came in exactly the way I said it was going to. So what sometimes looks like people say, they were interpreting this as purely a political position. Suddenly the data said, maybe it's not political. Maybe it was actually the right call. And so that's how I kind of think of this. You can always look at something and interpret it as political when it's not. That's kind of the problem in what we decide and what we do.
One more question. I'm going to go to the floor and also out on Zoom worldwide with the Council on Foreign Relations. I want to get this one question in. I have to ask, with your heritage of the Dakotas and the Old Northwest, how bad is it for the farmers right now? Soybeans is the news, but French Hill down in Arkansas is telling me, guess what? They're flat on their back. Yep. Report on that, please.
Well, back in the first Trump administration, there was tariffs on China, and China immediately responded by not buying U.S. soybeans. And I was at the St. Louis Fed. Some of the biggest soybean producers were in our district. I heard this. We had barges of soybeans lined up on the Mississippi River that were never going anywhere. And they only have a certain shelf life before they rot and they're gone. So we saw this. China was, I think, don't quote me exactly, but this is in the ballpark, but China was sort of bought like 75% of US soybeans. Even later when some of this came off, soybeans never recovered. China was only buying like 30, again, don't quote me on the exact, but like 35%. And now it's back down to basically zero. So they've just shifted their entire supply chain to Brazil and South America, and they never came back. And so that's the one thing you want to be a little careful of, is just because a supply chain gets disrupted and then you reverse something, it doesn't necessarily mean it comes back. Once it's changed, it's changed. So yeah, soybean farmers are typically getting hammered by China not buying their stuff.
I've seen the new Foreign Affairs magazine. It is brilliant. Shannon O'Neill with a great article on supply lines, which to me is the discussion in Q1 next year. Edward Cox, please, sir, with our first question.
Ed Cox, Committee for Economic Development of the Conference Board. Governor Waller, your excellent presentation, I appreciate it very much about the data, but there's several mega things out there for which the Fed is not responsible that I'm sure are in the background, are part of your consideration. And that's the extraordinary deficits, fiscal deficits going forward, and the value of the dollar. Could you explain how those might enter into your considerations as to what monetary policy should be?
Yeah, we have a kind of a long-standing view that we don't, praise or criticize fiscal policy. We take it as a given for doing our own job. But when you're running 6% deficits, 3% primary deficits, we know that that's just not sustainable in the long run. How long is the long run?
Full analysis after this. I've got all the quotes. I've got all the information. Stay with me. Make sure you hit the like button and you are subscribed. Let's get the subscribers up to 104,000, 105,000. We can do it during the show. Let's see if we can do it.
Think about R-star and government debt, which is the closest thing that should matter for me, and reserves. It's a race between the growing demand for U.S. Treasury debt and the growing supply. For the last 40 years, demand has outstripped supply. And what does that mean? Prices go up, yields go down. At some point, if that reverses and the supply starts exceeding demand, the only way you're going to get the markets in the world to hold this stuff is you lower the price, which means the yield's going to go up. So for me, having good, stable fiscal policy is the best way to ensure that you don't have that happen. But again, this is not under my control. That's up to the Congress, White House to think about fiscal policy. And that's it. That's just my view on it.
Question over here, sir.
Mark Rosen, Adventure and Growth Capital. Governor Waller, you talked about AI, and you said that you thought short term it could have some risks for the labour market, long term was good for productivity. But a lot of forecasters are predicting that it will be negative for the labour market longer term, that it will reduce jobs. How does that impact monetary policy? How does it impact your dual mandate? And how do you think about it generally?
Right. So that's what I was saying. Is this a structural or a cyclical phenomenon with AI? So if you think about labor demand and employment, just over time just grows with the economy. What I worry about is AI being a structural. Is there's this one-time permanent drop in the level of demand. The question is, does it continue to grow at the same rate as before? In which case, it's just a level effect, employment growth, and everything will continue on into the future. Or does it drop and then it just stays flat? It not only drops in the level, but it has a lower growth rate of employment. I, as a policymaker, cannot do anything about that latter case. If it's just the fact that there's this kind of cyclical movement in labor demand, that's what I'm designed to have some influence over. But if it's a sharp structural drop, lowering the Fed funds rate 50 basis points isn't going to overcome that. And that's what we're trying to figure out is going to happen. Now, in the past, whenever we've seen technological change, I gave a speech yesterday down at Amazon, you see jobs going away. You know which ones are going to go away, but you never know which jobs are coming. And usually there's a kind of enough of a gap where the jobs are slowly going away, new ones are coming on. This time what I worry about, it's so fast, it's happening so fast that the jobs go away faster than we can figure out what the new jobs are. The new jobs will show up. I have no doubt about that. It's just the timing may be a little more disruptive than technology we've seen in the past.
Thank you for that question. I forgot to ask that. You saved me there with that question. Here's a footnote from this speech this morning. Technology that improves labor productivity leads firms to demand more labor, not less. A huge body of America doesn't agree with that. And to your point on innovation, with a Nobel Prize, a celebration of the last 48 hours of Schumpeter and McCraw's prophet of innovation, this new innovation, the gains are going to go to a narrow group, or do you think they will, this is a cliché word, they will diffuse out across America?
Well, the history of technology is that they do diffuse. I mean, one of the things I pointed out in the speech yesterday, if you look back to Karl Marx's theory of capitalism, machines, robots would replace labor to produce all the output. Everybody would lose their jobs, be unemployed. There'd be this mass army of the unemployed. There'd be a social revolution. Capitalism would die, and we'd have a socialist utopia. That doesn't happen, right? I mean, when capital goes up, machines and technology go up, it makes labor more productive. And firms like productive workers. And that's why they want to hire them, because they don't want to keep their output constant. They want to produce more. And they need both of these things to produce more output. This is what we've seen in the history, certainly of the US in the last 200 years. The capital stock in the US is 7 times larger than it was in 1950 in terms of machines, equipment, everything. The unemployment rate is exactly the same. So employment grows with technology. It doesn't go negative with it.
But to the president's point, and arguably his election, a huge body of America feels let down. We had productivity, we had capital deepening of an extraordinary amount, and the jobs went to China. That's his theme.
Yep.
With AI, are we going to replicate that in some unknown way, and the jobs are going to go to you name the place?
Well, even with the China shock, total employment in the U.S. has grown ever since the China shock. It hasn't gone negative or fallen. Just go look at the employment rate. Go to Fred, my favorite data series. Pull up employment, look what it does. It just goes up. So yes, there are reallocations, jobs get lost and they go somewhere else or they get eliminated, but that's my point. New jobs, new things came up, people reskill, go into new areas. So when the China shock was hitting manufacturing, we had a whole IT, software, phone, technology information technology that created thousands and millions of jobs.
Is Fred an unfair advantage for the St. Louis Fed? Do they wake up every day different than any other bank?
Fred is one of the greatest.
Just going to let you guys know I've got a full analysis. I've got all the quotes from all the questions, so stay with me. I am going to give it to you at the end, so stay with me. We're literally live with this event. Please do hit the like button. Please do subscribe. If you haven't got the newsletter yet, the link is now in the comment section, and it's the first link in the description. We are trying to get 105,000 subscribers live on the show. Can you guys make it happen? Let's go back to the Fed Q&A, and I've got all the key quotes. So if you haven't understood what they're saying, I've got it all ready for you straight after.
Here we go. Ma'am, please.
Hi, Ginger Cutler. I'm a term member at CFR. Governor Waller, just what you just said about how unemployment is the same as it was in 1950 and the China shock didn't really necessarily affect employment. I guess I want to harken back to what you said about where wealth is concentrated in the hands of Americans, right? And how you said that the bottom 60% of households own 15% of wealth and 45% of spending. I'm curious how that figures into what you just said about unemployment being the same as it was in 1950 and the China shock ultimately not really having an effect on the labor market. I'm curious how inequality factors into that.
Yeah, so like I was just trying to get at with employment, you get sectoral shifts. Some sector goes down, some other sector goes up. In my speech yesterday, I said, look, when automobiles came up, if you were making saddles or wagons, your jobs were going away. But those same skills got transferred over to producing chassis for cars, making car seats. The same skills, they just had to transfer them. So those jobs went away, but other jobs came up that took their place. That's why you can't just look at one sector and say, oh, that's going to kill the entire economy. I don't believe that's going to happen with AI either. In terms of wealth and income inequality, this has been an issue in the U.S. for the last 40, 50 years. There's been a tremendous increase or a reasonable increase in wealth inequality, income inequality. For me as a policymaker, I have one instrument. I can't deal with inequality. It's really not in my toolkit. I can't say here's an interest rate for this group, as Tom was saying. I can't say here's an interest rate with that R star and here's an interest rate with that R star. That's not in my set. I have to look at the aggregate. It's really my only choice. Mm-hmm. Can I look at these discrepancies and think how I might want to lean one way or the other? Sure, I can. You know, we kind of got criticized for that before with our last framework, that we were kind of leaning a particular way. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just there's very little we can do about it. And that was my issue with our last framework. I could care about this, but there's very little I can do with it for particular groups.
I think we have a question here in the digital world.
We'll take the next question from Chris Thomas.
Good morning, Governor Waller. Thank you for the time today. Ex-Intel, ex-McKinsey. Now I help global companies think about their global footprint and where they put advanced manufacturing facilities. And the constant refrain is that no matter how high the tariff, the U.S. is just completely uncompetitive, and now it's the most expensive place in the world to do business, especially if you're building something. To what extent does this matter for the growth and success of the U.S. economy, and is there anything that could be done about it? I've heard that even if it's 100% tariff, it's still cheaper to manufacture in Taiwan or Vietnam or Japan or Korea or China than in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, this is way outside my wheelhouse, I have to say. You know, trade policy, you know, particularly worrying about one sector over another, manufacturing versus others. This is just something I can't make those decisions. That's what the president got elected to do, and he's following through on his promises. Whether you get stuff onshoring or not, I don't know. We'll see. We did learn something with the pandemic, that supply chains stretched across the globe are pretty fragile. And there was a lot of emphasis on getting nearshoring, maybe not onshoring, but nearshoring as a result. Over time, you know, if tariffs were big enough, I'm pretty sure you'd bring your factory back. There is a price at which you will bring it back. It's not infinite. So that's what I don't know. We'll see how this all works out, whether there's a lot of incentives to bring stuff back or not, or whether the people that, you bring these jobs back, whether people want to do them or not. I mean, in the U.S., we've moved into much more of a service sector mentality, And the idea of screwing lug nuts on a tire for 8 hours a day is not something most Americans typically want to do.
Well, I'm not going to ask you about bananas and tariffs, because I don't think we're growing bananas. Sir, over here, please.
Hi, Andrew Watrous with Morgan Stanley. Governor Waller, thank you for your comments. I want to ask you to say a little bit more about what you are intending to convey with the phrase "to a more neutral stance of policy." In a sense, if you're restrictive, just cutting once is moving to a more neutral stance of policy. Or is this describing sort of a process where over several meetings you have an idea of a range in mind that is more neutral, and you're describing a process of moving towards that range?
Yeah, I'd say it's the latter. It's really the process. So if you're at neutral and you think you're restrictive and your policy rate is set up here, what's going to cause you to bring it down? You think inflation's coming back to target. You think the labor market is either stable or weakening. You want to kind of bring it back towards neutral. It doesn't mean you go below and you want to stimulate the economy. Things would have to really get bad. We're not seeing that in the labor market, that we want to go below neutral. Or I'm not seeing it. I can't speak for anybody else. The debate right now is about inflation. Inflation's running 3%. It's way over our target. It's been above target for 4 years. Why are you lowering rates? So you have to say, what is the outlook for inflation? And that's what I've argued, that any tariff effects are going to be temporary. You look, this is a classic line in central banking. You look through those things. You think about what is going to be inflation 12 months from now, not within the next 12 months. So that's what I'm doing. And in that world, I see inflation coming back down to target. I see a softening labor market. So I want to bring things back to target. I don't want to go below target right now because inflation is above target.
In Q&A, we go to tenths of a percentage point. You were talking whole numbers up there. You say 2% is where the Fed is right now. What is the latest thinking you see around the raging debate to take a Taylor rule, look at the output gap, look at NAIRU and all the rest of the mumbo jumbo, and plug in a more normal 2.2 or 2.4 or 2.6% run rate versus the decades-long hope for a 2% inflation?
Change the inflation target?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a good argument or debate about should you pick a point or pick a range. A lot of central banks in the world, they run with a range. They don't seem to have big problems with that. Like the Bank of Canada has a range of 1% to 3%. So, there's often a question if you're just as happy with 3% inflation as 1%. No.
Should we be?
No.
Should we be?
They want 2, but they're not going to do crazy stuff to get it to 2. That's the key point. You'll get there. You'll take your time, but you're not going to do drastic policies to drive it to exactly 2. I think 2 is a good thing. I'll give you my spiel on it. What's the real value of having a 2% target with a particular price index? It holds you accountable. If I just said, inflation in general, somewhere between 1% and 3%, there's a lot of loose things that go on in there that I could always slippery slide, say, I did my job. What are you talking about? That happened with the money growth targeting back in the early 80s. Yeah, M1 was pretty good, but M2 was lousy, but next month M2 was...
Remember how the world stopped? I think it was Thursday at whatever it was, 3:30 for M1, M2,
Oh, yeah, it's money growth target. So I like 2% because it holds me accountable. Okay, now, you want to hold me accountable because it's 2.2 instead of 2? Come on. That's where a range kind of helps. I always like to tease my friends and things. Is in the year 2000, if I had told you the Fed would keep inflation between 1% and 2% for a decade, everybody in the year 2000 said, that is a phenomenal monetary policy success. But because it ran 1.7, we didn't hit 2, it was a failure. Think about that. 1.7, not 2, was a failure. But if I'd asked you before any specific 2% target, you said 1 to 2, that's amazing. That is phenomenal monitoring. So that's the danger with the 2%. It's so precise that if you don't hit it, you start saying you're failing and hitting your target. That's why I actually kind of like a range myself.
I want to talk one final question here from me about the culture and the fabric of America and our economics. There is such a conceit and bias and a distrust back to 1907 or even before of 3 zip codes in Manhattan.
We can
or
do
maybe
it.
a quarter
Who
from
hasn't
Washington
subscribed yet?
up
Go
to
on your other
Boston.
account. Go on
You
your wife's account.
represent
Subscribe
a part
to the
of
channel. Let's get to
America, some
105,000.
would say the
Full
backbone of
analysis
America,
after as well. I've
from
got everything,
Bemidji,
all the key
the
quotes.
Dakotas, Bemidji, all the way out to Washington State and then to St. Louis. How would the Federal Reserve System
Also, make sure you smash the like button. What's
under
going on?
a
No one's
Chairman
hitting the like
Waller,
button.
given that cultural geography versus every day the East Coast certitude that's the heritage of the modern economic Fed?
Well, I mean, this is one of the brilliant aspects of the design of the Fed. I've studied the structure of the Fed for 40 years now. The whole idea was to say, look, you need some political accountability in DC, but you want to have a lot of this outside of DC. That was the typical grassroots, get people away from DC, talk to the American public. I always say we're the one government agency that has contact with all parts of the U.S. through our 12 districts and all the branches in those districts. Everybody can come talk to a president of the bank. They go out regularly, speak to the public. You can come talk to them. You can have a conversation with somebody. I mean, the only other institutions that have that kind of contact are the IRS and the post office. And we typically don't want to have them knocking on our door. So that's one of the big advantages of the Fed in our structure of having people on the outside. There has been debates forever of moving more political accountability to the Fed or moving it away. Sometimes people's views shift back and forth depending on what the situation is. But I believe the basic structure that we have has served the country well by representing all the country in the decision-making process, just not a few handful of elites in Washington, D.C. So that, I think, is important. I would say, like I said, for me, one of the critical things, I'd change the SEP. I would encourage dissents. I'm not somebody who's afraid of like, oh, if you're dissenting against what I'm pushing, that lowers my confidence or my credibility.
It'll be so much better for us. 5-4 votes, it'll be, I highly recommend lots of dissents.
Yeah.
It'll make the Fed show better.
Well, I just think that's the whole point of it. That was the idea of the structure, was you put 19 members so you get this diversity of views from around the country coming in, different points of views. If everybody comes in, no matter what part of the country, and no matter what the situation is, and you always say the same thing, we don't need it, Just have 3 governors and that's it at the board and you're done with everything.
Governor Waller, thank you for joining the Council on Foreign Relations.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Full analysis. This was all live. Let me give you the full analysis. So I've got it here. Taking notes throughout this. I'm going to give you all the key points. I'm going to look at the market and we're going to wait to see if Jerome Powell comes on as well. So that is waiting over there. I'll keep the volume on in case that changes. Let me come to this actually. Here we go. So some of the notes from the initial speech and then from the Q&A. So very, very dovish. This is Fed Waller, one of the Fed representatives who wrote on the policy cuts, etc., etc. Firstly, I've just put this into the newsletter. So if anyone hasn't got the newsletter yet, please do hit the like button. Not the like button, hit the like button as well, but get the newsletter. It's the link in in the live chat, first link in the description as well. So make sure you've got the newsletter every single day. We give you the everything you need to know about the markets. So a few things in his first statement. He said, I support continued easing of monetary policy from its current setting. That is clearly dovish. Remember, dovish means more rate cuts. And he is dovish with that statement. He's backing more rate cuts. He's literally said that. He then said policy. I'll make this into a video actually. Let me just make this into a video for anyone who hasn't tuned in. So breaking news on Martyn Lucas Investor. We have now got rate cuts confirmed. We've got Fed Waller coming out. We've just listened to his whole speech. I think it was about, how long was this whole speech? About an hour long we listened to his speech. And now I've summarized it for you. So let me tell you exactly what Fed Waller said. Some very interesting points. He had a full speech and then a Q&A. And from that Q&A, what I'm doing is giving you the main points. He said, to begin off, he said, I support continued easing of monetary policy from its current setting. That is a clearly dovish tone. He is backing more rate cuts. He then went on to say policy is moderately restricting aggregated demand and economic activity. He is saying that the rates are too high, and that is a slightly dovish tone. He then said, something's got to give. Either growth softens or the labor market rebounds. The Fed sees conflicting data. Neutral signals caution before big moves. Remember, these are all the key points. I'm not just going through his speech. He spoke for an hour. I've got all the key points so you don't miss a thing. So he then said, we need to move with care when adjusting the policy rate. He is cautiously dovish with that statement. He said, slow and steady cuts, not aggressive easing. He does not support sudden massive cuts, 50 basis points every meeting. He supports a slow and steady cut, which is what we want to see. Remember, we are looking at the Fed Watch tool now, and it's become more bullish because we're looking at a rate cut on the 29th of October. Remember, we're going to cover it live, so make sure you are hitting the like button and subscribing. It takes 1 second, it's free. Just make sure you have just hit the like button and subscribe. We'll be covering all these events. Remember, no one was covering this event. This is us covering the event because this is the important stuff that matters. Then in December, it looks like we're getting another rate cut. And in January, the odds are just swinging in our favor now after this speech. It wasn't this way before. After this speech, now 3 rates are looking likely. In the next 3 FOMC meetings, October, December, January, we're looking at 3 rate cuts coming our way. Underlying inflation is running fairly close to our target. He is suggesting that inflation is no longer a barrier to cuts. That's not a reason they should be keeping rates where they are. He then says inflation should not itself be a barrier to moving monetary policy towards a more neutral setting. He confirms inflation is contained. Remember, all of these are dovish. He then says monthly job creations fell from 111,000 to 22,000. That signals a labor weakness. That's dovish for rate policy. Remember, there's 2 mandates: inflation under control, jobs market under control, and unemployment staying low. If there's a labor weakness, that means they had to cut rates. So again, when he suggests that jobs creation is falling that much, that's a signaling a labor weakness. He then said, I find this no hire, no fire. Remember, that's what's going around in the markets right now. No one's saying they're firing people. No one's saying they're hiring. So this is the stance right now from companies, is this no hire, no fire. So he says, I find this no hire, no fire stance by employers a bit ominous. That's basically him warning of hidden labor softness. That is a dovish bias. He then goes on to say the labor market has been sending us some clear warnings lately. Remember, if he's worried about the labor market, they'll be cutting rates, or he's one of the people that has an influence on that. So labor conditions are worsening. He is supporting easing. He then went on to say, I believe that FOMC should reduce the policy rate another 25 basis points at our meeting. He is supporting that rate cut. So yeah, that's direct confirmation that we are in for a rate cut. He then said, if GDP growth holds up or accelerates, the pace towards neutral should be slower. That is when he's actually not as dovish. He's a bit balanced. He says cuts could pause if growth stays strong. So he's saying if there is enough growth in the market, if things are looking good, they don't actually need to cut rates. So that's a bit more of a balanced approach. So we'll be looking to see if growth is holding up or accelerating. If it is, then they might do a few rate cuts and then hold. He then says, if the labor market continues to soften, the FOMC should proceed to reduce the policy rate. Strongly dovish. More cuts ahead if jobs weaken. So if we start getting that jobs data back, again, government's in shutdown right now. Once we start seeing any movements down in the jobs data, we are looking at more and more rate cuts. A neutral level is about 100 to 125 basis points lower than today. That's a direct quote from him. That is very dovish. He is hinting about 1% plus of total cuts. That's about 4 to 5 FOMCs of rate cuts, 25 basis point rate cuts. So that is a very dovish statement from Fed Waller. He then says tariffs will only temporarily affect inflation. This is what's going around now, which the market's more confident in. Tariffs do cause inflation. They do have an effect on consumers, but it's more likely to be a one-time effect on inflation. So the Fed are not going to take it into account. So downplays inflation risk. It's a dovish reassurance. We should be ready to act if labor warnings are validated. So he does keep the door open for faster cuts, market friendly. Yeah, so he does say if labor warnings come out, and we are and what Waller has always been a bit worried about the labour market, and he's right about it. He has been proven right. He says if we continue to get these warnings, we should start cutting rates faster and faster. Then we did basically go over to a Q&A. That first Q&A, some of the statements taken from that. Remember, stay with me. It's only going to be another 3 minutes. I'm going to tell you everything else you need to know from that Q&A. If you do, just take 1 second to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. The first link in the description is the newsletter. Do subscribe to it. It is a 1-week free trial. There is a free plan. There is a monthly plan. The monthly plan will be going up in price if you haven't signed up yet. So do consider that as an option as well. So what happened in the Q&A? Well, this is when he gave us some more insights. He did say unemployment at 4.6% is masking a decline in labour supply. So the jobs market looks stronger than it really is. Dovish supports rate. So he's saying we're looking at 4.6% now, but it's actually a whole lot worse underneath. Again, that supports rate cuts. If participation hadn't fallen, unemployment would be about 5%. So there is a hidden weakness behind the surface. Again, dovish. We are in this weird thing we've never seen. Falling participation, falling jobs. So structural labour softness. Dovish signals concerns over growth. Remember, each of these being dovish is more and more reasons why we will expect the Fed to cut rates. He then said the neutral rate is around 3%, so we still have 125 basis points to go. He literally gave the target. Clear policy guide. Dovish confirms route for multiple cuts. Not many people are covering this event, but this is where all the juicy bits are. They are looking to get down to 3%. That's about 100 and 125 basis points. That's about another 4 rate cuts. So there we go. He then said policy is more restrictive for some groups than others. Remember, this is not me coming out and saying buy. Rate cuts doesn't equal market pumping. If the market's already in a bubble, it doesn't equal market pumping. So just because I'm giving you the news on what dovish means and what he said about rate cuts doesn't mean this equals markets pumping, just to let everyone know. Policy is more restrictive for some groups than others. Acknowledges inequality. Dovish focusing shifts from lower income pressure. Remember, if they're cutting rates, it means there's a concern in the market. It doesn't mean everything's going well. That's why they're cutting rates. It means they need to cut rates because something's going wrong. So I am bullish about rate cuts. That could have the last euphoric run in the market because of these rate cuts. But also we could still get a crash. And then because we're getting rate cuts, the recovery could be quite large, quite significant as well. So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at this and going out after this speech and buying every single thing out there. So anyway, the policy is more restrictive for some groups than others, acknowledges the inequality, focusing shifts to lower income pressure. We heard him speak about how the lower 60% of the US, how there's a lot of inequality because they feel the pressures of the economic policy a lot more. And the rates. He then said wealth is booming for high-income households, but low-income households can't pass on costs. It describes a two-speed economy. Again, realizing that rate cuts will help the lower-income households more. He then said we're basically back to where we think we should be on reserve. So now this was very interesting. He basically said, on reserves, remember this is quantitative tightening, quantitative easing. Right now they've been on a tightening cycle since 2022. He then implied that quantitative tightening is ending. Liquidity pressures are easing. We could be ending up in quantitative easing. That's when the Fed starts printing money and starts buying stocks, treasuries, all that sort of stuff. So his quote was, we're basically back to where we think we should be on reserves. We think. He didn't say I think. He said we think. That means they could be ending the quantitative tightening cycle. He then said, I just go to work and try to do my job with the data I have. Anyway, that's the Fed independence. There was one more Q&A when he started asking the audience. Some of the quotes from there was, what do you think about Trump's announcement at 3 p.m.? We haven't covered that yet. That'll be later. I'm just reading the comments. Okay, anyway. AI could be a structural one-time permanent job drop in level of labor demand. He was asked about AI. He's worried AI might permanently reduce jobs. Dovish implies weaker long run. Yeah, but then he said very much that you can get a one-time drop, but you expect it just to continue, just like when we went from horses to cars. Everyone found new jobs. It was just different to what they expected. He then said, if it's a sharp structural lowering of the base, policymakers can't do anything about it. He acknowledges limits in monetary policy, neutral, but signals that rate cuts can't fix structural job loss. He then, the next point was, this time I worry it's happening so fast the jobs go away faster than new ones appear. This is talking about AI. So he does warn about a short-term disruption going on right now, which could cause the next crash in the markets, guys. This AI stuff is not just something you hear. If it's here to stay, we are in an AI bubble. If it starts taking away a lot of jobs, then we are in store for a recession. And then when we start seeing all the efficiencies, then we can start pumping again. That's my thoughts about 2026. I think we'll have a big recession and then a resurgence. And sort of with this quote, it's quite interesting because he says, this time I worry it's happening so fast, jobs go away faster than new ones appear. So he is talking about that they might be starting to get ready for emergency rate cuts and supporting the economy if that occurs. He then says technology makes firms more productive, and that's why they want to hire, not fire. Reassures that AI may eventually be a net positive for employment, neutral to slightly hawkish long term. So I do think that's the point. Short term, we might get lots of people losing jobs, but because the efficiencies start coming into place and it makes people more productive and makes the companies more money, then they'll use that. The companies will use that money to hire more people. So we'll be fine long term, but short term we might get a recession because of it. He then said employment today is the same as it was in 1950s despite automation and China shock. So historical arguments against AI's driven collapse, neutral, keep longer term optimism. He says, look, we've been through this before, the Industrial Revolution, China's taking the jobs, and we are still growing. AI is not a new, obviously AI is new, but we've had things like AI before. Wealth inequalities have risen sharply, but there's very little I can do about it with interest rates. He recognised inequality, but says it's outside the Fed's control, neutral limit scope of monetary activism. Moving towards a more neutral stance is a process, not a single cut. He confirms the Fed's plans, multiple gradual cuts, not just one-off moves, dovish for the market. And then he talks about the 2% level. He says that I think the 2% target is a good thing, but we don't need drastic policies to drive it exactly there. So that's the full summary of today's Fed Waller speech. There'll be 2 videos up here for you guys to have a look at. So do check them out. There'll be the newsletter as well. Please do subscribe to the newsletter to get all of this information directly to your inbox. But until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. I think that's it. That's going to come out as a video. I think that's it from the event. Yeah, we're not getting Jerome Powell out. So if he does come on, I'll come back with a live. So make sure you are subscribed so you can get it. No, Jerome Powell hasn't come out. Did we get 105,000? Oh, 46 more. Can we get it? Please do subscribe if you haven't done so already. The market's opened. XRP is now coming down. Gold is going up to all-time. It was just hit all-time highs once again. The S&P 500 is being volatile. Expect volatility. Go watch the earlier video. Go subscribe to the newsletter because I gave you all the ways to make sure you make money during this market and all the mistakes you should avoid. But thank you everyone for tuning in. You're going to be going to the extra channel now. You can continue the conversation, wait there, and then we might see if there's any more speeches. I'll let you know in there. So this will take you automatically to the extra channel. I'll give you the link to the extra channel as well. Remember, that's the second channel that if you've missed anything, you can go back and watch it there and you can stay up to date with what's going on. So I'll give you the link for the extra channel. Again, we're live every trading morning, 2 hours before the opening bell. If you're subscribed and you've got your notifications on, you'll be able to catch us live. We might be covering Trump later on with Vaz. So keep an eye out for that. Let me quickly go to comments, see if there is anything I've missed. Let me just give you, this is next. This is the extra channel next. That's where we're going next. There you go. Let me pin that. Let me just go through some. I'm going to go to members only mode. If members have any questions, you can ask your questions. If anyone wants to become a member, I'll give you the link as well. Customized. Let me go to members comments mode. Subscribers can still watch, but we're going to go to members mode. If you haven't got a membership, here is the membership link. You can get membership for $2.99. You can also get our newest membership called RESTREAM. Every Sunday we have a trivia night. There's a small group of us. We do the trivia. You win prizes. We do all your chart requests. Leverage. So yeah, it's always a good fun. This is an example. Money to increase. Oh, using limit orders only. Little snippet of our Sunday show, then we go through all the charts. So do consider becoming an Electrum member. You get all the benefits of bronze and silver. Let me go back to Bloomberg and answer some of members' questions. Members, if you have any questions, let me know. Let me go back as well. Oh, Angel, you've become a member. I saw someone did a 10 membership giveaway as well. Thank you so much, whoever did that. I think someone gifted. Oh yeah, Charlie, you gifted 10 Martyn Lucas memberships. Thank you so much. And please, everyone who got a membership from Charlie, please do thank Charlie for your membership. You know, it's a great chance now. If you've just got a free membership, all you have to do is upgrade to Electrum, and you're getting Electrum for the price of bronze. So that's always great. Thank you, Charlie, for sharing the love and inviting people into the family. Let me go through some of these questions and then end the stream. So the 2-speed economy has been killing me since about 2018. I couldn't spend thousands. Now I spend nothing and can't save a dollar barely. I've also gotten raises about 10%. Yeah, it's very, very tough. Thank you for sharing your experience. Songs for Space. David Hensley says, okay, because I can't find that anyway. I think that's false information. What's the false information? GQ Patrol. I think that big well just opened a short again, not looking good. Yeah, I wouldn't. A lot of people are just farming for clicks now. Again, it's too late now. That whale, whoever it was, is not going to just come out and get everything right. I think you can't just trust them now. The first move is probably going to be their best move because they knew the information, in my opinion. Now it's they could be doing all sorts to try and clear the money or whatever they're trying to do now. So even if we did have the information, I wouldn't just go off it blindly. XRP struggling. Kimberly says, Sensei, will this cause a larger bubble in the market? If the stock market goes up for another 5-10%, yes, that will be a larger bubble in the market. We've lost that. Let me go back to the S&P 500. Thank you, very kind of you, Charlie. Yeah, very nice. Oh, Nada, one of our new members. Thank you, Sensei. I was playing the video at 1.5x to catch up with your report. Brilliant, Kimberly. I love it. Thank you all for tuning in. We're going to go straight to the extra channel now. Remember, live every day. Remember, sign up for the newsletter. I don't know why anyone wouldn't have signed up by now. But I do have to remind people because it's always a new audience every day. And I don't want anyone missing out on the information. Thank you all. Keep an eye out on the channel. We're going to the extra channel now. It's been a great show once again. I appreciate every single one of you coming in and spending your time with me. Remember, it's these events that are important because it's when you understand more behind the scenes. It's not always the one that everyone's watching. This one, very few people were covering, but it was probably the most important one we've had in the last month. So it's great to get this information. And again, some people might say it's boring. Why are we covering this? Well, the reason is because it's probably the information no one's really looking at, but it's the underlying information that's important. Earlier in the show, go check it out. The previous show, we talked about the six reasons retail investors lose money and how to avoid them. So check it out. Until tomorrow, take care of yourselves and each other. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. You're watching the Morning Forecast Show. Today's top story is that Secretary Scott Bessent has declared that he does not care about the stock market and he will fight China on this tariff front, and that means that they'll hit China back hard, not regarding the stock market. That is today's breaking news, and we could be heading into a major correction. The S&P 500, as we've spoken about, is about 20 to 40% overvalued, depending on how you look at it and how earnings will be. A lot of people have been calling an AI bubble. I do think we are in a bubble. The question is, when will it pop? Today, we will have a deep dive on about 6 ways you can I'll bring you the title and bring you exactly what it is. It's the 6 mistakes wiping out retail investors in 2025. I'll be telling you those mistakes so you don't make them. So thank you everyone for tuning into the Morning Forecast show. We've got a lot to go through, but after the show, we've actually got a speech from Fed Waller, which will be interesting. This time he's talking directly about inflation and also jobs market and interest rates. So that will be interesting. Remember to get your newsletter every single morning. I see a lot of people in the chat saying great newsletter, interesting newsletter this morning. So I'm glad everyone's got their newsletter this morning. Remember, you can get it on the webpage, you can get it on the app, you can listen to it on the app, you can get it in your email. It's free. There is an annual plan if you want to support. If you want to support the newsletter plus get all those extra benefits, then you can get it as well. But today's title is The 6 Mistakes Wiping Out Retail Investors in 2025. We've got Paxos, we've got the top stories of the day. We'll quickly go through them, and then we will come on to the tariff news, the speech, the 6 mistakes, and everything like that. So first things first, everyone please take a second to hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. It takes 1 second to do both of them. Please do it. And when you do subscribe, make sure you hit the notification bell as well. So Paxos is the stablecoin issuer. Accidentally mints $300 trillion worth of PYUSD, the PayPal USD. 300 trillion, that's enough to wipe out the US debt, isn't it? They minted that by accident. I mean, doesn't that show some concerns in the market? So Paxos briefly mints 300 trillion PYUSD due to an internal error exposing the risk of centralized stablecoin issuance. This is the story we're going off today, which can bring the market down. It is Scott Bessent drawing a line. Market declines won't stop US from hitting China hard. That is a statement from him. The US Treasury warns that the stock market drops won't soften trade policy towards China amid tariff tensions. There is tensions. There is Donald Trump in the speech we covered yesterday admitted they are in the midst of a trade war. That is, he confirmed that from the reporter's question. We covered that live last night. We've also got Kraken, one of my favorite exchanges, saying they're expanding their US derivatives business with a $100 million IG deal. Kraken's $100 million purchase of a small exchange secures its CFTC license and deepens US regulated crypto access. We've got Neste, or Nestle, however you want to call the company, the giant company. It rallies 8% after announcing a 16,000 jobs cut plan. Nestle stock jumped after announcing 16,000 job cuts to boost margins and reconstruction under new leadership. Another tariff story here. India's exports to the US plunge as Trump's 50% tariffs bite. India's US exports dropped 11 or about 12% in September after steep tariffs hit key sectors like textiles and jewelry. And then, of course, we will come on to our deep dive, the psychology of markets, mistakes in a bubble era. We are in a bubble era, and there will be plenty of mistakes people will make, and this video might save you a lot of money. Remember, we never give financial advice. These are thoughts and opinions only. Please do not buy or sell based on anything I say. We'll come on to that deep dive, and I hope people learn a lot, because our goal here is making sure no one gets left behind, and we give you the most real, most honest information and try and help every one of our subscribers, viewers, members, everyone that watches. Retail investors often underperform due to emotional trading. Discipline and risk management are key in volatile markets. Discipline and risk management are key in volatile markets. We'll come on to that. The one big thing today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made it clear, US trade policy won't bend to market drops. They don't care about the stock market. Well, that's what Secretary Scott Bessent is saying. Although the stock market right now is up pre-market, it's very close to all-time highs. Language like that coming out of the government is a little bit scary. So he says he won't bend to stock market drops. After tariff threats rattled stocks, Bessent called those sell-offs noise, signaling a hard shift away from markets influencing geopolitics. Tariff tensions is shaking up trade-sensitive sectors like semis and autos. Keep an eye on sharp pullbacks, not as a signal to act, but as cues to track longer trends over short-term panic. Remember, too many people buy in too early. Buy the dip. Well, if you keep buying the dip, you won't have anything to buy the big drop. So keep an eye on it. and have targets where you want to buy. We'll come on to the 6 mistakes people make and how not to make those mistakes. Obviously, we've got the market snapshot every day. You can see what's going on. A new addition to the commodities, I've decided to add silver. We want to be tracking silver's price now that it's at all-time highs. One of my favorite assets. I thought we might as well add it to the market snapshots under the commodities section. I hope that's a welcome addition to the people reading the newsletter. Silver is now part of the market snapshot. Every morning you can have a glance and see what the prices are. Feel like I'm about to sneeze? I apologize. I've still got some very strange illness over the last week. Hopefully it's just staying there. It's not going away. Anyway, let's go into our top stories. Let's go on to the Trump tariff news. If everyone who's just joined could hit the like button, that would be great. Are we going down? Let me just read some of these comments and then we'll come on to the market. We've also got a speech coming up. I will put the timer for the speech on the screen as well. Give me 1 second. I'll go through your comments as well. Let me put a timer on the screen. The speech starts at 2. We'll go over to the next stream. So I'll put it at 1:55. Okay, we do have a Fed speech coming up and we do want to cover it. So I'm going to put a timer there and say the Fed speech is next. This is coming from Governor Fed Representative Waller. That will be very interesting. And I know the speech is going to be on interest rates and inflation. So I've just put that up there so everyone knows when that next speech is coming up. So it is in about an hour's time. So let me read some of these questions. A lot of questions coming in already. Welcome everyone into the show. Hello, human being. Hello, MDL. Hello, Potato Family. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Dan. Hello, human being. Love the intro, relaxing, focusing sounds. Yes, thank you, human being, for noticing. Dan is here. I love the Martyn Lucas emojis. Ricardo says, good morning, banana heads. Ricardo says, let's hit that like button. Yes, do hit that like button. Email is very interesting. Thanks. No worries, human beings. Thank you for subscribing. Angie G says, good morning, all. Oh, it's great to have Angie here. I hope you and Bruce are going to have a wonderful day. Good afternoon, Sensei. Are you starting your day off with your lemon drink? Is it, you always have lemon in the morning? Am I correct? Lemon and honey or something like that. Yolanda says, good afternoon, Sensei, and good morning, everyone. Hello, Yolanda. Tasman says, good afternoon, everyone. Dale says, oi, oi. Mr. J. Keefe, great newsletter. Thank you so much. Human beings, I can't believe that there's even non-members that have the newsletter. I love it. Human being says, good morning, Angie, Yolanda, and again, nice you all up. Brian is here. Crypto is up today. Yes, we are up today. Yolanda says, good morning. Yolanda is thumbs up. Human being says, accident. What was an accident? Beans on Toast is here. Always here. Great to see Beans on Toast. Love the name. Trend is not broken. Will continue up. Yes, we're talking about when the bubble will burst. The bubble has not burst, in my opinion, yet, and we can go higher, but we need to be prepared for that bubble to burst, because at the end of the day, that's where most people lose all their money. Leon says, hi, I'm from China. Nice to meet you guys. Leon, don't know much Chinese. I can say ni hao. I can say ni hao ma. Lovely to have you here. I've been to China once. I went to Shanghai, Guangzhou, Beijing. Where else have I been? I think those are the places I visited in China. Lovely, lovely country. I loved it there. So welcome. Welcome to the Lucas Aid family. We cover the stock market, the news every single day, and we've got a great family. So Leon, Day, lovely to have you. Clocky is here. XRP is going to explode today. Michelle says, what are you going to do with your XRP? Well, if you become a member, I'll tell you all about what I'm going to do with my XRP. What's going on with XRP? And what's going on with XRP? I mean, it's doing what a cryptocurrency does. It's being volatile. If anyone wants a chart request, you can request it, or we might go through it later on in the show, but we're not focusing on XRP right now. Everything we say in this video will have an effect on XRP, and all the tips and tricks and mistakes I say will apply to XRP for sure. But Jim Rickett says, hit the like. Yes, Chicago's finest. Good morning, winners. Yes, we are winners here on Martyn Lucas's channel. More monkey business. Everyone is cashing in their junk silver. More monkey. Everyone is cashing in their junk silver. What do you mean by that? Do you have a silver business and people are coming in? Let me know. Alpha Channel says, Buenos dias. Buenos dias, fam, says Alpha Channel. Hello, welcome in. Well, I don't know any Spanish. I think that's Spanish. Wesley says, good afternoon. Praxstock says Jamie. And William Meyer says, good morning, everyone. Okay, welcome everyone welcome to the show. Let's go through our good morning, I'm new here. Oh, Isaac, you're new here. Is anyone else new here? Hello, Isaac. I can't pronounce his second name. I won't try. Good morning, I'm new here. Well, welcome to the show. We're live every day. We interact with all our audience. We go through the top stories. We cover all major events. And we try and be an honest channel. I mean, we don't do any strange sponsorships by leverage companies or scam companies. Any FTXs, we won't be here. We won't be doing that. So, and we're trying to be a little bit different to other YouTubers. I don't want to talk too badly about others, but anyway, let me know where you're from. RC says Trump is supposed to make a speech today at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. RC, we need a time zone here. Everyone's around the world. Perfect Knowledge says hello from Malaysia. Welcome from Malaysia. I'd love to visit Malaysia. I tagged you next. Thank you, RC. I'll have a look later. David Hensley here with the links. Thank you. How are you doing, Sensei? Hello, Brody, Bruce. I'm doing well. How are you? Philip says good morning from the East Coast, US. Oh, Alpha Channel's also new. Oh, welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy today's stream, and I hope you subscribe so you can catch us in all our streams. Oh, Alpha Channel's from Los Angeles. We love it. It must be very early there, LA. Again, I've not been to the US, so I don't know where everything is located, but I'm sure LA is very early right now. Just silver in knives, spoons. More monkey business. Did you say you have a silver business? How do you know this? More monkey business. Just silver knives, spoons, cutlery, and scrap. More monkey business. How do you have a jewelry shop? Do you have a gold and silver shop? Let me know. Good day from North Korea. Eli ET, always from North Korea. Walker wonders why. Hello, all. How are we doing? We're doing well. Before 5 a.m. Wow. You're up early. Why are you up so early? Not that I'm complaining. Brian says, if we have a crash, will silver and gold crash too? Initially it might, but it'll probably recover quite fast. But also, if it's uncertain geopolitical reasons, then silver and gold could actually go up during that crash. So if we crash, I would be very happy holding. I wouldn't, if I knew we were going to crash, I probably wouldn't sell my gold and silver, but I would sell my crypto and stocks. Put it that way. Brian, you said you were looking for 1 kilogram thing. I know we had a conversation a while ago, and I apologize for never getting back to you, but where are you looking for 1 kilogram? Because you said it's out of stock, and you've been trying to buy it for a while. Where are you looking, and what is the price of what you're trying to buy? I just want to make sure you're still getting a good deal, because a lot of places are like hiking their premiums because they know everyone's trying to buy. I don't want you to get a bad deal. But Brian, if you can let me know where you're trying to buy your 1 kilogram silver bar and how much it's charging you. If you were going to get it today. Human Being says Northwest Germany, London weather usually long. There we go. Isaac is here. He is from Namibia. No, Namibia. There's no such place. Namibia. That's in Africa, right? No, I've heard it's lovely. Namibia. I think it's in southern Africa. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, just next to South Africa. Lovely. Look at this. Look at Namibia, guys. We've got someone from Namibia in the chat. Look at this. Where desert meets the sea. Look at that. It's lovely. Always great to share where people are from. We will come on to the news, guys. Sorry, we're just welcoming everyone into the show, and then we'll get into the news. We've got a lot to cover. I'm going to be live for a while because we've got a Fed speech in an hour as well. Wacko Texas says Juan Leon Dai says, why is the fear index moving to fear territory but the stock market keeps going up? Because everyone's scared about a bubble. And I don't think we are. What fear index are you looking at? Maybe you're looking at the crypto fear index because of that massive crash we got recently. Maybe that's what you're looking at. Let me look at the stock market. I don't think. Oh yeah, stock market. Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Thanks for bringing that up. Fear and greed index is in the fear levels. It's because we are on edge with tariffs, with the uncertainty, with how high the market is. But again, when it's in fear, sometimes the market continues to go up. Fear is normally when people like to buy. So that's why I'm not completely selling it out. That's why I've said that euphoria can continue before we get a crash. Maybe we get one more move towards greed, extreme greed, and then crash, but we need to start preparing for that crash. I can't predict, are we going to crash tomorrow or are we going to crash in a month's time? Why fear index moving to fear territory but the stock market keeps going up? Yeah, I hope I answered that. Where were we? Electrum. If we sign up, do I get a one-on-one chat at any point? Steve Owen. No, that's not a perk of Electrum. The one-on-one chat is with Martyn membership-wise, and that's if you become a gold member, but you get all the perks of Electrum plus gold. So the gold member, one of the additional perks of gold is a one-on-one chat with Martyn every month. So if you get gold, you get all the benefits of Electrum. But also in Electrum, I mean, there's about 20 to 30 people or 15 to 30 people that join on a Sunday at this point in time. So it's pretty much a very small group of us. So we answer all questions. Yeah, I don't do any one-on-ones through memberships. Alpha Channel says, I'm up late. Good afternoon, Sensei, says Karen. Patrick Black says, good morning. Tawaski Wells says, good morning, everyone. Ale says, morning, Sensei. More monkey business. You never answer my question. You keep going out with different questions. Sensei, why do you never talk about the SHX when it's one of the main players for X? I don't know what SHX is. I apologize. Alpha Channel says, love your channel. Found you yesterday. I think, oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you like the channel. Desert in Africa. Yes, very nice, isn't it? Desert meeting sea is always nice. I think they've got a lot of amazing animals as well. RC says 3 p.m. Eastern time. 3 p.m. Eastern time. What time? I think that's very late, isn't it? 3 p.m. Eastern time. I don't think I can cover that one. Maybe Vaz will cover it. It's at 8 p.m. I'll see if Vaz can cover it. Trump's speech. 8 p.m. UK. I'll let Vaz know. Maybe he'll be able to cover it for you guys later. Any thoughts on the Bitcoin liquidity heat map? No thoughts. At the moment, market's starting to move now. Yeah, we're about to get into all the market analysis. I'm just going through all the comments and then we'll come on to the main top stories and how to keep your money safe during the crash. Where were we? Good afternoon from Kenya Sensei. Market starting to move now. Oh, everywhere it's sold out. Wow. That's incredible. Everywhere. The Royal Mint is around 1,415 plus VAT. So that's 20% more expensive. So it'll be 1,700 pounds. I wish I could access, because all my stuff's in a safety deposit box quite far away. So I'm trying to see if I can sort something out for you, Brian. I'll have a think and see if because I think I do have a 1 kilogram bar, but it's a premium bar. It's from one of the German mints. Anyway, I will contact you. Yeah, I wouldn't try going and buying it like as a premium. Look at the spot price. Normally it's going to be about 20-30% more expensive. Jerry says hello. So that does seem fairly reasonable. It seems a little bit premiumed, but that's about right from the Royal Mint. Massive says RJ. More monkey business says, I don't have gold business. My bullion dealer tells me that people are coming in with scrap silver. Right, okay. Ale says, since I'm worried about the 1st of November. Well, you shouldn't worry about the 1st of November. You should worry about what's going to happen before the 1st of November, because by the time you're at the 1st of November and if the tariffs are still on to hit on the 1st of November, it's not going to affect you on the 1st of November. The market's going to price it in way before that. They've already tried to price it in. Now they're pricing in maybe a solution will be sorted. So by the 1st of November, we're not going to go. The market's already priced in what's going to occur. So you should be worried about before it, and also unless you're worried about the impacts it's going to have on your purchase, the price of things in shops, because tariffs obviously cause inflation. So we're going to prepare for it now in today's show. With emotion, with fear, extreme fear when XRP ETFs launch. Brian says bullion by post 1,848. Yeah, wow. What is the price of silver right now? Like spot price. What's the spot price of silver right now in pounds? So the spot price right now is 1,270. Of course, no one can really get at the spot price. Excuse me. And in the UK we have VAT. So the cheapest you'd probably be able to get 1,300. 1,000. Let me just get a calculator out, see what I don't want anyone paying too much for these things. So 1,270 is spot price. Then we times it by 1.2. And then times 1. Yeah, so a good value would be about 1,000. Under 1,600 would be good value. That would be where you're trying to look for. Bullion by post has a terrible premium, it seems, at the moment. You want to be buying it under 1,600 if it's just a bullion bar, which is just nothing additional or value to it. You want to be trying to get it for under £1,600. What was that move on Bitcoin? True manipulation. But they're all out of stock as well. Wow. Jamie Reese says, good afternoon, all out of stock. If you are in a KC and Sunshine Band type of mood and want to put on your boogie shoes, and smash the like button and show your support. David Hensley, I love it. Yes, please do hit the like button. We're interacting with all our chat right now. Then we'll come on to the 6 mistakes everyone's going to potentially make and lose money. And then I'll come on to the top stories, and then we'll go on to the Fed speech. What's your plan for the counter takes for that 1st of November? I'll tell you all my plans in a second. I don't have a specific plan because no one can predict the future. No one knows, are we going to escalate this trade war a lot more? Is the trade war going to finish tomorrow? Is the deal going to come out? Are we going to wait until the 1st of November? And then there's going to be an escalation? Now, you can't answer these questions, but there's simple questions that are simple fundamentals that take care of all those questions. And I'll come on to them in a second. Just sold homes and bills of true cash, I think. Happy Thursday from Angie and Bruce. Hello, Bruce. Lovely to have you in the show. Happy Thursday to you too. Well, Brian, where you look at? Ricardo says, Sensei, please don't say crash again. You talked about crash Friday morning show and all the markets were red. Yeah, sorry, Ricardo. Yeah, last time we did a crash stream. The markets went down 80%. I really hope that doesn't happen again. But if so, last time I tried to prepare you, I'll try and prepare you again this time. But yeah, to be clear, I'm not predicting a crash today. Sensei, don't. Thank you, Ricardo. Jerry says KG silver is going to be a liquidation issue, in my opinion, but it's good to hold just in case. Yeah, I mean, is a KG of it depends. If it does another 2-3x, it might be, but. Yeah, I think 1 ounce coins are much easier to sell, and you probably get a better price for them. But you have to pay a bit extra to get them, so it probably evens out. If you start buying a 10 kilogram bar of silver, it's probably not the best size to buy, because firstly, it's going to be very hard to verify it's real, and second, it's going to be very hard to sell to a single buyer. What is this Fed speech regarding? It's regarding inflation, interest rates, and something else. Let me get it ready. Interest rates, inflation, and growth. That's the economic outlook. Stronghold token using XLM, worth checking tokenomics. Oh, thank you very much. Trick says, oh, again, Fed speech, I'm not holding anything. So, yeah, it's a very volatile time in the market. Stock flash, is Trump going to say something at 3 p.m.? Well, we don't know, do we? We'll hopefully cover it. Good morning, Lucas Aids. Motto ATM, I want to start a trading t-shirt company. First shirt will say TGFH thank God for higher lows. Thank God for higher... Oh, thank God for higher lows, right. Rimi says, good afternoon from India, Sensei. Welcome, Rimi. Glad to have you here. Keep getting internal error. Internal error for what, Jerry? Let me know in the chat. What do you mean internal error? When you say there is a crash, do you sell all your crypto? I wonder if I can put Bloomberg just in the bottom right. Let me see if I can just add something very quickly. Because it'll be nice to have... Just give me one moment. Let me see. Let's just go to Bloomberg for 1 second, then I'll come back to you.
Of the Federal Reserve 20 minutes ago, making a case for another interest rate reduction at the end of this month.
And he said the one puzzle, of course, is what's going on in the...
Let me take you to Bloomberg. I just want to see if I can add a Bloomberg screen on this page. So here we go. Let's go over to Bloomberg.
The labor market
and then remember, I'm going to tell you about how to prepare for the crash that I think is pretty much inevitable. And then we'll go on to 6 mistakes. And then we'll go on to the Fed speech. Just stay with me and I'll come back to your comments.
He doesn't care if he doesn't have it. He's looking at everything else. He says the direction of travel is pretty clear.
At the midpoint for October, we're set up for a really interesting back half. 2 weeks away, we're going to get tech earnings. Going into month end, a meeting between Xi and Trump. Meeting for the Federal Reserve.
I'm going to have to just pause it for a second because of the music that they're playing. Keep it open there. Let me just check this.
It'd be really, really hot.
I don't know why they're still playing the music. I'll just keep it there. Let me go back to the comments and then we'll go to Bloomberg in a second. When you say if there's a crash, you will sell your crypto, is that because you're still in profits? So you'll take profits and buy back in the low? I am in profits, not on everything. I'm in profits from my main position XRP. No, what I meant by that comment was like if I knew there was going to be a crash, whether I'm in profits or whether I'm not in profits, I would sell. But no one knows if there's going to be a crash and how much that crash is going to be and if you're going to buy back at the bottom. So there's as much as if we knew exactly when a crash was going to happen, like some people are saying, is there going to be a crash today? If I knew, I would sell everything. That's the point I was making. Let's see if...
United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby on the back of his latest earnings report and the US Secretary of Energy.
Let's go to Bloomberg.
As national power costs are on the rise. We begin this hour with stocks rallying as traders shift attention from the US-China trade war to the start of earnings season. Lisa's standing by with a special guest. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, John. Yeah, thanks so much. And Anne-Marie was talking about China and the U.S., and there's no one better to talk to than Michael Roberts, CEO of HSBC, a bank, and CEO of the Corporate and Institutional Bank at the region. I'm just curious, given the fact that HSBC, and welcome, is such a central bank in both trade as well as in both China and in the West.
Right.
How significant do you see this latest eruption of trade tensions between the U.S. and China? Does this feel different?
Yeah, no, first of all, thank you for having me today. Look, I think the world has gotten used to a lot of these tariff changes, although certainly this newest round is yet another bit of unpredictability. I think companies have been now looking for different ways to manage their supply chains. Survey that we did right after Liberation Day, which I think still holds true today.
Let's listen in for a second.
5,000 clients, so big survey. And they all said, one, all of these tariffs are going to cause a lot of issues. Prices will go up. Two, most of them now are looking at their supply chains. And the word, I think, supply chain has now come to be one of the probably the most discussed terms in any C-suite today. And thirdly, they're going to change, and they may even change business models. So this next round, this current round, I think just tells you that they're going to have to significantly change what that is, because 100% tariffs, you can't absorb 100% tariffs. So that means there'll be a greater acceleration to where those new supply chains will be. However, it has been a bit of a whack-a-mole because you have to constantly look at where the next tariffs will come from. And that's been a challenge for many companies. They really have to figure out what is the least vulnerable place they can be or the most tariff-proof place they can be, and how do they then export into the U.S. or frankly anywhere to make sure that they can do so as effectively as possible.
How much have the extra costs from tariffs been realized? And not just tariffs, but also the rejiggering of supply chains.
Yeah, so rule of thumb, when I've talked to most people, probably
XRP rallying now.
is borne by the producer versus the importer. The last 20% now is starting to seep into end buyer, the customer. I think most are saying
gold at all-time highs once again.
That much additional cost as the importer or the distributor. Therefore, it will start shifting more and more to the end buyer, the client or the customer. So that there's been I think, a strong effort, however, to try to absorb as much as possible. So I talked to a retailer, high fashion retailer, saying, me and the distributor or the producer out of Asia and me as the distributor are absorbing as much as we possibly can. We understand we could do that, but it will come to an end soon.
John and Anne-Marie were talking to Fed Governor Chris Waller and about the balance between inflation and the labor market. And there's this feeling that any kind of inflation is going to be short-lived and the effect on the labor market could potentially be pernicious. Are you seeing that companies, instead of raising prices, laying off workers or trying to revert to artificial intelligence to bridge the gaps?
Not yet. However, there is a lot of cost pressures. I think there's a delay, a lot of investment. I mean, that's the flip side of that, because I do think people want predictability. The companies need to understand where they're going to put down a lot of capital, that capital is going to produce good returns because...
Okay, well, that was interesting to hear. Let me go back to your comments, and I think I've got the screen sorted now anyway. Yeah, so you can see, if I make that full screen, you can see Bloomberg in the bottom right. Okay. Keep getting internal error. I don't know what you mean by that. What was the internal error? Can I sell Bitcoin? Or hold it? You can do either, Remy. I don't give advice. Sorry, Walker wonders why. I apologize for that. Andrew says, isn't there capital gains tax on bars? Yes, there is. Where can I get it for that price? Where can you get it for that price? It's hard to say because of the fact that you never know. I don't know where you live, but in London, in some jewelers, if you trust someone, if you go to Hatton Garden, you might be able to find a good deal. But again, you have to make sure it's a good reputable place, because a 1 kilogram bar, it's hard to verify if it's real or not. If you go to local jewelers, they might have people selling their 1 kilogram bars, and they might have it in stock, and they might just want to be getting rid of it at a good price. And again, if it's secondhand like that, you don't have to pay as much VAT. You'll still have to pay a premium. Yeah. Where can I get it on for that price? Chards have 100 gram bars. Yeah, CGG on bars. We're thinking about trying to do it on Discord, so all the verified members can sell with each other. But there's not that many people here in the UK, part of this channel, that are into gold and silver. If there's enough interest, we'll try and do it so we have a community that we all trust and can trade between us, because that's much cheaper doing it that way. Yes, GGG on bars. Yes, there is. Thank you for your diligence and on keeping us educated. No worries. I hope the trade will escalate, so there might be a golden dip. RC says, here's my opinion. Prediction: gold will eventually get too high, too expensive, that people will start FOMOing into Bitcoin. Once it gets more volatile, there won't be enough to go around. I don't fully agree with that. Anointed Flower says, good morning, everyone. Syrian says, that's if we're allowed to buy any dips. Where were we? Sometimes it jumps. I have to just go back up. Guys, join the silver forum. I've been buying from a trusted seller and ain't getting getting good buys. 5% above spot in most cases. Yeah, but there's still a risk. I smelt that I'm going to end up working at McDonald's. Jason says, morning. Brian says, thanks for the advice. We'll probably get more coins. Yeah, a 1 kilogram bar's great if you can trust it and you can get it. I'll see if I can get one for you, Brian. But yeah, coins are always safer to get, and you don't have to get the capital gains on it. Sick Boy Custom says, good morning, everyone from Surrey, back from Sao Paulo now. Oh, lovely. You went there to get married or to look at venues, or was that someone else? Thomas MC says you need to pay to join the Silver Forum 10 banner, but it's a really good platform for buying and swapping coins. It's worth if you're a serious. Yeah, we're going to try and do something ourselves here. Jerry Mandarin says, good shout. Jerry says the baseline for ounce coins now must be at 47. The baseline for ounce coins now must be 47. What's the price for 1 ounce coins now? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, without VAT, they're about 50 quid. Yeah. If you want to actually buy it, yeah, but just under £50. But again, what is Billion by Post selling it for? £61. That's a big, that's 20% increase. Brian says, I have to pay tax. If I sell my crypto, I have to pay tax. Well, that's above, if you're above the limit of, I think it's £3,000 in the UK. It used to be much more, £12,000 just a few years ago, but now it's £3,000. If you're above that capital gains tax limit, if you have no losses to go against it, remember you can carry forward your loss about 4 years, then you have to pay tax at 18%. Yeah, that's the base tax rate, I think. Ale says, last Friday I was down for 10,000 and now at 6,000. No, I'm not selling. I'm long, but what a ride. Yes, it is a big ride. So I have to pay around 5k in tax. I'm not sure. Tax, lovely tax as long as. It's always better paying tax than putting down a loss though. MP Mineral is a queue for USA chip. Also, Argentina is about to give their rare mineral, also Ukraine same path. I'm going to go through all the comments because we've got a lot to get through before the Fed speech starts. TSM earnings, yes. We'll come on to what happened with the TSM earnings. Can we gauge and monitor Binance's actions to predict the next crash? Probably not, no. It's not as simple as that. Nada, one of our new members, Nada said, thought there weren't any capital gains tax on gold, or is that just coins? Yeah, so in the UK, I don't know about other jurisdictions. In the UK, or at least in England, there's no capital gains tax on legal tender. So legal tender is not, no bar is legal tender. It's like Britannia coins, sovereigns in gold, 1 ounce coin, whichever one's like a Royal Mint issued legal tender coin, then that is a sort of capital gains tax free. Don't know what's going to happen to TSM or China grab mineral group gallium or other chips for builds. Syrian says, don't think. Oh, Siri thought I was talking to it. No. Syrian Marshall, don't think so. That short was strategic. Jerry says, I know a place in Scottsboro. Thank you, Jerry. Well, I don't know where that is. Let's find out where Scottsboro is. Jerry knows a place. Jerry knows a place. Is it local? It's a town in England. Where is it? Where is this town in England? Let's go to the maps. You know a place in Scottsboro. That is in near Leeds, near York by the beach. Too far for me.
Speaking at a news conference in Washington, Bessent said there's a very good chance that he travels to Asia to meet with his Chinese counterpart, Vice Premier He Lifeng. Elsewhere, Bank of America and Bank of New York Mellon Court were hit by lawsuits over alleged ties to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. The lawsuit accusing the banks of knowingly providing financial services that enabled the scheme for years.
Goodness, there we go. More from Epstein. That's Bank of America tied to that. What other news is there?
From its AI division, with the executive leading its Siri search project leaving for Meta. Qi Yang.
Oh, once again, people are poaching people from Apple. Apple is losing. Meta is giving up. They're offering people millions a year to move to Meta. These AI people, and they're leaving. They're all leaving Apple. I mean, wouldn't you if you got paid a few million a year? You would leave, and they've got like 5-10 year contracts. Anyway, that was interesting. Scott Bessent there might be traveling to China, so the market is probably rallying on that news. Tax. I'm going to go through all the comments, and then we're going to come on to the main stories. Also, Argentina is about to give their rare earth minerals. Also, Ukraine, same path. There will be a crash at Comics, no silver. JP Morgan has 750 ounces, so they say. TSM, oh, we've gone through this, I think. I know a place in Scottsboro. Hatton Garden is a good place to trade gold and silver. Plus, there's an assay office near St. Paul's Cathedral. Oh, DJ Haynes. Thanks for all that information. Nick the Beluga says, I only hold USDC now. If Martyn's right, I'm good. If Martyn's wrong, I'm not richer, but at least I don't have to go work at McDonald's. There we go. There's always a good time to get in the markets, I think. Brandy says, is iShares Silver Trust a good investment if the market crashes? Silver's a bit more risky than gold, so if we go risk off, then silver might go down as well, but it's a weird place because interest rates going down is great for gold and silver. The geopolitical situations is great for gold and silver. Federal banks around the world buying gold is great for gold and silver. The US dollar going down and the trust being lost in the US is great for the US dollar. It's great for the. It's not bad for the US dollar. It's good for gold and silver. So, in theory, if the markets crash, gold and silver tend to crash as well. But it depends how fast we crash, what the actual reason of the crash is. But right now, because we're in such a good uptrend in gold and silver, I would expect us to actually rally on a semi-mild market crash. If we go down 20-30% in a day, everything seems to crash. If you go Norway, you can buy silver bullions VAT free. Should we all take a trip to Norway? But then you probably have to pay the VAT when you come back. More Monkey Business says, don't buy anything from someone else who comes to tarmac